Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Knights of Last Call. And that Knights, that plural, is more appropriate now than ever because we are joined today by not just Vin, who's been helping us out here recently, but Bob is back, fresh from his terror, his gripping horror at the thought of playing Coriolis. Bob has decided to rejoin us.
I thought you were going to make a joke about how I was getting crushed and laser tagged by teenagers.
Still rocking a serious stash over there, Bob.
Oh, yeah. I was just getting done pulling over people on the highway.
You two look like a typical Lake County cop. I'll say that.
Oh, when I saw her family, they were all like, "Oh, like, are we supposed to like? You look good, but you don't." Like, they do not like the stash, but I wanted to try it. I've never done it before, so.
I remember before I hiked in 2018, I had always, I had a beard, whatever. And my girlfriend at the time was like, I was going to shave, and she's like, leave the mustache. Because I wanted to completely shave before I went on the trail, because I wasn't going to shave at all. I wanted to see how much going on. And so for like a week or 2 weeks, I was just rocking the stash, and it's not a good look on me. I looked like an 80s, porn star or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I got this like mullet thing too that I'm working on. So like,
Roll for Combat says the stash makes Bob look like a man.
That's right. Except for like I get this like under like gobbler thing going on, so I look like an overweight man. But the wife doesn't like it, which means it's probably going to be gone pretty soon.
Oh, the wife doesn't like the mustache.
She wants beard. Or we're going to go with the goatee next, and then she's going to hate that, and then I'll go back to the beard again.
Oh, man,
that's a natural progression. I can get behind that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, hopefully everyone's doing well today. This is a long time coming because Bob has just been Mr. Holidays, Mr. Busy Holiday Man. So what we're going to do today is we're going to do a first look. And just like we did with Bob last time, we're going to be doing our first look with multiple people. So this is a little bit strange. Now, Vin, in some ways, is sort of the expert because Vin, of reasons that no one is quite sure, and we can talk about this here in a second, Vin owned this game and had already started to look through it, and was like, yeah, and I wanted Vin on here because I know a little bit about this game. Sure. I do want to point out that not Vin, but Bob and I's copies were provided to us free of charge from Exalted Funeral. So
thank you.
Shout out to them. No money exchanged hands or anything like that, but they did provide us with the PDFs and the documentation. And actually, they're sending us some of the books. So shipping at holiday times notwithstanding, I am really, really excited for that. So thank you for them. So we can take a look at this book. But Bob was interested in this game because it won last year, 2024, the Golden ENnie for best family RPG product.
Yeah.
And this is what kind of started this whole conversation, which is this idea of, is this game for kids? Now I know Bob.
I asked the Patreon, they told me no.
Okay.
But then they had like a Kickstarter for a kids version.
Right. And so I know Bob was like, oh, I'm looking for a game for my kids. And the game won an ENnie for, best game for kids. And you look at the art, and the cover is very...
The art is very deceiving.
Yeah, I'm going to go over here to the PDF view. And I messed everybody else up. So while you guys discuss things, let me figure out where the hell you guys...
When I saw the art, and I knew they had a Kickstarter for a kids-friendly version, I got confused. I was like, I thought the game was kid-friendly. And they're like, no, we're making a Dungeon Academy version, which is more towards the... Oh, geez, Scott, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Scott.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Big.
Scott have tipped $126. Here's to closing out the tip goal. I consider it tuition for the GM education Derek has given me.
Well, geesh, Scott, thank you so much for closing out the tip goal. Consider it tuition for the education Derek has given me. An education in how to not prep your OBS windows. That's what you got to do there. Scott, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Meba Man also with a super chat who really liked that super chat goal. We got tips and super chats flying in here. I got to give you guys more often. Meba Man, thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you guys.
We do have a super chat for a Mucklands follow-up, which we'll talk about here in a minute. And Scotty, thank you very much. I appreciate doing that for you. I appreciate that you appreciate me. It's the reason I keep doing it. I was just telling these guys that I'm a little burned out because I have been kind of going a little hard with the streams, as you may have noticed, in terms of my... in terms of not really taking days off, and sometimes streaming multiple times per day. So there's that as well.
Clops are just super Chad 10 as well. Are you
what do we
streaming
got?
Roll for Combat tomorrow too?
Yeah, I'm supposed to.
Jeez Louise, dude.
Wow. Wow.
I know.
So Klopster says, is it pronounced Eam? Eam?
Yeah, Eam.
Eam. Yeah. Also heard this is for kids. Is that I also heard the is it for kids issue in regards to Domonwood as well.
Got it.
Domonwood is another one I wanted to look at. I thought
also not for kids.
Right.
Like let's ask that up front. No, it's just look, depends how old you're defining kids to be.
Well, that's another thing. Now, they also have the Dungeoneer thing, which is their Kickstarter, but then they had these like semi-graphic novel books they came out with, the Dungeoneer Academy books. So I got those from the library. My kids love those books, which is apparently in the land of Eam. Or M.
Yeah,
Eam.
Set in the same setting, yeah.
So there's Mucklands area, which is pretty cool. And the kids are like, oh, this is so cool. They're like adventures and they're going to school and this is really cool. So I'm like, well, can I run this or can I run this? I'm trying to figure this out because if not, I'm just gonna wait till Twilight Sword comes out and that one looks way better for kids.
Oh, straight up.
Scott P came in again with a $50 super chat.
We're not even trying to start the stream yet.
Scott P says you really do need to look at the Mucklands book. It really is that good. Meba Man says I should have made that goal higher. Well, I didn't think we needed to. Thank you, Scott. That's a lot. Well, Scott, thank you so much. Damian Williams as well. Don't shit out it because it's cute, Derek. It's good.
It might be a good book. This might be a great. I just don't know if it's gonna be good for my children.
Correct.
And maybe it will be. I don't know. But I if the box set's coming, dang well I'm going to run this thing. And the box set I think has the whole Mucklands world and all the maps and stuff, which sounds freaking baller because the box set apparently weighs like 50 pounds and it looks super good.
Yes, that all sounds Correct.
Art is a turnoff for you. I mean, besides that little Kermit dude on the front cover, I think the rest of this looks sweet.
Kermit's my favorite thing about that.
Yeah, Kermit is my absolute favorite thing. Okay, so real quick, I do want to say real quick, thank you to everybody who just kind of spammed us there with a bunch of support. So, thank you, Damien. Thank you, Klopster. Thank you, Meba Man. But thank you so much, Scotty F and Scotty P. You guys came in with a double whammy. The Scots are showing up. I really appreciate you guys for that. And thank you so much for supporting this channel and apparently the Land of E. So this game won Best Children's Game. And as I understand it, we have to be clear. So I'm going to go say this. I'm coming in here. I know a little bit about the game, but I'm going to kind of erase that for a second. I'm going in here with a little bit of suspicion. And I'll tell you why. It's the Z-Bashu effect. And the reason I say Z-Bashu is because Z-Bashu did a great, famous little cartoon where he talks about a GM getting really excited, kickstarts like this cyberpunk game, and it shows up at his door.
I remember this cartoon.
And he's reading all like this micro fiction inside of the book. And then at the end, one of his players who realizes it's a terrible game says, "No, you have been conned into reading a failed novelist's micro fiction." The reason, see, Cal says everyone has their motivations turned into Hallelujah Jack, but not us. We're dark side, scrub Jack, and those freaking Keeblers. And it's one of my favorite things of all time. The reason I bring this up is because the people who made this game are graphic novelists for children. They are comic book writers. They make comic books.
And those books were legit for the Dungeoneer Academy, which is not even their first one. They had a skeleton one first, right?
So now, I know that they have a couple of different fantasy worlds with what they did or whatnot. But obviously that aesthetic has been applied here. The question is the aesthetic, and in board games, we use this term, pasted on theme, right? Ooh. Like where you might have a game that really is about like the designer. It's like Derek being very bottom up and being like, oh man, I got this really cool game where it's like you interact with this currency, but you can outbid using the currency. And then, but the thing with a board game is you can't sell a board game anymore and just have it be like, what's the name of the game? It's called Exchange. Like, what's the theme? It's like, there is no theme. It's really just about the mechanic and interacting with the cool mechanic. They're like, no. You got to make it, make it 7 Wonders of the Ancient World. Then people will buy it. And that's how you end up with a game with 7 Wonders.
Great game. Bought shit out that game.
Nothing. Has nothing. Just absolutely nothing to do.
The expansions. I got them all.
Okay. It has absolutely nothing to do with being anything remotely resembling the 7 Wonders or anything. It's just completely pasted on. It's completely pasted on theme. Same thing with Wingspan. And the reason I know that is because they made the same game, but then they made it Fin Span with fish, and they made it Worm Span with
haven't
dragons.
Played that game. It's supposed to be pretty good.
Okay, so they're just tacked on. It's just tacked us. Cal tipped $10 with more quotes from Hallelujah Jack or from Scrubshiders or whatever it's called.
But not us. We're Skice printers. We don't know it yet, but we're about to die.
Yes, he says
Scrum them chisel freaks, and I wasn't surprised.
Scrum dumb those chisel freaks, and I wasn't surprised. It's one of those great examples of wonderful fiction. Thank you, Cal. So again, I think that these artists. Now, I don't know their comic books. I took a look at them a little bit, but I mean, I love the art style. I think it's great. My question is, did this win Best Children's Book because the mechanics are fundamentally about, about whatever, very appropriate for children, or because of this art on the cover?
I from the patron's opinion, I think it's going to be art based.
So
because they kept saying it was really crunchy.
Yeah, like I'm curious. Like, what is your first of all? What do we mean by kids? Is 12 to 15 kids?
No.
Or is okay? All right. So what are we saying here? We say like 10 and under.
I would say under. I would say 12 or younger, because 13 is a teenager.
Under teens. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So less. So
and obviously, younger. I would expect. I don't really think a 6-year-old is I don't think a 6-year-old is playing too many RPGs. So I would say 8 to 12. Yeah,
sure, 8 to 12. All right. And second point, what mechanically?
Yeah.
Do you think does that mean? Like,
Great
what
question.
does something aimed at 12 to 8?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. I think it has to do with the presentation, which obviously matters, but it also has to do with, we always talk about complexity, and we also talk about complication, right? So a complex mechanic is one that has a lot of moving parts, like rolling a hit location and then determining absorb free, be based off of the armor in your shin, and then whatever, something Mithras or something like that, right? That's a very complicated or a very complex mechanic. So a game maybe the game mechanic isn't complicated. So the game cannot have a complex mechanic. But I also don't think the game should be complicated. And that basically means there should not be a long list of choices and options and, a bunch of stuff to weigh the pros and cons of it. You shouldn't have PF2, endless styles of feats. And I mean, again, it's not cut and dry.
They're saying it didn't win kids game, it won family game.
Sorry, it won family game. I meant the same. It means the same thing.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think they have a kids.
Well, there's
game.
a very distinct point. Not that I disagree with you, Derek, but I think someone mentioned that it depends who's running it. Like if your parent is running it for a kid, that's different to being able to expect kids to run it. So.
True, but I just want to point out that this is a 244-page book, and that right off the bat does not scream to me family-friendly game. Okay, just right off the rip. And even as I look just quickly through the table of contents, I see words like parlay. There's a lot of
uses a lot of strange words.
Yeah. Now, granted, I know what parlay means, but
I like that. I like that being an
like,
option.
I see things like range bands. Okay, I see things like coins and economy. I see things like dungeon exploration turns. These are words that are exciting to Derek. But do I think that necessarily makes this a game for kids? No. I mean, could a family play this? Could a game play this? Yes, of course they could. I played D&D when I was 10, but I don't necessarily know. But then again, D&D was a 36-page book. Right.
There's very few mechanics in the original version.
I mean, I'd be running this for my family, wife and 2 kids. Like, if this would work for the family, me running it, and I have an 8 and a 7-year-old. I don't know. They're probably too young.
But I guess what I don't understand is it's like, what? So then what is it? If the idea is that it's going through the lens of an adult, then, then this is a family game.
Or does it mean family friendly, like PG material? Are they like cutting off people's heads in this game? Like, you know what I mean?
No.
That's probably what they mean.
I think because you're talking about tone, and I think tone-wise, I think it's a bigger discussion. We'll definitely get there as we go through the book. But I think it is good to lay that mechanical.
Well, it starts off with, it is
first.
an age of ashes.
In the grim dark future.
In the grim dark future of the land of Eam, there is only war.
But then there's a cute photo underneath.
Yeah, but then you have a cute photo. And so that's what I'm trying to say is this kind of like a gotcha bitch? Is it kind of a I get that I like their style. I mean, it's not the it's not the comic book I'm reading, but would I love giving this to a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old? I think they would love it. Colson would love this art.
And my daughter, who's afraid of the images in Dragonbane is very easy for her to play, but she doesn't like the artwork.
Right, it's too intense and all this other
This one might be more family friendly.
Meanwhile, it is an age of ashes. The gleaming empires of old have faded into obscurity, leaving a tired world riddled with dungeons and ruled by fiends.
What's a fiend, Dad?
A devil. A demon of the ancient world. It's like...
Because the ashes part wouldn't get him. My wife be like, why are you playing with fiends? I don't know if I like this.
So
as the resident roll under advocate, I would say that straight up, I feel like things like Dragonbane, where it's just you have a number, you roll less than or equal to that number, and you don't do any math. Like that's to me what I think of when I think kid-friendly mechanics.
I agree.
Maybe minimum addition, subtraction, or none.
Lasers and feelings, where you have a number, which is like 4.
I ran that. Did I tell you?
Oh no, I did not know that.
No.
Oh yeah. Well, me and ChatGPT ran it, but I took lasers and feelings, and I said I need a holiday one shot. And Lasers and Feelings seems like a good, framework.
Yeah.
I mean, for my kids who are 7 years old, all the way to 60-year-olds that are playing this game. And me and ChatGPT figured it out. We renamed it to Cookies and Courage. And you had to roll, cookies for courage. And they had to help Santa, get the Jack Frost had frozen a train and get a solve the mystery. It was awesome, and the kids easily ran it.
Right,
they played it perfectly.
Because is this a cookie roll or is this a courage roll?
It was so easy.
You rolled your number. You have
holiday magic.
You have cookie courage.
No, it's called holiday magic.
You call it holiday magic? Okay. In the game, if you roll your target number, it's called laser feelings, and that means like your crit. But yeah, that's perfect.
It was great.
Yep.
And all you're literally doing is you have a number, and then it's either do you roll above it, equal to it, or above, and it's a D6. Yeah. So like we're not talking.
That roll
Gilmore and Chess says kids can do math, and yes, I know kids. Like you're talking to an engineer. I was doing math I was doing like 6th grade math at 8 years old. That does not mean that I've enjoyed doing math or math was conducive to like a fun gaming experience around table. Because one of the things that I definitely noticed when running for games for my friends' kids is that they feel that pressure. A lot of them feel that pressure when the spotlight's on them and they have to like do an attack roll or whatever. And they're trying to sit there doing math. They're not used to math. There's like a lot of like hurdles to math that I know kids can do it, but it's not as fun as something that's a roll under system.
I'm not even questioning, again, whether I think children could play D&D, not just basic D&D, 36 pages, but I think they could play 5th edition. What I'm saying is that doesn't make 5th edition a family game. Right.
I think family game might be tone and art. I really think it might be tone and art.
So is it just tone and art? But if but
I mean, it does say 12
and,
plus on the box.
I also agree. Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, those are darker kids films from the 80s, but things were different in the 80s. Okay, your parents just sent you out the door and they said, I hope you don't get raped and murdered today. I'll be home before the street lights are on. And then you went and ran in wild packs. Now kids are at the zoo and they've got leashes on and they're like being GPS tracked like they've got an ankle bracelet like they're on house arrest.
You tell Derek's not a father.
Just saying.
This is the stereotype.
Just saying. So, and then Scotty said, I'm a middle-aged man and I don't like doing math in public. Yeah. I've sat there at tables trying to watch my grown adult friends, most of whom are in some sort of science, technology, engineering, or math field, do math, and I want to kill myself.
So
Bob,
true.
Bob
whenever we would group dice at the table, we like group them, and Derek's like, why fuck you grouping these? Why can't we just do it? Like,
Matt, who played Burl, Matt, who is a
very smart.
A computer scientist through and through. He's like, I got to put him into 10s. I'm like, no, you don't. Just add 8 to 5. It's not that big of a deal. He's like,
what are we doing?
I got to look for groups of, when he's rolling like a fireball, like he's rolling all the D6s.
Yeah. Lots of D6s.
He's like grouping them into 10s. And he's like looking to see if he can make a 10. And then he's setting that aside. And then he's like, oh, can I make it 10? And then he's like, okay, that's the remainder. And he's like, 1 group of 10, 2 groups of 10, 3 groups of 10, and a 4. Okay, it's 34 damage.
So we just want to roll. That's why Dragon Bane's so good.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I'm
just dying inside. Me.
Well, I don't know how many. I mean, I don't know much about the system, but I guess we'll find out how many dice roll for this.
Okay, so this is before we even get into it, which is to say, again, it's not my. I would prefer free league art, obviously, for my game, but there's nothing inherently wrong. I think this cover piece is awesome. I think this frog is amazing. And I do actually like this.
I practically bought the system for the frog because just the energy about that frog. I just really like it.
You never played Chrono Trigger, Bob. That's the problem.
Wait, that might be it.
Wait, Chrono Trigger?
Yeah.
He had red hair. It's got it's a bit Dragon Ball artist, but Square Enix made it.
But you would know because one of the characters' name is Frog, and he is like an awesome knight. Who slices a mountain in half. That's right.
Oh gosh, sounds pretty baller.
So
I've just never been to the frog people. I don't know.
DJ Duck. So when we talked about this game, we talked about the fact that because it's set in sort of its post-apocalyptic whimsy, we very much kind of thought of it as Adventure Time. But the thing is even on Drive-Thru RPG, it says Lord of the Rings meets the Muppets. And I'm like wondering what now when I think of a game that meets the Muppets, like when I think about the One Ring has mechanics in it for tracking your character's hope versus the weight of the shadow. It has mechanics that very much tie into battles, journeys, and councils, which are like the three main pivotal things that happen in Lord of the Rings. They walk a lot, they fight things, and they talk to each other, and they're all very pivotal for the sake of Middle Earth. And all the while, they're trying to keep their bodily and their spirits up. And you see that with Frodo and Sam, you see that with Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, all the characters. And the game's mechanics are all intimately tied about that. It's not just, here's some mechanics and also Lord of the Rings art. So, what I ask you is, what the fuck is a Muppet mechanic? What does a Muppet mechanic look like? So to say a game is Lord of the Rings X Muppets.
Well, I think that's just someone being cheek and tongue.
Tongue cheek. Yeah.
No, that's what they have on their advertising marketing blurb on Drive-Thru RPG.
But it's like them just trying to make you relevant, like thinking something relevant. I mean, it's obviously.
I think it's tone and vibes.
Okay.
Tone and vibes.
And I gotta see, it's for young teenagers and above, for a family. You know, maybe introducing them to things. I don't know, maybe in teenage life. It's been a long time since I was one, but I don't know. Obviously, they're not dealing with the shadows of the dark, but I assume good and evil might be a little more darker or gray because of the troubles of teenagers.
Beowulf says, not everything needs mechanics, Derek. Tell that to all the 5th edition players who bought the Spelljammer supplement. Tell that to them. Tell that to all the 5th edition players who bought a Spelljammer supplement and it didn't have rules for Spelljammers or for flying in Spelljammers or for making Spelljammers or for fighting in Spelljammers.
I'm kind of glad I didn't buy it. I almost bought it on vibes alone.
Just say it's vibes. It's vibes. It's all vibes. All right. Yeah, you're right. I went there.
No, I would say that when we'll get to it later, but things like failure with the plus is what I would see as a Muppet like mechanic.
So PBTA is a Muppet mechanic. Is that what you're saying?
No, because PBTA is success at a cost. This is failure with a plus, which is a bit different. Like there's a bunch of there's intricacies as to why.
All right. So we'll actually get into the game here. So we've got now again. I am number one. I'm going to be very clear about this. I think the art looks good. It's not my style of art. I wouldn't put a picture of this, but I think for what it is, I think it's really cool. Number two, the book seems to be wonderfully laid out. It has a very strong graphical identity and theme. And as I look at the game, we start off with a nice, crisp 14 pages called The Basics, which is, number one, what is this game about? That's always a good sign. Then we go right into, here's how the core dice mechanic works. How to play the game. Here's what your attributes and your skills do. Your classes, how you level up. Then we get into character creation. By the way, this is not just a summary of the game. It's how you play the game. So that is a very good sign. Remember, this is the first look.
Start.
Then we have character creation, which takes up a good 60 pages. Then we have items and equipment, which takes up an amazing 50 pages, or 40 pages, but somehow involves apparently recipes and components.
Well, our patrons were saying that this is like recipe porn, like gear porn.
Oh, yeah.
This is
crafting up the wazoo.
Then we get into the adventuring procedural phases because it looks like we've got camp phase, travel. It looks like freaking Torchbearer in here. We've got conflicts and combat, downtime. And then we have a bestiary, which takes up 30 pages.
Now, did I see someone say they won for bestiary as well?
A section for the GM, which is only 10 pages. And then lastly, we have an appendix of random tables of a pretty good 50 pages of random tables in the appendix, and then a starting adventure. So seems like a very complete book. Seems like there's a decent snippet of adversaries. Not like a ton, but enough to kind of get you started. Do they have a skeleton? Vin, we'll have to take a look at the skeleton. And for that matter, again, it looks like it has some nice random tables there as well. So here we have the basics of this game. We got this cool little gnome guy rocking this book. Seems pretty cool. What is this game about? It is a tabletop fantasy role-playing game about adventurers exploring and discovering the remnants of a forgotten age. Players portray colorful, often whimsical characters set against a backdrop of perilous fantasy. As lore-seeking wanderers, fortune-seeking pioneers, and adventure-seeking do-getters, these characters travel the land of Eam during a time devoid of heroes. It is designed to value creativity, role-playing, and exploration. Here are a few of the game's core principles. Character abilities allow players to invent and shape the world around them. And the game's dice mechanics encourage collaborative storytelling.
That's true. Derek's going to like this game.
Characters earn XP not by slaying monsters, but by role-playing, exploring, and engaging with the narrative and game world.
These are all good for Derek.
While getting into fights is part of the game, players almost always have an opportunity to talk their way out of a conflict. Okay, now that I could see being family friendly. So remember, I said, what do family friendly mechanics look like? What do Muppet mechanics look like? Right? Because I don't, Kermit the Frog here, draw steel, bitch. I'm gonna kill you. It's more like, can't we talk about it? Almost every creature or monster encountered in Land of Eam is a person. They speak a language, they have thoughts and feelings. And it should be wrong to assume that everything wants to eat you, just as it would be foolish to assume that every human wants to kill you. And Land of Eam is all about player-driven exploration. What do we call that, folks? A sandbox. Random encounters are a core part of the game as the characters travel across huge hex maps. So,
time to make this our new Friday game. Let's do it.
Well, I'm getting hit with a lot of conflicting feelings here.
Yes.
And do you understand why I'm getting hit with a lot of conflicting feelings, Vin?
Maybe it wants you to have feelings.
I look at it because you love 75% of what this is saying.
Yes, correct. and
But
I know that
a couple other things.
And I know that 90% of people hate this stuff. most people hate random encounters. They hate hex maps.
I love all those things.
So. Yeah, I mean, again, the first 4 bullets there are amazing. I mean, it's collaborative storytelling. It's players shaping the game. The dice mechanic encouraging collaboration. You get XP for a variety of things, not just killing monsters. You get the opportunity to talk and chat, which I think is actually really cool, and I do think that does lean towards the family friendly. And then it's about basically sandbox play with literally written in the first page. Random encounters are a core part of our game. All right.
I'm usually out at that point anyway, but
yes,
I just wouldn't use those rules.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, you wouldn't use random encounters?
No.
So how do you
Why do we have Vin on here?
Vin, how do you determine when the players encounter a monster then? Sounds like you just make a GM move.
No, I don't need them to do anything for me to make a move. I would just pre-plan that area and potentially have monsters there already.
Man, that sounds like a lot of prep.
Yeah, no, I stopped GMing because I prep so much.
If they go left, I have stuff. And if they go right,
exactly.
I have stuff as well.
Stuff.
So then, we won't get into it. All right, the setting is a land of color and wonder. It is also a land in decay, for the civilization crumbled long ago with the Gloom King, ushering in an unruly age called the Dungeon Era. A time chaotically run by rival corporations in a never-ending quest to outdo each other in business. The southern realm of Eam and seat of corporate power, known as the Mucklands, is broken into 6 distinct regions. The Drippy Downs, Fleabag County, Quagmosh, River Country, Scalawag Strand, and This Used to Be the Forest.
I like this kind of stuff.
So...
I think Bob's a great measure of target audience right here. If he's laughing, they're doing well.
Ben, I'm right there with you. So
I'm watching the Mighty Nine and Not the Brave cracks me up so much with the name.
So one of the things that we discussed is, right, Vin, is this game's target audience, Adult Swim adults with kids, and they want to play, and they want to play cartoon games with their family.
I think yes, and first yes, and second that might be a lot of people. So
yes, I agree.
I'm not going to hate it, even though that's not me.
Well,
I think that's very much what it's aiming for.
A couple of things. I think the Adult Swim adult audience also kind of. Am I quiet compared to everybody else? Okay. I up myself there a little bit. Just sorry. Yeah, it's the Adult Swim audience. I also think is kind of overlapping, maybe a bit with anime.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Love anime,
because obviously some anime is kind of silly and irreverent and stuff like that. The tone, for all of its post-apocalyptic doom and gloom, it is tonally quite lighthearted and droll. And this is my favorite thing ever. It's like where you're like, you could compare it to such. They don't say this, but you can compare it to such famous works such as Rickety Stitch and aka our books.
I was like, the Rickety Stitch is their other book, and then the Dungeoneer Adventures is this book that I'm reading with my kids.
It combines Lord of the Rings high fantasy epicness with a heavy dose of Muppets-like whimsy and a dash of Mad Max dystopia.
Oh, I ain't ready to have my kids watch Mad Max yet.
So, okay, Muppets-like whimsy.
I don't know what that really means, but I mean,
yeah. So like Muppets like whimsy is like
Whimsy
is like when you're watching A Christmas Carol The Muppets Christmas Carol. And Gonzo is the narrator, and he's with Rizzo the rat. And then he's looking through the window, and he can't see, so he takes Rizzo the rat, and he uses him to wipe the window so that he could see.
That's good humor right there.
One of
That's
the greatest
whimsy.
Christmas movies of all time. Straight up. No question.
George says, Gonzo, witness me! And right, Adventure Time was also whimsical post-apocalyptic, right? The land of Ooh sounds a lot like the land of Eam. And was just, was this idea of like a post-apocalyptic stuff. So here we have it, right? The goblin knight and the little fairy halfling whatever wizard are having tea with the manticore. That is fairly whimsical.
Yeah.
All right, what do you need to play? 2 to 7 players, GM players, 2 to 4 sessions, blah, blah, blah. You will also need the Mucklands Realm hex map because overland travel is an important part of play. This is best paired with the Mucklands Sandbox Campaign Setting book.
Really pushed
I will say, like you might like that, Bob, because all right. So let's just say we were putting this in the lens of Adventure Time dad running it for his kids.
Okay.
That Muck, and that's probably why the chat wants Derek to look at it so much. That Mucklands book, the campaign setting kind of book, essentially has every hex as its own either 2-page spread or page, and it tells you what to do in that hex. So if you are running it for other people, it kind of makes running it semi-autopilot, which I think
is nice because I have a busy schedule that I can't sit down and write a tome of books.
Let me say a few things.
Exactly, yeah.
Let me say a few things about this game. Now, I do have it, but I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at the Mucklands. But let me say this about Mucklands and Dolanwood, both from this game. I am 100% behind this idea of if you're going to sell me a hex crawl and you're going to send me a world with hex, put something in every hex. Yep. Don't sell me 99% of this is just blank spaces and we're allowing random encounters to do the heavy work. Secondly, a hex is, even on like a small hex, like a 6-mile hex, it is a truly tremendous amount of square mileage. Most of your entire life will have fit inside one hex. So the idea that there is an empty hex out there is crazy. I think there's more hydrogen in interstellar space than there is in most people's hex crawls. And it's truly, truly ridiculous.
Yep.
And it's I like it. And yeah, it takes a lot of work. And yeah, it takes a lot of product. But it's like me complaining about dungeons that are mostly full of empty rooms. Mm-hmm. Don't sell me that.
Yeah.
Don't sell me that.
Yeah,
I mean, to Vin's point, that makes me really excited because if I'm running this for my kids and I've just worked a full day and now we're like going to play for 3 hours and they're going to throw me for a loop because whatever. It's nice to feel like I have something comforting me in the back, but but they can go anywhere. Like they can do anything. Right. So I can let them be creative.
That's how you make people actually run a sandbox.
Yeah.
Is by saying, I got you covered, fam.
Yep, we actually have it prepped for you. That's why the box set is so heavy, is because the campaign setting is like half the box set. It's like huge.
Scotty JP says, Scott P says, the crafting system also interacts directly with the hex map and the hexploration. It is better done than most games that purport to be all about hex crawling. And that is always, for me, a hilarious situation, which is, by the way, kind of what I'm experiencing with Wilderfeast, where I'm looking at Wilderfeast and I'm like, it's crazy to me that this silly game about, hunting monsters and eating them is somehow like really well integrated and designed really, really well.
Derek has been hyping up Wilderfeast weirdly. He's like, I don't like it, but I like it. Like, I really like it. I don't like it.
That's exactly right. So Scott P says you can totally steal from this game for Wilderfeast. There you go. I will say I do know, because I'm getting the box set. Apparently the hex. Now, granted, they say you need the hex map, but it's best paired with the campaign setting book. So, but I do know that the hex map is apparently a board.
Yeah,
it's like a board game. Yeah, like a board game. It's not just a map. It's actually like like when you get a board game.
It's a really cool thing because it's full color, but it's got faded letters at every hex, which tells you what the hex reference is. So it really does integrate quite well.
So you can download the maps online, 11 maps, when you click that little link in the box. So that is provided for you, which is nice.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. Very. I mean, again, they're not. You don't
Especially
have
if they say
to
you
buy
kind of
it.
need it.
You don't have to buy it, but it's fine. So, how much is this? Roll for Combat says the box set weighs more than my car.
I've heard people talk about this. This set is like 50 pounds. Like,
I
it's
believe
no joke.
the deluxe box set is 150
pounds.
No.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh gosh.
$150.
Yes, I think that's right. That's what I saw on Amazon. I don't know what it was on their website.
So again, I have to respect them for this because they set the tone. They talk a little about these core principles, which is enough for someone like me to know what's going on. And then they get into the core dice mechanic. And here we have it.
17 pounds. That's right.
That's heavy. Whenever a PC does something where the outcome is uncertain, they should make a check to find out what happens. So right off the bat, there's a little bit of language here, which is, sometimes we get into situations where it's like, oh, you should only make a check when the outcome is uncertain and interesting, or uncertain or whatever. This, according to the rules of the game, you should be making a check whenever you're uncertain of the outcome. If you know what's going to happen, you shouldn't roll. Checks can happen proactively, initiated by the player, or reactively, called for by the GM. So that's also an important distinction. To make a check, roll a d12. All right, we love d12s.
I do love a d12.
Adding or subtracting a relevant skill modifier. So it looks like it's d12 plus a value. And it doesn't look like you're adding two things. It looks like you're adding one thing. No stats or anything like that. All right, here we have our
attacks,
here we have our outcome matrix. Now, this is where we start to get a little biased. Because this matrix is the exact matrix that I used for Dungeon Time Extreme.
You hadn't seen this matrix before. This is independently coming out with.
Well, DTX came. We had DTX.
We played that
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, DTX used a D20.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that DTX worked was I wanted to play PBTA. Smith wanted to play 5th edition D&D. So it was my way of sneaking PBTA mechanics into Dungeons and Dragons.
Yep.
And basically what it was is that if you'd roll your D20, you'd add your bonus. If you got a 1 or higher, it was failure. Bad stuff happened. If you got a 5 or higher, you failed, but there was some opportunity. There was some advantage that got generated. If you got a 10 or higher, you succeeded, but there was a little bit of a drawback. If you got a 15 or higher, you just succeeded, no ifs, ands, or buts. And if you got a 20 or higher, you get a critical hit, so something really great. So it's literally the same mapping, just done with a D12 instead of a D20. And obviously,
like
and obviously there's a little bit of there's some different in terms of the percentages here. You can see that now, because you remember you're adding a skill. Presumably you're going to be adding 1 or 2.
This says adding or subtracting.
Oh, that's true.
Okay. And I know some people said there's a lot of pluses and minuses, which can get a little rough.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
That's where it falls apart. It's the attack rolls and a couple of things. But
all right, well, we'll get to that.
The basics is simple math. It's just adding 1 or 2.
So this, to me, is a brilliant outcome, a brilliant mechanic, because this is PBTA. I mean, but it's done with a little bit of an addendum. So what is the difference here? The difference is in PBTA, now, some of the more advanced PBTA games do have a critical success. It's usually when you roll a 12 or more on your 2d6. So everybody's familiar with if you roll 7, 8, 9, you get success but with a cost, or success with a complication. That's exactly success with a twist. If you get a 10 or higher, you get a success. And then in some PBTA games, if you get a 12 or higher, you get this idea. The change is, in PBTA, you have if it's a 6-, it's a GM move.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I say all the time, a GM move is a wide gamut of outcomes. A GM move could be, Bob's fighting a bunch of minions, little kobold skirmishers, and Bob misses with it, but he's a dwarf barbarian. And I go, Bob, mark a hit point, kill them all. That's my move. My move is you still killed them all.
Succeeded.
Yeah. But that was your failure.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm just giving you that option. Now I could say, Bob, you rolled a 6- against this one lone kobold. And I was like, I could be like, he stabs you in the face and you're dead. I mean, like, I could do that. But the idea is that there's this gradient, and what they've done here is basically just break that gradient up into basically you failed, but it's not as bad, and you failed, and it is that bad.
Well, I'd point out. So I look at this, and this was one of the biggest things on, at least when I was looking at on the Discord, was this is the first PBTA bullshit table of outcomes.
Yes,
that I thought was excellent.
Yeah, excellent.
I thought it was excellent.
I was gonna say I didn't think you liked
really,
PBTA.
really good. No, I hate it. But this I actually really, really, really like, and part of that is because words are really important. I think that the tone setting, just by calling it failure with a plus, and success with a twist, is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Got it.
Because like Derek described, success at a cost from one GM to another is a wide variance.
Yes.
And so this, by even just naming it these ways, will automatically make the GM think in that direction. So success with a twist is by itself different to success at a cost. That makes people think differently. It makes people go, "Oh, you succeed, but with something strange or orthogonal happens, not you take damage in the process." Right.
Well, I also think there's something really important here, even though they do use the word failure, but they're very clear in their distinction, and I think this is super important. You have 5 outcomes, right? So in a typical situation, you're calling for a check because the player wants to do something, and the act of wanting to do something is indicative of changing the state, okay, which we call changing the fiction, right, or updating the fiction, right? If the player wants to pick a lock, it's because they want to get through the door. That's gonna move the story forward. That's gonna move the situation forward. It's gonna move the not just the story, but the state of the game. It's going to be moved forward. So success always moves the game forward, which is great. But if you look at these 5 results, we have success, complete success, where not only do you succeed, but you get some additional bonus. You have success, which is just pure on its own, but again, that moves the game forward. You get success, but with this twist that Vin was talking about. But this is what's really important about this table. There's complete failure. The attempt fails. And we always talk, we've talked about this a million times on the show, right? We talk about, right? What do we talk? We say failure, but success and success,
yes,
but
and,
yes, and yes, but no, and no, but. But it says the attempt fails and something else goes wrong. Or the attempt fails, the attempt fails, but with a benefit or a silver lining. Note, there is no regular failure outcome. You have a regular success outcome, and a lesser game designer might be tempted to parallel that in the failure train. But the problem is failure doesn't move the game forward. It doesn't adjust the fiction. It doesn't change the story. It doesn't introduce a new element. And failure can oftentimes feel like like a slamming on your brakes type moment. All of these outcomes, even the failures, are designed so that there's something that we can move it forward. And I think that's really, 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 really interesting because a lot of people see miss or failure in PBTA and they go, oh, so nothing happens. And nothing happening is a problem. And you might say, well, Derek, that's what D&D does. No, it doesn't. Well, it does, but it's a flaw because we talked about this before, but in D&D is based off of a game based on dungeon delving. And when you take an action, you're taking time. And when you fail and you don't succeed, it is failure. It is complete failure. You didn't pick the lock and your torch burned down and a random monster check was made and you had to drink some water. Okay. Ask the people playing my Torchbearer campaign if just failing was no big deal. No, it was a big deal.
Just existing. That game is brutal.
Yeah. So it always turns, right? The time always turns.
Yeah. So D&D was predicated on this idea that there was never just failure because you were making checks in a dangerous, time-sensitive environment. And the mere act of failing was itself catastrophically was catapulting you into other problems. Your failure to pick a lock might result in you running out of torches or food or water or having a random encounter. And so in very much, you could now to do that, you have to create all these complex systems. You have to create random encounter tables. You have to, if you want to go the Vin route in 3rd edition, technically, if you put every monster in every room, I could tell you every time the PCs did something, and I still remember this, which is disturbing. Okay, to hear someone like talking in a room was DC 0. You got -5, you got -1 for every 10 feet of distance. You got -5 for every wooden door. You got -10 for every stone wall. Theoretically, every time the players did something, you should make a listen check for every single monster.
In this, yeah, I didn't do that, but
you just made a decision.
No, I made them make
you
a stealth
callous
check
son of a
instead.
bitch.
I made them make a stealth check instead, so it was like, all right,
But
inverted it. Yeah,
you inverted it. But my point is, you either have to create some sort of procedural system like random encounter checks, or you have to simulate the entire dungeon like you're fucking playing The Sims. And all of that is just the same outcome as going, oh, you rolled low. I'm going to say you failed to pick the lock and some ogres show up. Because now I could have done that because of a random encounter roll. I could have done that because Vin made his ogre listen check with the DC 0 and Vin rolled an 18 and then he calculated that the ogre was 150 feet away and the ogre was going to move at a speed of 20 feet per round, and 7 rounds later he shows up. Could have done all that.
We playing Hackmaster?
Yeah, you could have done all that. But if you don't want to do that because you're not 22 anymore and you don't have that kind of time anymore, you just go with this. So, and again, they give, now I'm curious to see if in the GM advice they give us any more information, but they do give some examples here of what, like what does a twist look like? Like, for example, the PCs pick the lock, but does so noisily, attracting unwanted attention. I mean, it's, this is a classic. You got what you asked for. Be careful what you asked for. You didn't, I didn't say that you landed the ship. I didn't say that the landing gear was going to be fine. You fast talk the guards. They let you in, but now they're suspicious. You escape, but you leave behind an important item. And, Bob has played PBTA with me. So a lot of these things are like, oh, Derek does this all the time. So
to the people in the chat saying that Vin has been corrupted, not entirely. I will say I still prefer binary or quaternary outcomes. I vastly prefer Pathfinder's resolution, but like valence-free resolution. But for a PBTA, this is good. I like it.
Now, what's interesting here, also just looking at this, is the success with a twist. Obviously, you succeeded. You picked the locked door, and then all of a sudden it was too noisy. And then the failure of the plus, which is the worst outcome, you didn't, in their example, you didn't create any more noise, but you technically failed the check. But now you've noticed another option to make another choice.
Well, that's the difference between failure. That's the difference. That's the difference between complete failure and failure. Mm-hmm. In both those instances, look, you didn't pick the door. Mm-hmm. But in the complete failure, you didn't pick the door, and the guards are alerted. Yeah. Right.
But sometimes you might, in this instance, you're like, well, if I'm not going to succeed, I kind of want to get the failure with the plus, like in that locked door case. Like I don't want.
It's better almost. It's actually better, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. That's in some instances, that's why I said you got to be careful what you wish for. Yeah.
It's just interesting.
And they even have this great sidebar here. Move the story forward. It's important to remember that every check should move the story forward, ideally in dramatic fashion. Interesting things should always happen. The negative or positive consequences should always prevent the narrative from stalling. The problem with a lot of GMs in a lot of situations is, imagine if that just had failure and it just says the PCs failed to pick the lock. Now, what's going through your brain and everyone else here is, and you already know it, the PC goes, I picked the lock again. That's exactly what they say.
100%.
That is 100% what they say.
Or the other one goes, can I pick it?
Yeah. Well,
he failed, but I can do it.
You're absolutely. Those are the two outcomes. We all know that.
Two outcomes.
We all know that is exactly what happens. And that is some lame shit, because now you're like, okay, so there is no consequence for failure, and eventually they're going to succeed. Or if 4 or 5 players all attempt it, and then you're like, what are we even doing here? and you basically set up a situation where, of course, they're going to pick through the lock. And you know what the answer is? I think a lot of GMs do that because they want the players to get through the door, because that's where the next part of the encounter is. That's where the next part of the adventure is. That's where they want to keep the game moving. They're irritated that the first person even failed. They're like, I wanted you to succeed so we can just get the fucking move it on. And then you end up with some weird ass situation where the rogue fails to check, but then the Dex 8 barbarian rolls a 19 and goes, got it. And you're like, oh, what is happening right now? So
I don't mind that stuff. I don't. Yeah.
yeah, you don't mind terrible games. I understand.
No, when that stuff happens, I think it's fun because then I'm like, okay, why did
Exactly.
the rogue fail, and then why did this guy?
No, you
succeed?
don't. You laugh at
Yeah,
them
yeah.
and go,
Well,
you
I
suck.
laugh, but we figure it out why it's funny.
Yeah. You just
then
like the
But then the question is,
classic
it's
like when you said a long time ago you used to roll diplomacy before speaking,
correct.
right? Same thing.
Right. So roll the lock check before rolling. The rogue rolls low and he goes, I just take my lock picks and I just jam them in there. Now, see, we actually did the opposite once. We were doing something and my character was really smart and a wizard. And I'm really bad at puzzles, like real life, like not like puzzles, but like word jumbles I'm bad at. So there it was like, but someone else is really good. And so I couldn't solve it, but someone else did. And we just said they were playing my character. You know, like it made more sense for like all the, and I was trying to help, Derek was, but I was fucking it up. And I was actually like, oh, I'm your character, the 6-int barbarian. You know, I'm completely inept here. Okay. So modifiers.
Well, I'm curious.
Yeah.
So just going back to these dice mechanics.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, if it feels like we're spending a lot of time on this, it's because this is the core mechanic of the game. It's going to be what you're doing 90% of the time. So it's like the most important thing about the game. If you don't like this, you're not going to like the game. But the hex map, yeah, fuck the hex map. If you don't like this, you're not going to like the game.
So I did have a question. First
I think this is brilliant. I want to say this, by the way.
Do you think, but going back to games for family, first, do you think this is good for games for kids? And secondly,
Yes.
do you think kids could run this?
Yes.
You think kids could run it or run it for kids?
Yes. All of the above.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow. All right.
I
don't think kids could run this.
I only think adults are I only think adults who play role-playing games are the kind of, you know, non-creative, dead inside husks of people who can't come up with a twist. You know, they're like, I can't imagine something other than you got everything that you wanted ever and complete and total failure. I'm literally incapable of imagining any other scenario. You either hit and they're dead, or you missed and you look like a bitch. Those are the only things that exist in my entire lexicon.
Yeah, I always say kids are some of these puzzle games and stuff like that. They say, you know, the kids will solve them first because they're able to think outside the box more often than adults.
True.
Absolutely.
Yeah, true.
I have played Dungeon World at cons many, many times with people who are like deep in this is back even in the day, you know, 2010, 2011, 2013, with people who are deep in the wool RPG players, you know, D&D. And they by and large suck. You know, when you get the person who's like, oh, I play board games. I'll play, you know, whatever my friends play, I'll play. And they're great.
Yep.
Because they don't have all this baggage, you know. So I think this is totally reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because yeah, I mean, the kid's going to be very whimsical with it, probably. But you know, like, I mean, even to the point where it's like, I don't know, I'm playing with Bob's kid, and he goes, "Okay, well, you don't get through the door, but you find an ice cream cone." I'd be like, "Sick."
Where'd you find the cone?
Yeah, where'd you find the cone? You know, like, I don't know, it was there. Somebody left it.
He just ran one for us recently, and it was
think that's
very
awesome.
confusing. He was like, we were trying to find presents that were stolen from the elf, and he was like, "You didn't check all the rooms." I'm like, "You said there's 3 rooms in this house." He goes, "The garage isn't a room." I'm like, "We're playing theater of the mind." I'm like, "Oh," I go and check the garage, and then we couldn't find the last present. He goes, "The flower pot's outside the window." Hello? I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I was thinking." Like, I had no clue, but he loved it. It was great. He loved it.
Yeah. And by the way, they say it's generally up to the GM to interpret these situational results, but other players' input should be welcome and encouraged. After all, interpreting results in the moment often requires creative thinking and improvisation. And in those situations, multiple heads are better than one. 99% of the time, when I can't think of something right off the rip, I ask the players and I say,
and actually, it's funny is you would think the table would be like, "No, you don't hurt me. Like, I don't want to." They actually like think it's cool. Like, that makes total sense that I would lose my arm here. Like,
the only reason people take umbrage with this kind of statement is because, quote, my immersion, right? You're breaking my immersion. I am my character. You can't let me decide what happens. No, which is why
I'm just looking to see if Beowulf's in the chat.
That's why I agree with Emmanuel Galetto, the celebrated multiple award-winning author of Fabula Ultima, that immersion is not only bad, it is harmful. We are not here.
I don't agree with him.
We are not here to immerse yourself into a character. We're here to sit down with our friends and play a game. Okay.
I think there is a world in the middle of these two extremes.
None.
But
No, remember we talked about pass or fail. There's only two
Right.
outcomes.
You're a D20 guy. It's pass or fail. It's just, you're either, and by the way, it's like, do you have hit points? Yes, then you are at full capacity. Are you at 0 hit points? You are completely unconscious and have no effect. So yeah.
Draw Steel did that where they changed when you got hurt too much or something like that. Wasn't that Draw Steel?
Yes.
Draw Steel. I know. I like when you get
you don't
lower,
go unconscious. You do there's
when you go unconscious, you
stuff.
can basically either you lay there and die, or you can keep fighting. And then if you keep fighting, you keep losing hit points. And if you get to like negative 50%, you just die.
Yeah. I like that kind of stuff that it's not all 100%. Like you said, if I'm at 3 HP, I can't really make a full strike.
Take care, TJ Duck. Yeah, but if you do anything else, it's called a death spiral. And it's a problem. Anyways, modifiers. GMs may grant a bonus for circumstances or penalty for difficult circumstances. A check can never have more than +3 or -3.
That's good.
A quest point, however, can always add 1 to a result after the roll. And adding 1 after the roll in this system is pretty dang good.
Oh, yeah.
Now, do I really want to get into pixel bitching of adding and subtracting modifiers? No, not really. They give the example here of Nerman the Gnome wants to track down a dragon. He has a +3 wilderness skill, but it's a -1 penalty for dense terrain, bringing his bonus down to +2. However, Epoli, the Knight-Errant, uses her inspiring abilities to give a +2 bonus. Mathematically, this would now be a +4 bonus, but it's capped at
I changed my
+3.
mind. This is absolutely the place to pixel bitch. This is fucking awful.
My family would be like, again, even my wife. Okay, this would be like an adult human would be like, what? Just tell me what I needed to roll. By the
way,
I never read that example when I went through this the first time. And now you've read it. I'm like, oh no.
And then after you finally roll with your +3, which was a +4, but maximizes at +3, you can use a quest point to make it a 9. I want to say a couple of things here, though. One, this is a very heavy-handed approach to solving a PBTA problem. Okay. Now, does everybody here know why they cap it at +3? They cap it at +3 because
that's
that
the
way,
whole band, right?
Right. Because that way, by having a +3 being your max value, you will the best you can hope for is to have a 5/6 success rate. Right. You can never have lower than a 1/6 failure rate, because even with a +3, you'll fail on a 1 or a 2. Right. Which will be a 4 or 5, which is still failure with a plus, which is 2/12, which is the other thing is the bands are 3. So basically it just kind of takes your D12 and pushes it up, but it doesn't push you out of being able to fail at all. Right? Because otherwise, if you had a +4 or a +5, you could not fail ever. So that's why they do this. But it is getting a little bit pixel bitchy, and
I'm hoping this example isn't common.
And
maybe it is.
Oh, I think it is.
And,
looking at combat, this is actually pretty.
And there's also advantage and disadvantage.
Yes. Why would you have both?
I don't know why you would have both.
Like my system has 2 different axes, or has advantage and something else, right?
Yeah, I didn't like your system, but
yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect you to, but I don't think.
What was it? You had advantage and disadvantage, but then you also had the smaller.
D4s.
D4s.
So because the rollout of systems adding a D4 is bad. Right. But in this, it's what I don't like is the head math. It's the +2, -1, cap plus whatever, caps at 3.
I will say
that's what I don't like.
No, Vin and I discussed his system, and I said, I don't like this. He goes, no, I want these double axes. I go, why do you want these double axes? I was like, it's so fiddly. It's so you're picking stepping over dollars to pick up dimes. But I don't understand. Well, this is the problem I had with 5th edition D&D. I remember when I played 5th edition D&D, and some monster, I didn't know the rules. Somebody was behind cover, and I go, oh, you have disadvantage to your attack roll. And then later on, it was oh no, cover gives +2 to your AC. And I was like
what?
Why? You have disadvantage, an advantage. Why wouldn't you just use that? Anyways. Proficiencies are permanent advantages for a type of check or circumstance. Most often, they represent specific expertise within a skill's larger purview. Permanent disadvantages are because of a circumstance. Like heavy armor imposes a permanent deficiency in sneak. Some abilities and situations might call for checks that use a target number and a simple pass-fail mechanic. That's interesting. This is usually described as a 6+, meaning if the result is 6 or higher, the check succeeds. On a 5 or less, it fails. You can help an ally.
In there.
You have to make a helping check and grant them a +1 bonus, which is a 6 or more. I don't like dice rolls for checks. Let's see here. Because dice results follow a chart, sometimes it is useful for the GM to define the limits of success before the players even make the check. Doing so helps the GM interpret the result and keep the games fair. For example, if a PC tries to intimidate a hostile orc king, who into relinquishing his crown without reason or cleverness, wild right, and even if the player rolls a success, the GM might tell them that has a limited outcomes. I mean, this is basically like the classic, like, I passed my diplomacy check, so give me your kingdom, which obviously doesn't really work, but all of this really seems to be overcomplicating this entire system process for I'm not sure what reason.
Yep. And like that's the thing, right? So I don't mind. So for example, if you had your the roar D12 plus minus a couple, sure. And then you add advantage to that, and disadvantage to that, sure. That's still within the complexity level of D&D. But the problem is not necessarily just that, but it's the layering of those two fundamental mechanics with other mechanics. A, and B, how often those other mechanics come up.
Right.
So like the if you're not doing often, if you're not doing addition, subtraction, and multiple competing modifiers often, you're relatively fine. But if you're constantly having to juggle 2 or 3 modifiers to a roll, which is something I've noticed, it's a lot. It's just too much going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not like it's the end of the world here, but I just kind of like, because again, you start asking this question, like, because it mentions a check might have advantage through your abilities or a perk, which, okay, if it's like, oh, advantage is purely a mechanical thing, right? Like if I have hiding specialization marked on my chart, I always roll 2d12, take high. That if I'm wearing heavy armor, my sneak checks or whatever are always 2d12, take low, But it does say, or GM determine narrative circumstances. But then the GM may also apply a bonus for favorable circumstances. So which is it and why? I think I would prefer, if they were going to do this, which is okay, I guess, I would have preferred it be like advantage is purely a mechanical thing. So the thing that kind of gets me here is this GM determined thing, actually. Okay. But overall, I think this is a really cool way to basically make a better dice outcome than the standard D20 pass fail. And I think this is going to be more fun and more creative for most.
I mean, I was just thinking of our group, like plussing, minusing dice is an issue. I'm wondering, maybe it's not too big when you're plussing 3, minusing 1, but like Vince said, when you're doing a bunch of head math just to get to this outcome of, oh, it's a +3 at the end of the day or a +4 at the end of the day. It just feels like you almost need like a little clicker, like on your, just like up 1, 2, 1, down 1, 1. Okay.
No, you get the Dagger Heart, the Dagger Heart +1 counters to your dice roll.
It seems like you need something.
Now I'm going to take 2 and then add 2, but take away 2, but then add 3. And you're like, oh, I've got 5. I can only add a max of 3. Tundless says maybe they started from a place of oversimplicity and found they needed to pad it out to get the granularity that they wanted. Potentially. Playing the game. Don't rely on the dice rolls. Say what your character says. Try anything. Even if it's not an optimal choice, embrace failure and complications. All right. Build on your relationships each session. What? Is this a bond system? Demonstrate your ideal and flaws. Wait, we learned that these don't work in 5th edition D&D. Pursue your personal quest. Direct your own gameplay. Where would you want your PC to go? Don't be afraid to make suggestions. These are all good stuff. Be cooperative. Yes, and principle. The GM's role. Make the world feel alive and weird and real. Offer the PCs interesting and difficult choices. Challenge the players, but be their biggest fans. I mean, obviously, this is, kind of very PBTA coded, and I love all of this. Now, see, for example, those of you may not be aware that Vin says, quote, and I'm quoting Vin here. I don't think I'm putting too many words when he says, quote, fuck the PCs. I think that is Vin's.
Yep.
That is
100%. No, 100%. I'm here for the players to have fun. I don't give a fuck about your PCs at all, not even a little bit. If only that they're instrumental connections to the universe. Like, oh, okay, you would know this character, or you wouldn't know this character. You would know this thing, you wouldn't know this thing. But I don't care about like, oh, is this PC gonna go on her arc or fuck? I don't give a fuck. It's just you are numbers on a page to me.
Oh,
It's interesting.
Bob, where do you fall on that?
Well, I kind of don't care about my PC. Like,
well, no, you don't care about your PC.
Don't.
No, but when you're the GM, do you care about the players' PCs?
No, I care about. The problem is I care about their relationship to the PC. So because I GM a lot of not old people, a lot of kids, sometimes they can get really connected to their PCs, and so if I just like don't give a shit about their PCs, well, then they might be hurt. But I mostly just want to have fun with my friends, with the table. Even though I'm GMing, like Friday, I just jumped in that game, and apparently I had an ex-girlfriend in Fabulous Ultima that was into all sorts of stuff with me. I just rolled with it because I'm like, this seems fun. This is not what I thought my PC was doing, but I'm just going to roll it because it just seems fun. I want to have a good time with my friends. When I'm doing stuff with my kids, I'm jamming. I just want them to have a good time and have fun. But sometimes that is their PC pursuing their arc, their relationship. They're overcoming these great obstacles. So I don't know. You kind of have to balance it, I guess. I'm not super F the PC.
That's where I lean towards. I want the player to have fun. Because if the player, you're right. If the player super cares about the PC, I won't treat their PC like garbage. I'll put some effort into fulfilling what they're there at the table for. But most people don't. Like honestly, let's be real. Most players I've played with, regardless of circumstances, are driving cars that they rented. They're wheeling and dealing, having fun
good.
With. Yeah.
No, when I play with my kids, they're very cautious. They like don't want to ever like die. And so like, that's a fine line because I'm like, yeah, death's on the line. Maybe it's not in this game, but death's on the line in a lot of these games. And Dragon Maid and stuff like that, especially, they were like, your character, I killed my son a couple times, so it's just, he doesn't like it.
Right. Well, I am somewhat controversial for saying things like, I don't care about my own PC. Right. When I'm a player, I don't care about my PC.
I don't care about my PC.
Yeah. They're a log on the fire, man. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm similar.
That's cool. I'm cold. Yeah, fine. Throw my character on the fire. I don't care. Like it'll get warmed up in here really quick. What about your story? Out, right? What about your story?
You often to say like, it's like Smith heroically sacrificing every character he has, right? It's just like there's a fun in just playing rather than playing a character.
Yes, that's a great way to put it.
I agree.
There's fun in playing and not just playing a character.
That's a good statement. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Thaddeus, it's probably safer to say it's just a very directorial stance. I want my player will do whatever it needs to be done in order to make the story cool and sick and feral. That's probably the better way to describe it. Like, that's what I'm here for. And if my PC can service that, if in my life or death I can service that goal, then that's cool. In my opinion, when players play their characters as real people and I think that leads to really boring and horrible sessions. I think the worst sessions, some of the worst sessions I've ever played in are when people like had, immersion.
Well, it's interesting you say that because didn't you really enjoy the L5R immersion of Smith and George's character, like doing the
No, I thought that created a really, really interesting story. And that
weren't they immersed in their characters? Like, because
the game had strict mechanical motivations and incentives for them to do that. Smith had his ninja, Smith had his Geary, and there were mechanical components at work behind the scenes. That was just the game doing the game.
Yeah, but he had to hypothetically with seppuku, like he had to do that, right? He was going to, and then
but we resolved that with a dice roll.
I know, but
there's differences between immersion and role playing.
Right? I mean, the difference is
fair.
I mean, to be clear, right? Smith was basically like, I'm going to leave my character's life or death up to whether or not I pass a self-imposed meditation test against myself to see if I won't kill myself. Now, it created a really cool story moment, but it was entirely predicated upon by dice rolls.
That's fair. Because actually,
that's a perfect example of
yeah,
correct. Yeah, you're in the moment as the character, whereas Smith was very much role playing.
Right. Smith was basically going, I'm going to abide by whatever. Smith was like,
that's fair, yeah.
in what I think is really awesome. Smith went, no, I don't know what my character is thinking. I'm not a magical samurai from Rokugan. I'm going to use the mechanics the dice give me, and then it's going to give me a result, and I'm going to honor those results and do my best to bring that to the fiction and bring that to the story. But, Smith
take back my statement.
Smith being like, oh, how does my character feel in this moment? Literally, Smith is like, I have no idea. I'm going to make a meditation check and kill myself.
That is actually there's a long discussion, not to get into depth, but there's a long discussion we had on the Discord about immersion, different people's definitions of immersion, and made me realize that my line for immersion is far lower than that. Like, I'm just talking about there not being a BMW in a fantasy game, right? That's me talking about immersion, right?
Right. Your suspension of disbelief is pretty like, hey, as long as we don't go, as long as our rations aren't from McDonald's, I'm good.
Exactly. I'm pretty good, right? But for Beowulf and others, it's very high. And that made me realize that no. This is what Critical Role is. I'm like, oh, that's why I find it insanely boring. It's because to them, they're immersing themselves in the character. Well, yeah, like if you enjoy their character.
Well, they're immersing themselves in all the money that they make. But yeah.
And here I am watching every Amazon show they put out because I love them.
Trust me, I would be role-playing with a very bad Scottish accent, and I would be yelling at Bob to role-play with a very bad Scottish accent if we were making Critical Role type of money. I'd be like,
or
no,
they're
Bob,
actually role-playing
you gotta
and
think about the
immersing themselves.
consequences. What about the Grand Vizier? What are we going to do with him?
Look, I
can't believe the robot
I like
died.
it. I think Critical Role. I found it very entertaining, and I've watched all their animes, and they're awesome, and I love them too.
I'm guilty.
throwing them a bone.
I've watched Paint Dry before too. I'm not. We're all.
I think they enjoy it. I think I'm with Vin. I think they
enjoy all the money too.
No, I think they actually enjoy it.
But they were playing like this to some extent before it got
different
big,
though.
Right?
It's different.
Yeah, it is very different.
Look, I throw an accent in every once in a while when we're playing, just not the same one over and over again. I never remember what I did before.
Right. Bob always has an accent. It's just never the same thing. I love it.
What I can't stand is the whisper talking. And I walk up to the fire and it's like, why are you whispering? Why is anyone whispering? Why is everyone?
Because that's how you know they're role playing. That's how you know they're serious. That's the serious.
That's the italics.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right. Attributes. There are 4 core attributes. Wait a second. Didn't this game say we only roll skills?
When you're doing
they directly
check.
influence skills and derive stats. Kind of lied to me a little bit, but okay. So I'm gonna take a quick step out here. These are not family-friendly, kid-friendly words.
No.
Vim, vigor. Now, neither is dexterity and fucking constitution and charisma. But
true.
Vim and vigor would work really, really, really well if it was like the 1950s.
Vim is a rough word.
You where's the the attributes might as well be like, chutzpah and
I'm imagining like a kid going, Daddy, what does Vim mean? And Dad be like,
there's no chance my kids know what that. Zero.
Bob's like, there's not a chance my kids know what that means. There's not a chance I know what that means.
Yeah. Vim's a rough word. Vigor, no chance for my kids.
Yeah.
Knack, that one's stretching a bit. Know-how, that's easy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's easy.
Know-how's easy.
Know-how's a good one.
I mean, I guess I respect that they used 2 V's and 2 K's.
I do like that. They're like, we need another V word. That's so bad.
But yeah, and even looking at the skills, I see vitality, metal, not metal. I'm just imagining like some 8-year-old going like, I use my metal skill to deflect the bullet. And you're like, wait, what? My metal skill.
Any of these you would have to, I mean, I don't know. Again, it's just 12 or older, but I still don't think they would know some of these words, but you would be hoping on the GM to just give you a guideline about each one he means.
like just the definitions just on the side, like a sidebar. That'd be pretty funny. I don't mind it.
I mean, overall, though, we've got sort of an inner spirit, your physical prowess, basically your dexterity, and then you basically have your intelligence and that. And by the way, proving that 4 stats is more than enough. And you don't need 6, you don't need 5.
Yeah, I think 4 is enough.
So Gilmo Greco Gilmo Greco in chat says, nope, Vin Vigor is super middle grade sorts of words. There's a difference between what should be known and what is known.
Right.
Wait, is
across the
In the
board.
United States, Vim and Vigor are
And also, yeah,
middle
where are
schoolers?
you?
I was like, maybe in Europe.
Like, and I'm not even saying that maybe this is a little bit too old timey.
Where was this game made? Is it a European game?
If there was maybe, no, I think they're American.
Then I've never heard someone say Vim or Vigor.
Again, not that I'm saying that these are like terms. I don't know. I don't have kids, but like attributes like spit and vinegar would have made more sense to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or like, I don't know, snails and puppy dog tails or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like the.
I think strength, courage, like those kind of things would be
strength,
like what you do.
courage.
What's that other kids game? Don't be afraid to eat. Don't be afraid.
Just say no, doc. Just say no. No, thank you, evil.
No, thank you, evil. They use awesomeness and like things
That's
like
cool.
that. Like,
I like
right.
that.
My
In
kids thought
chat,
that
strength,
part was
heart,
actually
and wits.
cool.
That's really
I'm
good.
awesome,
Heart
so I'm
and
doing
wits,
that.
Yeah. The
No,
character.
thank you, evil. Yeah.
Yeah. Tough, fast, smart, awesome. Those are the
Great.
stats from No Thank You, Evil.
There you go.
Great.
Tough, fast, smart,
And
awesome.
the kids go boom instantly. And again, that's kids. This is 12 and over, so I get it. Like, but I still think Vim and Vigor are a little rough. Know how is the easiest one.
But okay, so
That was a good one.
we have stats: courage, attack, defense, quest points, and inventory slots. Oh shit! When I think children's RPGs, I think inventory slot management.
Being a stat as well. It's like, what? This is one of the things I saw. I was like, oh, I know people who would like this. I hate it, but it's
I
like
love
I can.
inventory
I
slots.
love a good inventory slot
I love
system.
Oh, I like
Inventory
inventory slots. I don't like inventory slots being an attribute. That's fucking wild.
Well, I mean, it always is, right? It's based off your strength. How is that any different?
Not once you have a bag of holding. Like I like it being in like its own
Okay, well,
thing.
bag of holding is stupid.
It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite items in all of games.
Everyone's favorite item.
Yeah, because it lets you completely ignore the part of the game that you were already ignoring.
Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking
All
go.
it does, you know what it's like? It's like when that one asshole player that you're playing with and they're playing like the wizard and you're really excited because they finally get some high level magic and they insist on using their one like 5th level spell to cast telepathic bond and they can be like, this way we can finally talk to each other. And you'd be like, motherfucker, we've been talking to each other psychically this entire goddamn campaign. Please don't waste your 5th level spell slot on that. Take Cone of Cold. I'm begging you.
I was thinking
For the
like
love of God,
that
please.
mansion spell. 'Cause that's
Mordecai's
also like. Wait,
The
what is the matter to us
the
when we're
GM
living
has
in?
never asked us once how we're sleeping, ever. Please don't take this spell. I get it. You're excited to cast Mordecai's Magnificent
The
Mansion,
immersion.
but the GM does. We don't even track rations, bro. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. Like, what are we doing?
I was thinking that was George, and there's George in chat saying that's me. That's our buddy.
Right. It's me.
I mean, I like inventory slots. I
Hi,
don't know about
I'm
kids
that player. It's me.
doing that.
Inventory slots are great just for gameplay. Just
I guess I haven't seen the character sheet yet, but I hope it's just a pencil erase thing. I don't know.
Boopy says, but I already made a map of my mansion. I named the butler.
Look, I sent Derek pictures of the ship that hasn't even been found yet in our Fabulous Ultimate game, and right at the end, what was it near the middle? You were like, the ship is like beat to hell. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
no. So
ignore all my artwork.
Bob had sent me
Ignore
the
my
pictures.
artwork.
Bob had sent me pictures, and I look at the thing, and the thing is like you have the quirk is called old transport. It's like you've got to beat up old transport. It could be a ship, it could be an airship, but it's unreliable at best. But you love it. You know, she's the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. And Bob's like, Derek, nope, Derek. Ignore the art I just sent you. You know, and Bob sends me this like sleek space cruiser. Looks like it's a It looks like it's an Imperial Corvette that can like have an entire Marine division assigned to it. And
Yep, I was like, ignore all that.
all right, courage determines how much dread a PC can withstand before being defeated. So courage is hit points. Dread, I think, in this game is damage.
Nice to have been on stream for a dread game.
It measures your bravery, your wit, your will, tenacity, and determination while adventuring. And it is determined by your class, but it is modified by your Vim.
Okay.
Attack is your combat prowess, and it's equal to your vigor. Defense is how hard it is for adversaries to harm you. It is derived by inverting a PC's knack modifier.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
So your defense is negative. Negative is better.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think children, the first thing I think about is adding and subtracting negative numbers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So it's
This
funny
is where it comes
because
to combat. It just falls apart.
All right,
when we switch to negative, what do we do? Like low defensive scores. We try to invert it. The one time when you play D20 too much, it hurts the brain to go backwards. But maybe a kid could adapt to this quickly. I don't know.
Quest
Negatives
points
sound rough.
Quest points represents a PC's adventuring savvy and their will to succeed. It's equal to your know-how plus 3. Ooh, you replenish them at the start of every session. You spend them to use a once every session ability or perk an additional time or grant a +1 after a check. I'm going to say I actually like that mechanic. One thing that I've always talked about is I love the idea of once per session. It's a really convenient way. It doesn't feel like you're overly punishing the player. They get to do their cool thing once a session. And more important than that, it's like if you're playing, it's like once per game day. It's like, what if you have one of those situations where you're like, that game day took us 3 sessions, which took us 6 weeks. And you're like, I've got to use my one cool power once in the last month and a half. That's brutal. But I really like the idea of using a meta currency to be like, hey, everybody gets to use this once per day or once per session ability once. But if you spend your quest points, you can do it multiple times.
And it's a +1, which is huge in this game, and not a freaking reroll.
And it's not a reroll, which I hate.
If it was a reroll, it'd have been fucking awful.
I actually really like this meta currency.
That's easy. Yeah. I got my little token, boom, I get +1.
Yeah, it's very cool. I like
It's got a little poker chip, boom, +1.
And then inventory slots. How much you can carry overburdened. It's not even a hard limit. It's just until you become overburdened. And it's equal to 20 plus your might plus your vitality, which isn't... Oh, it's a skill. Oh, okay. It's your might skill and your vitality skill. All right, skills. There are 4 skills per stat, which is cool. They are improved individually with XP. All right, nice. And to use a skill, you have to role play or describe what your PC is saying before the check is made. You know what we also call that? To do it, do it. It's a PBTA principle. You can't just say diplomacy. You can't just say athletics. You have to describe what you're doing. And then that will make a check. Players can never just make a check in lieu of role-playing and engaging with the fiction. Right. And by the way, I think describing what your character does is role-playing. The whole aspect of the game is role-playing, not just talking a character. We've talked about this before. So nothing horrible here. What do we think about these skill lists? 16 skills.
The Charm. Metal is a little rough, but Charm, Inspire, Vitality, Nimbleness, that's
I always think it's weird when might is a skill. I mean, I get it. Olympic powerlifting is a thing, but...
Sneak, Trickery, that's cool. Lore Realms, I don't really know what that is. Tinker, Wilderness, I mean, these seem fine.
Well, let's see what we get into.
Oh, gosh.
Charm is your likability and aura. Metal is your fortitude and willpower and how well you can resist fear and push yourself. Perception is perception. Inspire is your ability to convince others of your sincere words and actions. Along with Charm, it is mostly how the Land of Eam inhabits react to your PCs. Might is your physical strength, like arm wrestling contests or grapple. Vitality is your physical fortitude, stamina, health, and constitution. So it's kind of like a weird remapping of certain.
Hey, maybe my kids would like the idea of learning new words. I mean, maybe.
Well, when I think of this, I always think of, so I'm torn, right? I like skill systems largely in games. And I actually like when skill systems have a floored but determined by attributes. I like that interplay between skill systems and points. But to me, whenever I think of, okay, what's a game that's really easy to run? I think Shadow Dark. And one of the reasons why it's so easy to run is because there's no skills. It's just your 4 attributes. And you just ask people for attribute rolls. If I was thinking of a game with
By the way, and
skills,
if I was playing Shadow Dark and I said blah blah blah, make a check, and then I'd be like, make an intelligence check, and someone would be like, hey, I grew up in that place, and I'd be like, that's a great point, roll with advantage. Like that's exactly how the conversation would go. You would just basically say, do I have the fictional positioning to describe why I'm good at this thing and give me advantage.
Yeah, it's so easy to run. Like in terms of like a popcorn game, I think Shadow Dark is like, well, there's the turn order and stuff I have problems with. That is in terms of the pure gameplay of it, the mechanics of it, it's very simple.
Right.
In this, if I was thinking of like a game for kids, I would think not only would there'd be fewer skills. I don't mind skills, but there'd be fewer skills. But the skills would be things like stealth, break. Maybe like your thing you break. It'd be very verb oriented. It'd be very like, these are the things I'm doing. Roll that attack would be a skill, right? have those as my buckets, and only be like 8. Maybe spell, like casting spells or something would be a skill. Like, you know, this is too esoteric for me. I don't think this is working for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little strange. And also too, I mean, even I sometimes have a little bit of problem. Like, is this a might or is this a vitality? And you're like, I get that, like, one, you know, I can think, oh, you're trying to lift a heavy object that's might. And you're like, but it's really weird for me to imagine a character who is mighty who isn't also vital. You know?
Right.
So that's always a very strange thing here.
So vitality is more of your endurance?
Correct. Well, it's like strength versus constitution.
Yeah.
But again, I've always been a little bit like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird to imagine someone who's like, you know, really, really, you know, buff and strong and, you know, in a fantasy world sense, but like, you know, can't jog down the block. You know, it's just like you know, we kind of combine that into sort of this kind of physical health and just kind of call it that. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, some of these definitely could be lumped together to probably ease up on the system, but I wouldn't say 16 is too much. I mean, I think Dragonbane is more than that. And the kids, yeah, and kids I've seen not a big deal as long as you tell them.
Dragonbane does a great job of making them verbs. Essentially, they're just like very clean categories.
Yes, to bushcraft.
Okay, bushcraft's a hard one, but again, this the Swedish game.
Yeah.
I like the art on page 19.
19's art. Oh, that's actually not bad.
All right. Abilities are what make PCs truly unique and powerful, often allowing them to be creative. PCs gain abilities several ways: from your class, from your folk, it must be like your race, from magical items and relics, and from heroic titles found in the Land of Eam sandbox settings like the Mucklands. I love me a title system.
I do like titles.
I love titles a lot. I wanted to lean hardcore into that in Dragon Tide, but okay, gaining class abilities. You start at level 1 with both of your level 1 class abilities. When you reach level 2 or subsequent levels, you choose which ability you want to learn permanently. This is called mastering an ability. When a PC levels up, they may also choose to master any ability from an earlier level. So when you gain a new level, you get 2 new abilities. When you gain a level, you lose one of those abilities.
Yeah.
Level 1.
So essentially try before you permanently.
Try before you buy.
Yeah.
That is interesting, I guess, but man.
I like it, but I think it's complicated.
I think, well, I could see it creating feel bad moments.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I like both of these.
You like both and you have to pick one.
And, you know, now granted, I mean, technically with retraining rules that exist today that are pretty, and most GMs nowadays, like if someone chose something and it's terrible, let them repick it. It's fine. I do like the idea of being like, I don't know which of these are better. Try both out.
Wait, mastering doesn't mean you lose it, right? Because of the example says something like
it says choose which ability you want to learn permanently. It implies that you don't get to keep it.
This example then is throwing me off then.
So,
because it sounds like she went to level 2 and then took good news to master. And then when she got to level 3 or level 4, she went back to level 2.
Well, that's what it says.
Heresy.
When a PC levels up, they may also choose to master
an ability from early level.
But
so you said that you lose it.
Well, no, but what you're saying is you only get to keep one normally, but what you get to do is you also get to go back and pick up one from a prior level. So if you really wanted that one, you could get it. But basically, you're going to get abilities that you will have and then lose. You know, you won't be able to.
A lot of decisions. If I'm making this many PF2 decisions.
Well, no, but I mean, but like you kind of get to say like, oh, I missed having that ability and I want it back. Now, what that looks like in the simulation, I don't give a shit. But like, you know, like, oh, how did you have this ability? Now you don't have that ability. But no one ever asked that when you took the feat. You know, the character's been a fighter the entire campaign. Suddenly they're like, they found Jesus and now they're a cleric. And it's like, when did that happen?
That. I'm just worried about the complication of like saying you have a lot of decisions to make every time you level up. And maybe you don't level up. Ben, you said you look through this a lot. I don't know if you level up a lot, but like in PF2, every time you leveled, it was a chore to like race everything on your dang character sheet. And then some of the stuff didn't even matter that you were doing.
Well, let's take a look at a class here. So we've got the Bard. They are healers, charismatic, creative. Wow. No dealing with the tentacle occult horrors of the mind. Okay.
Well, it is the family.
I am already excited.
I know you like this next one, Dungeoneer. That's
okay. Enterprising adventure.
I've always
seeker.
liked the adventurer. Like I thought that was such a cool.
Absolutely. One of my favorite classes from 3.5 was the Factotum, which nobody knows, but it was from Dungeonscape. Silly name, but it was a really cool class. It was literally like you were just the generic adventurer. It was really
I think a generic adventurer is how a lot of games should go.
I actually completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Tundless played a Factotum. Hell yeah. Of course you did. Of course you did,
Of
Tundless.
course he fucking did.
Of course he did. An enterprising adventure seeker daring into venture into old tombs and abandoned ruins in search of lost things. Armed with know-how and most useful gear to succeed in the wild, Dungeoneers are smart enough to realize EAM is dangerous, so it's better to travel in numbers. They are daring treasure hunters with tons of resources and an NPC crew. You know what this kind of reminds me of? It's like playing a character with really high IP in Fabula Ultima. You know, like this, you know, kind of being like, I'm ready for that. You know, oh, you guys didn't bring laser shark repellent? I got laser shark repellent. You know, like that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
The gnome. Gnomes may appear cute and harmless, but they are in fact some of the most powerful creatures in all of existence.
Wait, so is it a class or kin?
It is. They are the only class that is also your folk.
Okay, there we go.
Gnomes wield magic and they know about the world. So I think this is the only magic user.
Ooh.
You know what this is very old school D&D code. It's very elf, right? Elf was your class and your race. And they, you know, well, technically wizards could cast spells, but anyways. Knight-Errant is, you know, a knight. Chivalry, romanticism, your skilled fighters who ride steeds. Loyal Chum is the quintessential ally. I just feel like that naming is a little off though.
Yeah,
I don't mind it.
Like I think it should be called Loyal Friend.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anyways, their contributions may sometimes go unnoticed, but they're the backbone of any adventuring party, whether to lend a hand or helpful advice. They are the party's glue, boosting their allies and always useful in a pinch.
So support class.
Support class. Rascal is your rogue. Okay. Yep. I mean, I think this is a pretty good list, all things considered. You basically
and the
got
next page answers the questions about leveling.
Got it. Okay. XP.
Oh, okay.
Again, when I'm doing my big three, what do I ask myself? What is this game about? Do the mechanics support that? And how do you get rewarded? And then, of course, does it make a game? All right.
I do like the color coding that we've been doing so far. Like the pink has all been this, because I can see the characterization turns orange all of a sudden on the next page. And even though it looks like Excel spreadsheet, I love Excel spreadsheets. Like the like every other, you know, different color pinks like they did in Excel. I love it.
No, the Dungeoneer is not the rogue. The Dungeoneer is the adventurer, King Hodop. All right. So XP is used to both level up and to improve your skills and stats. PCs gain XP in numerous ways, and there are two types: questing XP and role-playing XP.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. At the end of each session, the GM awards XP by reflecting on the session's event with the players and tallying up the number of achievements the PCs have triggered during combat. Questing XP is achievement is triggered, every PC gains 1 XP. Oh, sorry. When an achievement is triggered, everyone gains 1 XP. Each of the following achievements can only be triggered once this every session. You complete a quest. You encounter a new creature or critter or creeper. You have a significant NPC encounter. You solve a problem in a creative way. You get into a peril or hijinks. You travel 10 or more hexes. You explore a new location or point of interest. You find a magical or item or relic, or you craft an item. And by the way, every PC present gets an XP for this. That's a pretty good list. It's a very extensive list, but you can see what it's trying to reward. It's trying to reward exploration, looking at things, solving problems not just by fighting, encountering new places, encountering new people, encountering new things.
Yeah, there's a chunk there about hex crawl, basically.
Yep, absolutely. This kind of feels like Dragonbane, right, Bob? Kind of feels like Forbidden Lands.
Yep.
Role-playing XP stems from character stories, see page 72, and is only awarded to the PC or PCs who specifically triggered it. So questing XP goes to everybody. Role-playing XP goes just to the person. A PC can only trigger each of these achievements once per session. Did you build upon a relationship? Capital R, by the way. So this suggests that is a mechanic.
Someone did say there was a bond system.
Pursue their personal quest. Demonstrate their ideal. Demonstrate their flaw. Their folk quirk caused trouble, or they tell an important story or revealed a significant truth about their past. Guys, the session can't end yet. Let me tell you about how I wet my bed until I was 8. It was very traumatic.
I mean,
what are you doing? I need that XP.
The personal quest, ideal and flaw stuff, or at least ideal, seems very up your alley.
No, all of this is great.
Yeah.
I mean, this mechanically rewards people for playing their character and giving now it's like, hey, why are you demonstrating that flaw to be a jerk? No, it's because it's what my character would do. No, I'm doing it because I need the XP, bro. I like that better.
To me, I feel like this works best when, especially, like, I think this XP chart works really well for a parent and their kids, if running for their kids.
Yes,
because it would essentially after the fact allow you to go, oh, I remember when you did that in game. That was really cool. I'll give you an XP for it.
Yeah.
Right?
I think you can do that with adults, and it's really cool. I mean,
I think in the world of adults, I see it as I take like the glass half empty look at it and go, oh my god, I don't want to wait for someone to fucking argue about how they demonstrated the flaw or not at the end of the session. Or it's like,
to be fair, we had some people in Torchbearer who were a little bit more on the nose about requiring, or you have Smith being like, freedom, go kill the kid.
Remember I freed him all those kids?
He's free now. Go.
Exactly. Like glass half empty with adults. I think it's glass half full with kids. Definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting. The flaw and the full cork is two different things. That's like two interesting things on your chart.
There are a few ways to spend XP, which is typically done between sessions or during downtime. Leveling up. Each level must be bought individually. And leveling appears to, so you have to buy each level. So you have to spend 4 XP to go to 2. Then you have to spend 8 XP to go to 3. So that means you've spent 12 total. Right? So it's not like, so it's pretty expensive.
Man, yeah. So you level up quick and then you stagnate out a bit.
Well, because remember, the XP gain should be relatively constant. You don't get more XP as you get higher level.
Correct. You can't level from 9 to 10 as easy as it is from 2 to 3.
Right. So let's just say in general, you're getting maybe, I don't know, 5 to 7 XP per session. So after the first session, you could buy level 2. After the second session, you probably have enough left over from the first session to buy level 3. Mm-hmm. But now it's going to take you a couple sessions to get level 4. Then it might take you a couple more sessions to get to level 5. Then it might take you like 4 sessions to get to level 6.
Well, and as I'm seeing here, and you know me, I was talking about this in Coriolis,
and that's
I want different triggers. I want different things I can put them in, and there we got improving skills and stat boosts. So that's nice. But again,
this is very discreet spending of XP. Also, not something I would think of for kids and families. I'm excited about this.
New Friday game win. Also, it looks like it only goes to level 10.
So automatically for Vin, it's just
for a game for kids, I think that's the perfect level for kids.
Families.
Families.
Vin Diesel.
That's perfect.
Scott says on their Patreon we're working on adding both a witch and a wizard class. That's cool. I kind of don't like that you have to be a gnome to be a spellcaster. So I think witch and wizard fit this theme very strongly too. I think those are two
different ones.
I think those are 2 great classes. No, because you want someone that's like the old doddering fool, and you kind of want like the weird, kind of witchy druidic kind of character as well.
Are they witch is more of a sorcerer like kind of thing usually?
Yeah, nobody knows. Anyways, you can also improve your skills.
I didn't play this game obviously, but like you're right, improving skills. So what I wanted to touch on is that, especially when you combine the fact that, I mean, look, if you were to total up all those XP triggers, it's like what, 12? You're probably getting like maybe 5 to 12.
I said
XP
5 to 7.
Session.
I said 5 to 7.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think.
I mean, unless your characters are literally like, okay, whoa, stop role playing. We need to go walk out into the fields and turn around. We're going to go out 5 hexes.
Everyone can be doing something different, and it goes for the whole party. Right. So if one person crafts an item,
I reckon you're exactly going to get 5. I reckon,
Yeah.
and then everything past that, it's
5
really
to 10.
5
we'll just say 5 to 10.
Yeah. So, when Bob's point was how slow how slow leveling can be later. When you start spending it on skills, or stats, it could really slow down, because then you're essentially slowing down your progress to the next level by doing this other stuff instead. So I can't tell how fast leveling is in this system.
Right. Well, you can improve your skills, and you can also improve your stats. You can buy more quest points. You can buy negative defense. Yay, 25 XP to lower my defense by 1. You can upgrade your attack. You can upgrade your courage, which is your hit points.
I was going to say, like, how +5?
By the way, each stat boost can only be taken 1 time. I was about to say, like,
one time ever?
Yeah. So like you can't take plus 10 courage. You can buy the hit point boost once. You can buy a +1, because if you could buy a +1 or 2 or 3 or 4 attack, you'd never miss. Anyways. Skills, however, can be taken all the way up to +3. But again, that's pretty expensive. Let's say you started at 0. Just from starting at 0, it's going to cost you 24 XP just to go from 0 to 3 in one of the 16 skills. By the way, if that's not enough,
start at negative
there's a slower progression as well.
Yeah, the slower progression. I don't want
yeah, Bob. So if we go back up all the way to attributes, you start with a 2, 1, 0, -1 in your attributes, and I think your skills start equal to
your attribute.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it says so it says -1, but then this thing says go from -2 to -1.
That I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand that. So
well, let's get into character creation and find out, Bob.
Ooh, I mean, again, we just learned the game.
Yeah.
Now we're going to character creation, which is, I think, well laid out.
Well, here you go, Bob. Here you go. This is why. So
is that my ex-girlfriend right there on the cover from the game we just played, Fabulous Ultima?
No, she wasn't green.
No, she was not green, but the rest of her looks right.
All right. So what do we do here? First, we think about our character. We browse the classes, we browse the folk, and then we download the character sheets. By the way, here's the character sheet. I love when people do this with the character sheet, by the way, when they've got the labeled numbers.
Okay.
And the QR code. But I like having like every section applies to your section or thing. So we're on page 25 here, 26, I guess, in the PDF. Just zooming in a little bit. I like the look of the character sheet. Looks nice.
Horizontal, which I think
horizontal,
is cool...
which I definitely dig.
Horizontal's underrated.
Horizontal's very underrated. Let me fix the PDF viewer here a little bit. There we go.
I prefer vertical, but I also prefer like 4-page characters. So I'm not normal.
You're such a sicko. Anyways, I like that we have the skills linked to the stat that they come from. The courage, which is linked to your vim, is in that row, right? Attack, which is linked to your vigor, is in that row. Knack, which is linked to your defense, is in that row. And know-how, which determines your QP, your quest points, is in that row. So very
clean.
It's very clean. I like that a lot.
PC20 does something similar. Yeah, I like it.
We've got a nice. I like that there's a nice bifurcation of the stuff at the top from the bottom. The nice clean boxes for your flaws and ideals. And it just shows you a little bit of iconography goes a long way. Like this could easily just be a bunch of lines of text, but by adding the little shield for the defense, the little axe for the attack, adding the little armor and shield for the inventory, the little backpack for what you're carrying, the little hammer for the crafting, the little bag of coins for the coins. I think that's really cool.
Now again, inventory slots was like 20 plus.
20 plus. Your might.
Where the heck are all those going?
Great question, Bob.
Page.
I don't know. We'll get to there in a second. But we just wanted to take a look at the character sheet and get a feel for it. Overall, I'm liking this.
The big section from backstory.
So the star icon shows what you can get a XP in.
Oh, you got the bottom of the page, which is the inventory.
I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. So if you look at the top of the page, there is your level in XP, and it's kind of in like a little star.
Yep.
But then throughout the page, anything that has a little star, ideals, flaws, backstory, personal quest, relationships, all give you XP. Those are kind of your XP triggers.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Scotty F, thank you so much. I will catch the last 4 hours on the VOD. Well, hopefully not that long, but appreciate you.
We're at 10% of the book.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the book, though, is bestiary.
I have nothing to do
appendix.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Tundalus says, everyone gave me so much crap when my first trespasser sheet was horizontal. Horizontal is way better, in my opinion.
I prefer vertical, but I like
It
horizontal.
just depends on the system. When you have like 20 skills, well, then that kind of needs to be vertical, I feel like.
Yeah.
All right. So anyways, this looks good. I like the character sheet.
So I was going to say, I love it when, so there's two positive and negative.
Yeah.
Positive is I absolutely love it when there's just bulk space to just write on a character sheet. I love that it's not like partitioned off into littler sections. It's just personal quest, big block of just empty free text.
Sure.
Just write. I love that on a character sheet. Negative is I would love I wish they'd spent one additional page to put in a filled in character sheet just to see what that looks like. Just for demonstrative purposes would be good to show people.
Well,
they
I mean,
don't
they
have
do
like an example character.
They do have a QR code, so I mean, I guess they're maybe expecting you to do that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. All right. But anyways, we are going to choose a starting class perk and record both of your level 1 abilities. Then we get +2, +1, +0, -1 to our 4 attributes of our choice. Then the corresponding skills get their modifier. If vigor is +2, then all 4 of your skills are +2. Then you tweak your skills. You subtract -1 from a +2. You subtract -1 from a +1. You add 1 to a 0. You add 1 to a -1. So no, there is no way that you can end up with a -2.
Okay. But I'm already hurting my head from.
Wait, why does that hurt your head?
I just finally got my attributes, and now every one of them is modified.
Not your attributes, your skills.
Your skills are modified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for example,
your attributes become your skills, and then
because otherwise, all 4 of your, let's say your vigor was 2, then all 4 of your vigor skills would be 2. So this is a way to basically force you to make one of your vigor skills only a +1.
I guess I shouldn't drink during this.
And I should point out that you could also then subtract -1 from a +1. I don't know if you can do that in sequential order, but like, could I take a +2 skill, reduce it to 1, and then reduce that 1 to 0?
I don't think that's how it works, but
your courage, which is your hit points, and dread, which is your damage, are determined by your class. Your attack is equal to your vigor. Defense is the inverse, another nice word there, of knack modifier. +2 knack is -2 defense. I get what they're doing there, but that is clunky. Quest, inventory points, we've talked about this. Choose 1 skill bonus and 1 skill penalty because of your race. So there you go. That's probably how you get to -2. So apparently your race, your folk, can also affect your skills. You choose a homeland. You record your equipment, write a name, backstory, all that other stuff. All right.
Does this Mucklands box come with some pre-gens? People in the chat?
Good question. I don't remember that.
Why would it come with pre-gens unless it's like a starter adventure? God, I hate pre-gens.
Because I just dread building PCs with my kids.
Yeah. I don't know why I hate pre-gens. I fucking love pre-gens.
You love pre-gens? I hate pre-gens.
Okay, so there are pre-gens downloadable. The deluxe box has mini meeples. So I could download pre-gens.
Okay.
I let them do pre-gens and then if they want to tweak some stuff maybe sometimes, but yeah, my wife would want to maybe do it. My kids, they don't really want to deal with all this. Again, my kids are young. +12.
If you know
what this is a great example of? Derek would rather do a one-shot where we like explored the mechanics and the character build process, and then like we talked about we talked about the mechanics.
Yeah, you're crazy.
The implication of the mechanics.
You're broken. I don't know what's wrong with
and then we made characters and we went back and forth, and then it was like, okay, guys, that's all 3 hours. That's it. And I'd be like, that was a great.
I'd be like, what the fuck did we just do?
I'd be like, that was a great session. And you're like, but we didn't play. I'm like, yeah, but we did the interesting part.
Again, with my friends, great. With my family, we just wasted 3 hours.
My friends would also be throwing fucking rocks at me.
Oh no, I like when we do the backstory cards, when we do like what's the game where you build the world basically?
Microscope,
like that kind of stuff. Oh, I could do that for hours. Like that is so fun to me. But with my family, I feel like maybe I don't know, 12 plus, maybe they're okay. I don't know, but younger kids.
We only meet like I have multiple friends groups. My high school friends, the guys I learned D&D with, we only get the chance to meet like 3 times a year now. Right? It's like if you're meeting 3 times a year, you're here to fucking play. That's what we're fucking here. You come with the character sheets ready and you just go. And for my work crew, which is I just taught 7 people how to play or whatever, I just give them sheets because we're here to play for 3 hours. And
I feel like when you give people sheets though, they don't learn how to play. They just whatever. It doesn't. All right, anyway, moving on.
I mean, I'm not there to
really teach them that. Yeah. I'm not really there to teach. I'm more.
What class do we want to look at? We got Bard.
I kind of want to look at the Dungeoneer, but
all right, that works for me, Bob.
This construction ooze.
All right, we're gonna skip the Bard. Get out of here, Bard. By the way, just for point of comparison, the Bard has 12 plus Vim, Courage, and does D4 points of dread damage. All right.
Considering
So I will
some
say I've-
art is really sketchy, like not sketchy meaning, but the style is sketch, and some art's like more rendered.
Hey, look, it's my character from Smith's campaign.
What was your name? You were
Flux.
News. Yeah, Flux.
I was a news. The Dungeoneer.
I will say that I find the layout of the classes a bit hard to follow, but maybe it'll make more sense when we go through it in detail. But I love this art for the Dungeoneer. It is
Me too.
one of my favorite pieces of art.
I mean, he's got fucking dynamite strapped to his belt too.
And
That's
so cool.
kudos to actually having backpacks on the PCs.
only
like-
only the Dungeoneer though. Only the Dungeoneer.
yeah,
pretty sure
everyone
he's
else is
always
just
on
totally
here.
fine.
So you are
Yeah.
an adventure seeker.
No, the
daring...
gnome's got a backpack. Like,
All right.
okay, let's go.
All right.
Look,
Armed with
got ropes hanging on him.
Armed with know-how and the most useful gear. So I like the idea of classes. This is something that I've always really loved, is that I love the idea of the game goes, hey, our game has these mechanical systems. By the way, D&D did this, original D&D, and then they got rid of it. Our game has these mechanical systems, and each of the classes, it's not the only thing that they do, but there's one particular system that they particularly interact with. So I get the impression that the Dungeoneer really interacts with that inventory system in a particular fashion. And I think that's a really cool way to do class design. And Dungeoneers are smart enough to realize EAM is dangerous, so they travel on. All right, so you get a little bit more hit points from the Bard. You do D8 damage with that shovel or that torch instead of D4 like the Bard. So you get to pick one perk. You choose an underling. Dungeoneers have a named NPC underling, also an intern or a rookie. They follow the Dungeoneer around and perhaps begrudgingly follow orders. They have a +1 in one attribute and its associated skills, but -3 in everything else. They have 1 courage and won't participate in combat. If they suffer any dread, they go on break for the remainder of the session. They're either brawny, sneaky, or brainy.
Okay.
So you have like a little...
It's a cannon fodder, but he runs away. What? I don't know enough about underlings.
It's a little helper. It's a little helper. Sandra's little helper.
Okay.
Then you get to choose a gear. You always get the proper gear for an adventure. You can either have, you get maps, which gives you +1 to travel checks, metal detector, which gives you a +1 to treasure hunting, and delving tools. At the session start, the Dungeoneer has the basic delving equipment that doesn't take up inventory slot. Rope, torch, 10-foot pole, shovel, pickaxe.
Okay. So now we're ignoring the inventory slots for just this PC?
Well, for that stuff. That's like part of your class perk.
Gotcha.
Then you get both level 1 abilities. But remember, at level 2, you'll lose one of these abilities.
Okay, wait a second. So wait, before we go on, was treasure hunting a skill that I missed?
No, that was not a skill.
Okay. So is it like theoretical treasure hunting?
Could be quantum treasure hunting.
And I was thinking travel checks. I didn't see a skill other than like wilderness.
Well, we didn't really get to, like the procedural part of the game.
Okay,
My guess is it has to do with the procedural part of the game.
Okay.
All right. So your abilities are Dungeon Crew. Once every session, make the crew do something useful. So you actually have a whole crew that follows you along in addition to your intern. A crew of plucky boggles or tiny gelatinous goos or mushrooms accompanies you on your expeditions. Even when thrust into danger, they comically never perish. Inspire or intimidate check once per session. Make the crew do something useful. They are especially good for distractions, menial labor, or triggering traps.
So cannon fodder.
These are your cannon fodder. So you're like a foreman. You're like, get in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sounds funny and quirky.
It's whimsical, ordering people to their death. It's great. I mean, they somehow don't die.
They're not people, they're other oozes, I think, or mushrooms.
Reconnoiter. The Dungeoneer is a canny scout and always up to date on the latest intel. When you make a realms check, which is like knowledge of the world, once every session, make up a fact or rumor about a place or a group located there. So once a session, you can basically make something up. So instead of actually knowing something, you just make it up. So that's where the collaborative game element comes in. So this is like OSR PBTA. It's kind of what this game is.
And if I'm looking at
I
this,
actually agree.
It looks
That is a good way to.
It's like these are the two you get. Like you don't choose.
You get
you
these.
Get these,
you
then
get
choose.
everything on this first page. You get.
but then you'll keep one. Oh no, sorry. At level 1 you get both, but at level 2,
well, at level 2,
you master one of them.
You master one of them, and then you'll get
keep
both.
One.
Then you keep one, but then you get both of the level 2 abilities. But then when you go to level 3, you'll lose one of the level 2 abilities and keep the other one. So you have to make
when you get to level 3, you can choose to master either the level 2.
Oh yes, you're right. You're absolutely
or
right.
the level 1 that you didn't.
Right. You can master a lower level if you really want to. You could say I don't want either of my of those ones, right?
Yeah.
So level 2, you get a bull whip. So you're Indiana Jones, Indiana slime. Higher, that you understand the value of good help. When you make a charm check once every session, hire an NPC to do a job, even if the NPC would normally not be inclined to assist. The Dungeoneer need not pay money, but sweetening the deal helps. Right tool.
That's one of those things where, like I mentioned before, I find these harder to follow. I think it's because of the way you're written. Essentially, it's not as bad as Pathfinder 2, but it's doing the Pathfinder 2 thing,
where the mechanics are kind of melded in with the flavor. Yeah.
It's like a little bit.
Well, it's always the classic thing. The first sentence is flavor, and then comes the mechanic.
But then there's also some like licks of flavor in the middle, right? It's like you make you do something useful. It's like, wait. And it's like, oh no, when you say useful, it's actually those specific 2 things. Okay. Well, it's like it's because of some of the flavor text, it makes it sound more fluffy than it is when a lot of these are actually quite specific. And it's confusing to me when I read them. It's like, oh, okay.
Muppet Joe says exactly. This game is 100% OSR plus PBTA, and I dig it. And Scotty P also agrees that that's exactly what this game is. But you can definitely see the whimsy here. I mean, you're good at.
Absolutely.
Look, level 4 is Dungeoneer magazine. You carry a backlog of old Dungeoneer magazine issues, chock full of tips and tricks. That's funny that you assume that kids today know what a magazine is.
Yeah, it's funny.
They know what a magazine is, right?
Your kids don't know what a magazine is.
Well, my son might, because we just read one of these books in their own Dungeoneer book, and they talk about Dungeoneer magazine. It's like they have a little Dungeoneer magazine, like little snippet in their book. And obviously it's supposed to be a joke.
Right. Once a session, invent a fact about dungeons or the Underlands, how they operate, their customs, and all associated bureaucratic nonsense. Hey, thank you, Ragnar, for the Prime sub. Really appreciate you there for 3 months on a 2-month streak. Really appreciate you there. Tundalus, that's a total Muppet maneuver. That's something Gonzo would put, or Indiana Frog. Right, Indiana Frog was definitely a Dungeoneer. Well, let's check the old backlog of Dungeoneer issues here. Well, it says here in issue number 175 that apparently these people like to use fire traps.
That's not a bad Kermit. That's not a bad Kermit at all.
Kermit the Frog. Here.
He's always been pretty decent at the Kermit.
So
even on Roll for Combat always makes him do it.
Yeah, it makes me do it.
Okay, I don't watch, so sorry, Roll for Combat, if you're still in the chat.
But you could also get Looter. You know where to find treasure. Gaining +1 to treasure hunting rolls. When you make a treasure hunting check each session, after a combat or while exploring a dungeon, the Dungeoneer can look for sweet loot. And then you roll a separate dice roll, and if you roll a 1 or 2, you'd say hostile wandering intruder. But if you roll 12 or more, you find a magnificent item. So
this reminds me of when I just randomly made you find an item for me on Friday. I'm like, oh, I sold steal an item.
Bob had taken Bob never played JRPG, so he didn't really understand. He didn't quite understand like the mechanic. Like he didn't understand the steal mechanic, basically from JRPGs. And Bob's like, what is this mechanic? He's like, so I just like run over and I just steal something from them? Why aren't they using it? And I go, well, because they're not, that's not actually their item, that their weapon. It's the boss's slot item that you can steal from them. And he's like, what does that even mean? And everyone else is like, oh, okay, it's steal or it's mug. And he's like, what does that mean?
And Derek was like, I need to get one all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't know you had that ability, so I don't have a soul item for this monster. I need to go quickly make one.
But I assume this just refers then to a giant table that they probably have already in this book, which is
Possibly.
Great.
Like, I mean, again, is it for kids? Company coin, tax write-offs, and petty cash. Once every session, pay for an item or service without actually using your money. I mean, tax write-offs, come on, I love it, but You can then gain a lackey, which is like a henchman or a butler.
And this really is diving in on these underlings and henchmen.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
This
old
is, which
school
is
to me, 'cause
not
we never
my
used
fantasy
those.
for Dungeoneer. I wasn't what I was expecting when I see a Dungeoneer.
I mean, level 9, you can get health insurance.
Oh boy.
Congratulations. You can now afford health insurance. When you make a vitality check once a session, if you are defeated, then instead you roll the dice and you might not be defeated.
So is that, so I assume that's just a quirky name.
I love that you don't even get that to level 9. You're almost done with the game.
Yeah, my kids would be like, I don't understand. And as adults, like, this is so funny.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's just like a Easter egg, nudge, nudge.
Yeah. And then at level 10, you can get your own apprentice dungeoneer, or you can get your own dungeon.
Oh, geez.
You get your full ass own dungeon. There we go. I mean, it's very whimsical. It's definitely not
whimsical.
serious. It's sincere, but it's not serious. Right. So it's definitely
It's
not
sincere, but sorry. It goes back to, I don't think this is for kids.
No, I don't.
Like, this is
that
cool-
dungeon ability. There's that trophy hunting check, and the 1-2 is zilch. It's just a fun word to have.
right.
Nothing.
Nothing. The idea that a 14-year-old is going to appreciate the joke of getting health insurance is like
at level 9.
It's like, welcome to the real world, bitch.
Right, yeah.
Understand why mommy and daddy work so hard?
Right. You don't understand. But yeah, I mean,
and then
again,
you have the art at the bottom of page 33, right? So it's like it gives me a bit of whiplash.
Not for kids, Thaddeus, but it says family game at 1. Family.
Right.
So I don't know what family. I mean, I could be some 50-years playing with their 30-year-olds.
Right.
Most
Tundalus-
families are 30-year-olds, 4-year-olds playing with their, again, 12 plus. That's what it says on the box. Not my kids.
Tundalus says kids don't even know what a Muppet is. This is nostalgia bait.
That's okay.
I mean, it is nostalgia bait,
I
that's
said it's
true.
either nostalgia bait or, like I said, it's for it's for adults who really like cartoons.
Yeah.
It's for adults that
right.
like Adult Swim and anime and stuff like that.
I think it's 100%.
I live in a
fact.
world where every parent I know shows their kids the Muppets because they're still amazing. But I don't know if that's normal. I think that
I
might be.
don't think that's normal. I mean, my wife and I watch them.
Scott says they didn't say it was for families. Any voters said it was for families. All right. Yeah, we
like
Deckweez, we very much referenced Adventure Time. We think there's a lot of Adventure Time references here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see what they say, because this has been coming up, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. By the way, if you're interested in buying Land of Eam, there's a link in their doobly-doo for the link to Drive-Thru RPG, and that uses our Drive-Thru affiliate code. What's that, you say? Anything you buy off of Drive-Thru RPG, it costs you the same amount of money, but we get a tiny percentage added to our credit, which we use to buy games that we then can buy stuff. Now, of course, in this case, Exalted Funeral was awesome enough that they sent us this PDF for free. But I will say, in a world of overpriced PDFs, Land of Eam, chalking in at 240 pages, is only $15. That's actually pretty. Yeah, that's really good. Like,
I'm thinking like draw steel prices.
I buy a lot of PDFs, folks, for this channel. And let me tell you something. That's
when you
really
guys do buy those things out, Drive-Thru RPG, again, Derek will use those plus some of the tips, and then he'll be able to do more first looks, get game, so he can review some of these games for the people, that are watching.
Okay, so the 2025 Any Award winner, gold winner for Best Family Game and Best Monster/Adversary Book, and silver prize winner for Best Production Value. The Lord of the Rings meets the Muppets in this lighthearted fantasy tabletop role-playing game about exploration, discovery, and being creative. Land of Eam is a game of whimsical, colorful characters exploring a wondrous world full of danger and discovery. Set in the fantasy world of the graphic novel series Rickety Stitch and the Gelatinous Goo, and the book series Dungeoneer Adventures, Land of Eam is easy to learn and packed with rules and resources that make playing and running the game a surefire breeze. So I don't really say it's for kids.
It doesn't say it's for kids.
Yeah.
I do love these artwork, though. I'm telling you, as you go through these character sheets, a ton of people have backpacks. And a ton of people are like holding onto a bunch of scrolls, or they got rope hanging off of them.
All right, you know what? I respect it.
There's a ton of respect for that, because
I see what you're saying now, Bob. If I look at the first gnome and then I look at the second gnome, the second gnome looks like 3D rendered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like two different artists.
Or maybe they're both artists. Maybe they both just draw.
Yeah. But but the second gnome's got a bunch of scrolls tied up on the side. And I love that little detail because, it's like some kind of shovel or something, or some kind of pick or something next to him. The Knight-Errant has a rope on his side. He's got a paddle over in his back. But it just reminds me of a lot of the games. They don't even think about the backpack. It's like, where's all this going? No, we have a lot of gear that we need to travel with.
Oh, sick.
One guy's got a bucket and a fishing pole.
It's a freaking frog knight. Ah!
That frog knight.
So good.
I don't know.
All right.
There's like on page 41.
By the way, shout out to the Knight-Errant, dropping D10 dread with every swing of that massive sword.
I was thinking
so interesting that's courage and dread as the damage and health.
Well, they hit points weren't abstract enough, so they had to make it more family. Again, did they make it family friendly? Now to point out, I do want to point out they did just have a Kickstarter where you could buy their comic books and a revised system.
No, it's like a sole separate thing, I think.
Well, I think, isn't it based off of this system or no?
It is 100% based off this.
That's what I'm saying. It's a
revised. I didn't back that because I didn't understand how EAM was. I was like, well, how not for kids is this? And then it was also saying it was going to be out for like a year and a half or something. And I was like, oh, I can't wait that long.
My point is that they do have a system they just kickstarted that is even supposedly supposed to be very much aimed at children. So potentially so when that comes out, if that comes out, maybe they'll send it to us. We'll take a look at that. I mean, I will say this: I don't think this is for kids, but I do think this is pretty cool. I mean, again, it's very whimsical and silly, and you'd have to have the right group for it. But I think more adults are probably like this than like me.
But you keep saying not like you, but you actually like this.
Yeah, but I appreciate I appreciate what they're doing. I don't like this.
This is
aesthetic.
Your Wilderfeast type.
Yeah, this is the same thing as Wilderfeast. I think the mechanic is cool. I love that they're doing a really detailed hex crawl. I love that they're leaning into random encounters and inventory tracking. If I brought this
up on Friday, if you play this game, you wouldn't play it.
This is the type of stuff I love. But in terms of like the aesthetic and stuff like that, no, I don't like Adventure Time. I don't like Rick and Morty. I don't like anime.
It's funny because if I brought this up on Friday as our game, half those, they love Rick and Morty, like they like anime, this hex crawls, we all like that stuff, and you'd be like, oh fuck, I have to run this game.
Yeah, I mean, again,
I think you would have a good time running this game for us.
But I am also not as turned on or off by aesthetics as like people like Vin are.
Oh yeah, no, this wouldn't last at our tables. It would be very much like I show it to people who are like, oh, that's funny. Anyway, when we play Starfighter,
you're like, oh, whoops.
Where's the Wayne Reynolds art? I need to see somebody with a lot of buckles shooting people. So then we get
beyond that. It's just like
I need decrepitated cows.
Like 10 levels and like, oh, this is just like happy aesthetic. Like no.
So here we have infinite folk. We have boggarts, boggles, bogrels, bugbears, gelatinous goos, gnomes, goblins, humans, imps, mushrooms, quartles, shrims, skeletons, welkins, waylands, and wugs.
And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know much about the land of Eam, but I was reading the Dungeoneer Adventures, and the humans are apparently very rare.
Mm. Well,
I don't know if that's in the whole world or not.
It does, well, we'll see. Maybe I don't know. You can be small, medium, or big. This is mostly for narrative effect, but a bugbear might not be able to fit into a tiny sewer grate. For that line, height is usually measured in apples. Nice. You get a skill modifier, a perk, and a quirk, and your homelands. So let's take a look at our boys, the bogrels, the frog people.
Bogrels.
They are medium or big. You get +1 to your realms, +1 to your athletics, or +1 to your vitality, and then you take a -1 to your sneak, a -1 to your nimbleness, and a -1 to your tinker. I don't think of frogs as being not nimble. It's interesting.
But they're big and spindly in this one.
Oh, I guess they are big and spindly. The perks are, I think you get to choose one perk. Is that what it said? Select one skill bonus and choose one perk, or choose 2 perks and a quirk. Ah.
Oh, okay.
So your perks are you can be a wanderer once every session. If you roll a dangerous encounter, you can re-roll the travel check. Deep breath, you can breathe, hold your breath for 30 minutes, or you can have long leaper, able to jump like a frog. You have proficiency in jumping over chasms, which means you roll it with advantage.
Yeah.
That's what we call. Quirks, clammy handshake, or involuntary ribbit. Sure way to disrupt the silence. Ribbit loudly during inopportune quiet moment. Okay, so I'm 100% taking that.
Regardless of the perks, you just take it. Just
Yeah, I'm not. I don't even need the perk. I'll just take that full out.
So jumping over chasms is capitalized. Like some of this is just confusing to me. Like is that a specific?
No,
I guess that's a specific kind of.
I don't think it is. I think it's an example of showing. They said that when you gain proficiency,
over is capitalized.
When you gain proficiency, it's in a specific subset of a skill. Like you would never just gain proficiency in all things athletics. You know, you would just get it in like that one specific little thing. Also, if I trigger my quirk from my flaw my quirk from my race and it causes us problems, I get XP. Of course, I want to play Frog from Chrono Trigger. Frog was awesome. Dude cut a mountain in half with his sword. Cool.
I'd play the cube, the gelatinous goos on page.
Yeah, you play the gelatinous goo. What about you, Bob? Who are you playing?
I don't even know the game.
There's no dwarf. Doesn't matter. Pick one.
Sight unseen. You just need vibes.
Yeah. Is there like a are you talking about race or like?
Yeah, pick up a folk.
Oh, you're talking about in this game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking
what
about Chrono
the fuck
Trigger.
else were you talking about?
I thought you were talking about Chrono Trigger. You guys were talking about playing the frog cutting off thing. Going Bugbear. 100%.
Bugbear. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Or,
Shaggy.
Or the Quirtle. I don't know why, but I like turtles.
Oh, you like turtles? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you got the gelatinous.
Wouldn't pick the skeleton, Vin? Aren't you a skeleton guy?
No. The cube is just too cute. I can't.
The gelatinous goo. You can take gem sniffing, making you an excellent treasure hunter. You can be heat resistant. Once per session, you can block fire and heat damage, or jelly body, allowing you to squeeze through tight cracks and openings.
Oh, jelly body, easy.
Right, easy. Now your quirk. Now you can get a second perk if you choose one of the flaw. You can get a second perk if you choose one of the quirks. Language barriers. Some gelatinous goos find
jelly body's
hard.
not even limited. It's not even once per session. Just broke. That's broken.
No, it's whenever you make a vitality check. It's just whenever you make a vitality.
Still good. Good.
Legless. While the bottom of the goo is called the foot, they don't have legs. They do never benefit from wearing legwear or footwear. Or you can have a language barrier. When they are alone, they suffer disadvantage with communicating with NPCs. Obviously, I'm choosing that one because I can meta game that one the easiest.
Oh, that's very funny. No, I like legless because it's funny.
Right. Wasn't he in the Lord of the Rings?
Legolas?
Who?
No, legless.
Okay.
Funny. Hell, this guy.
All right.
Okay, so the bugbear is like a barbarian.
So that's what you're going to be. All right. So our party would be a gelatinous goo, a bog roll, and a bugbear. I respect it.
Yep.
All right. No spellcasting for us. Humans, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. You just might get some cool magic.
I'm waiting for the wizard to come out. So
right. Yeah. Fair enough.
Oh, so the mushrooms are mushrooms?
Oh, yeah. So what class would we be? We didn't go through all of them, but what class would you guys be?
I was leaning towards Dungeoneer, but now I don't know.
No,
right. Because now Bob Saw is basically being middle management, and he's like, I'm out.
Yeah. Do I need health insurance that bad?
So our options are Bard, Dungeoneer, Gnome, Knight-Errant, Loyal Chum, or Rascal.
I'll probably be the Knight-Errant.
All right, Knight-Errant.
Yeah.
I really want to be a wizard goo, but because there isn't done a bard goo.
But we know the wizard is coming, so
Wait,
I'll allow you to
or
be
you
a
just
wizard.
playing music? Because
Gelatinous, I'll be honest with you, Gelatinous Goo Wizard goes pretty fucking hard. Like I'm imagining the art with the goo with the little pointed blue hat with the little stars on it.
Damn, that does actually kind of hit hard.
Yeah,
that kind of does
straight
hit.
Up.
It
straight
does actually.
Up. Obvious, it's so good.
It kind of goes hard. I'm not gonna lie.
A wizard goo again. The bard goo.
Now Bob stole my Knight-Errant.
Wizard goo is
if I'm a frog, I want to be a Knight-Errant. So Bob stole. I thought Bob was going to go Dungeoneer, but
no,
Bob
I might.
Stole,
well, I wanted Dungeoneer. I also could go Rascal. I like Rascal, but then maybe I'd pick a different kin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If Bob didn't choose what Bob chose, I would be a bog roll, aka a frog, Knight-Errant. I think that's awesome. Shout out to T. Scrang, my Ixar Shadow Knight from EverQuest.
Does it tell you like for like the kin, like what they might specialize in?
Nah, I mean, not really.
It's really open ended.
Yeah.
Because I do like this funny thing about maybe the turtle being a rogue. Like just slow, sneaky, shifty, like stealing person.
That is fun. I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah, because I would go to
the classic thing when you stand still, you're harder to see, harder to notice. That's just doing that.
So then you pick your homeland. It's one of the 6 counties of Muckland. And that will give you 2 proficiencies. And remember, on your character sheet, there's just a big box. You just write these down. And remember, that's like when that thing comes up, you get advantage. So like if you're from the Drippy Downs, you might have proficiency with hunting. And so if you're doing something that involves hunting, you get to roll with advantage. That's basically the way proficiency works. So it's kind of like a very generic way to specialize. Rather than getting into like pixel bitching about like having infinite skills, it's just like, hey, you just have a small skill list and then use proficiencies to indicate whether you're good at it or not. And then it also determines your starting equipment, all of which is like between 5 to 10 slots.
The Dark Eye.
Yeah, the Dark Eye did that. Yes, it did. You know what also does that?
What?
The One Ring.
Okay. All right.
Anyways, okay, so that's pretty simple and straightforward. Character stories. Session 0, you write a backstory, you write your ideal and flaw, you get XP if you trigger it. You can start with 1 ideal and 1 flaw. At level 5, you get a second ideal and flaw. And of course, if they change over time, you may choose them. A personal quest is what drives your PC. This category requires the most creativity to flesh out, but makes for the unique and fruitful gameplay. If you ever complete your quest, you should choose a new one. So this is like, why are you adventuring? What are you trying to do? It's your ninja, right? It's your giri.
Isn't Torchbearer just your goal, basically?
Well, no, Torchbearer, you have your goal for the session.
Yeah, but what's the other one?
Your belief.
Yeah, it's closer to that, but
it's closer.
Belief is more internal versus it's like a goal for multi-session.
Relationships. PC should be connected to every other PC. Some connections will be deeper than others, but the goal is to establish some sort of bond, explain why you're all adventuring together. May I recommend the Backstory Adventures cards? Players should take turns picking a relationship with another PC. It's important to note that both PCs should share the same relationship premise from one's class's list, as opposed to both picking a different premise from their own class list. This may require your counterpart player to tweak the text language. Interesting. Oh, okay. So on page 74, we've got a random generation of why you became your character. That's cool. You don't have to make
and it's class based. It makes sense.
Yeah, it's class based. Scotty P topped off the Mucklands follow up. Yeah, so
Scotty P left. Was that different, Scott?
It's Scotty F and Scotty P. Both are just throwing money around.
I appreciate Scotty P.
Well, I appreciate
will be on that Mucklands follow-up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So that'll probably be, obviously, that'll be after the new year, but we'll come back and we'll look at it because I'm really interested to look at it, especially by then. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, we'll have it. And then I can get Bob over in the studio. We can actually put the board out on the top down and we can actually play around with the meeples. That'd be a lot of cool. So I might wait till we get that.
Yeah.
This is a great, D6, again, how many do you need? How many new characters are you actually making? Everyone knows that you buy this game, you're only playing it once. So,
brutal, true.
You're not wrong. It's gonna be
no. The problem is if you're the type of person who buys a game like this, you're also the type of person who buys 25 games like this.
Yeah.
And so
like our Patreon,
like our Patreon or me or everybody. So you're just gonna be on to the next one, And again, this is great. Here's a list of random ideals on page 77. So, if you're a bard, you're
how deep they went into all this, though.
No, this is nice. This is great. This is how you make a character quickly. I love it. For example, my ideal as a bard is I want to give someone hope. That's a great thing to live up to. I think that's awesome.
Oh, I just having examples to really help with the family.
My bogrel is a Knight-Errant. My goal, stand my ground against difficult odds. I love it. That's the Smith goal right there. Go! We could totally escape. No, I'll hold the line. Bro, we've got a ship. We're ready to go. No, you go. I will hold. Bob, you were Vin, you were we don't have a wizard. That's right. We made you a wizard.
No,
all right, but I do have
I might be a rascal turtle,
Oh, rascal turtle?
Yeah.
All right. Your Bob, your ideal is?
I just got out of the slammer for stealing a loaf of bread as a kid. Now I got to do my best to give back to the folks who really need it. So my ideal would be, I don't know.
share precious loot with someone in need.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, I
But
like
Bob, what is your flaw?
that. Overstay my welcome. That sounds kind of funny.
I'm going to roll mine. 3. My flaw is I resort to violence before it's necessary.
I kind of
Shink.
I kind of like bet against the odds. That's probably why I was in the slammer.
There you go. And then our personal question. Wow, I love that these are all. I was kind of like, oh, this is gonna be so difficult.
No, they got tables galore.
They got tables on tables on tables on tables. And again, like you said, Bob, even if you make your own, 6 is enough to kind of point you in the right direction, which I really
It's just because we played Torchbearer. A lot of people are just like, I just don't know what to think of. And
right, a lot of people struggle. Yes, a lot of people struggle with here's a blank, fill it in, and you're like, with what?
I just needed some guidelines. Then I get a rough idea.
I also want to point out that I absolutely love these blanks because, and again, I'm always thinking here, to the next increment, which is when I play backstory cards, you make that grid of setting elements, right? Where you have the list of 3 people that are important to your campaign, 3 events that are important to your campaign, 3 locations that are important to your campaign. And that's where everyone's backstory interacts with. Those are great type of things to put into these blank spaces, right? So like if we know that one of the important characters in our campaign, is Princess Argolita, then my Knight-Errant can be like, oh, cool, I want to rescue Princess 100%. Argolita from perilous danger and uncertainty. That's my personal quest, and you can kind of lean into that for that.
100%.
Tasty Trekkie, thank you for the 10 Australian. Have the physical version of this. The map and Mucklands campaign setting books are amazing, topping off this chip jar. Well, thank you very much. I really, really, really appreciate you, Tasty Trekkie. And yeah, I'm really excited that it's actually a board game, like a physical board. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And if it's as thick and heavy as people are saying it is, I think that's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would play this. All right, relationship. And again, now it's a D8. So take turns establishing connections between PCs with the GM helping to flesh it out. Each pair of PCs should share the same text, but it can be edited to include both PCs. Also answer the question, whose personal quest do you have of stake in and why? Collaborate with the other players and get other players invested in your goals. Perhaps they share a common enemy, perhaps they believe in the same cause, or somehow other way their quests align.
And this is the backstory cards. This is great.
This is the backstory cards in a sort of a table form, and I think that this stuff like this is fantastic when you have what is supposed to be a player-driven sandbox campaign. See, if you don't do stuff like this and then you play a game and it's not an adventure path, people are going to be like, what do I do? I don't know. Because I have nothing about my character. Like, you don't need to have interesting characters with backgrounds in driving if you're playing most games, because the GM just goes, and here you go. Here's the thing that you're supposed to do. And you go, okay, cool. I have purpose and direction.
Maybe I shouldn't do pre-gens. It seems like it really wants you not to.
Well, I just think it's I'm stupid and I'm crazy. I would have more fun with my table collaboratively building these characters together and finding ways to connect them than I would actually probably playing the game.
Maybe I'm not giving my family enough credit. Maybe they would just be like really into a character building sesh where we're exploring the background of everybody. Like,
there's a reason why the Knights of the Last Call
historically unless you're playing Traveler.
Historically, in Knights of the Last Call, we usually take 3 to 4 sessions to do our session 0.
Yeah, we have a negative
how,
one.
Often you're planning to play, right? If you're planning to play like every week, then yeah, you can do a session 0. You're planning to play. This is our one game we play for Christmas. Fuck that. But that said, you could do a semi pre-gen, which is like all the mechanics done, and then do all like the tables, like the relationship building is.
All right, so we're gonna speed through equipment here, but basically we know that each item takes up a slot and it weighs 0, 1, 2, or 3. It's accommodating both weight and bulk. If you ever have more than that, you become overburdened. You either wear or carry your items. And again, they have a list here of like examples of what's 0, what's 1, what's 2, what's 3. Coins, rations, and ammo.
I just looked ahead of this.
Usage
this is
die.
Forbidden Lands.
Yeah, or black hack. And it's if you eat rations, roll a d8 on a 1 or 2, it degrades. Otherwise, the rations.
Nitpick my kids to death on this one.
Oh no, it's a little bit different, Bob.
Oh,
so if you use the thing on a 1 or a 2, so the usage die is a D6, a D8, a D10, a D12, or a D20.
Which goes higher, yeah.
If you roll a 1 or a 2, it's gone.
Brutal.
Yeah, otherwise, it's reduced.
Brutal.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I like it. I think I prefer that to just rolling one.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have mundane items like tools, trinkets, clothing, armor. And then you have magnificent items, which have traits. And you can roll on the mundane item, and then you can roll on the magnificent traits table to see what made it special in quality, which is different from magic items, which is rolled on the magic table. So we have have regular item, masterwork items, magic items.
Taking all this for Dragon
Magic
Time.
items are rare with magical properties. Some items and relics have charges that limit their use. Once the charges are all spent, the item is inert. Unless your charges are replaced, they can usually be replenished by a powerful magician for a steep price. Cursed items. Wow, this really is old school. Some magic items and relics are cursed, meaning that there is an ill effect associated with them. Characters that hold a cursed item become cursed and can't willingly discard it until they break the curse on them. Again, this is literally old school mechanics. Now, relics are even above that. Legendary items with more magical power or cultural significance. Relics are found on the relics table. Some relics have an option allowing you to spend XP to permanently upgrade the item. That's cool.
That's super cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. That's
right.
Well,
I like all that. I just don't know.
Charges. Okay. So we got things about weapon here. Basically, your class determines your base dread, and then the weapon potentially modifies that. So normal one-handed weapons just do whatever your class does for dread. A two-handed weapon does your normal dread +1. If you're using like a fist or a shovel or a pan, you inflict your dread damage with disadvantage. Disadvantage, Bob. And same thing with throwing weapons and all this other stuff.
A lot of text though. It's a lot of work, I think, on the GM.
Armor looks to be DR.
Damage reduction?
Oh, well, no, maybe sort of. Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting here. Okay. So armor. Interesting. Okay. Armor is light, medium, heavy, piecemeal, and shields. Light and medium armor always includes chest armor, and heavy armor is a full suit of armor. Piecemeal armors are individual pieces. These pieces can be added to or swapped in. Okay. So light, they weigh, the slots are 1, 2, 3, 1 or shields. The light armor doesn't give you any block, but it gives you advantage on defy death, which must be some sort of move that happens if you get in trouble. Whereas medium armor and heavy armor give you this block, and block is damage reduction.
Oh, okay.
However,
do we assume that just happens automatically?
It says medium and heavy and some magic armor reduce incoming dread by their block rating. However, block only reduces dreads from a physical exterior source. Dread suffered from fear, emotional harm, exhaustion, for example, can't be blocked. Remember, the advantage of using dread, even though hit points is an abstract concept, everyone hears hit points and they think blood and guts, right? By making it dread and having your hit points be courage, I think you make that even more abstract to the point where now when you say it's like, oh, it's really scary in here, take some dread damage, and your players go, okay, that makes sense. My courage is being tested. I'm taking this dread here. After defying death or suffering a wound, armor and shields are damaged and have to be repaired again. So I'm guessing defying death happens basically when you run out of courage is what I'm going to guess. Shields. Oh, that's kind of cool. Shields block a variable amount of dread, but you can only do it twice a combat. That's kind of cool.
It's interesting.
So small blocks D4, medium D6, and a large blocks D8. So if you're in heavy armor and large shield, you could block D8 plus 2 damage, but you can only do that twice per fight. Otherwise, you just resist 2. Oh, that seems pretty cool. Coins.
Where does it say you resist 2 normally? Where's it? Does the shield in general
block
does that?
2 plus
no,
2
heavy armor gives you plus.
Oh, heavy
2
armor.
block.
Okay, they were talking about the shield. Sorry,
because they stack.
I was down there looking at the shields about twice per combat, block to 1d8.
Yeah. Right, I'm saying if you have the heavy armor.
Yep.
Yeah. And shield stack.
Coins uses the usage die as well, so it's kind of the same idea. They kind of abstract it in that way. They've got some rules here about whether an item is available. So again, it's a little bit more fiddly than I would expect for a light, friendly family game.
Mm-hmm.
We got a whole list of what something costs, from caravan passages to fancy dinners to buying a galleon. Got to always have that. By the way, Bob.
Is there a swan boat in here?
Go to page 86, Bob. You know what? This is now my favorite game of all time. Look at that, Bob.
Shooter?
Dinghy, page 86.
Yep.
Dinghy, sloop, schooner, galleon.
Hey, we had some of these in there.
And everyone's like, what are those? And I'm like, those are the names of actual boats.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a sailboat, you idiot. It's a schooner. But Bob, they do have cannonballs. So
okay.
But then we also get into hirelings. Man, this game really is kind of old school.
Yep.
Yeah, Scott says this is where the OSR comes out.
Then we get the crafting components. You can buy beast components, elemental components, fishing components, herb components, rare alchemy recipes, rare crafting recipes, and materials times 10. I'm writing all this down, Bob. I got to get this.
No, yeah, copy paste.
I got to steal this. This is just going to get stealed.
Something like this.
We've got a witch vendor. Note, the witch does not sell spells, Bob.
Again, I think she
sells.
should.
She sells.
Smart. She does.
She sells potions and herbs.
Have you guys already talked about how the cost is you rolling copper?
I said it's a usage die.
Rolling gold. Oh right. Okay. I'm familiar with usage dies being on items. I'm not familiar with it being on currency. That was interesting to me.
Yeah. So basically, you on a 1 or a 2, the coins are completely spent. Otherwise, the coins are reduced denomination.
Yeah, which kind of sucks when you're like doing a shopping sesh because you're like,
yeah,
I don't know if I can get both these.
Do you need?
I mean, it's shake them up and roll. I mean, I like usage dies. I like its abstract. I like that it's kind of random. I know it doesn't make any sense simulationist wise, but I enjoy it and I think it's fun and I actually enjoy the process of rolling the dice. And I like the idea of maybe I could get lucky and I could get a lot out of this, or maybe I can't.
Like I hate them, but they're perfect for games like this. Like so, I mean, I can divorce whether I like something for whether it's good or not. I think they're good for games like.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here, and then we get into the mundane table. This is a D400 table.
Yeah, someone earlier was like, "Yeah, roll on the mundane table." Wow, it's like George's wet dream right here.
Wow, I've got George. They have a bag of rocks. It's your favorite thing ever.
There's a yo-yo and a xylophone. It's in alphabetical order. It looks like
broken flying machine, can of fizzy whiz, fake poop.
Oh gosh!
Right next to a falchion. A hard hat with a headlamp. All right.
That's actually what Laughing Out Loud wanted. He
Yes,
wanted he wanted a little candle.
In torchbearer.
He wanted a torchbearer candle.
He wanted a helmet that could also hold a candle.
That's what he wanted. I think that. Sad that he never got it.
So here's how we can upgrade our magnificent items. These are generated by combining one of the mundane items with a trait. They can also be crafted using your components. So like for bladed weapons, you might have a trusty or light or exceptional or parry or quick or cleaving. It's pretty cool.
I like all that.
Like a cleaving bladed weapon ignores block rating. That's kind of cool. A true weapon does an additional point of dread damage. A lucky weapon lets you once a session re-roll a missed attack. This is fantastic.
So these say weapon traits. So is it? Oh, I see. It says the trait type is. It says the trait type. So then you would find the
no,
trait.
like if you had a sword, you could make it light or trusty. If you had a bow,
I'm looking at the yo-yo number 400. There's a trinket.
Oh,
and so obviously you have to go down to the clothing and trinket traits to figure that out.
Right. You could have a superb yo-yo, which would give you +1 bonus to yo-yo.
Who's in the chat?
Yeah.
Land of Eam?
Land of Eam. I'm assuming this is Land of Eam. I mean, their avatar seems to be the case. Hey, thanks for checking out the game, guys. Appreciate the in-depth first look. For better or for worse, if by chance you'd ever want to have us on to chat about the game, we'd be down.
Yeah, we get him on for the Mucklands.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, well, probably maybe after the Mucklands because we have to take a look at it first. But
what if we tear it apart?
But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, folks. The folks over at Exalted Funeral are sending me the box set, and I'm hoping to check out Mucklands in person in our studio. Bob and I
have
can
to do it in person.
Yeah, we can bust out have the meeples, and we can have the.
Muppet Joe just maybe he just bought the deluxe box. So there you go.
There you
go.
Sold. At least +1 got sold.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the game. It sounds awesome.
Well, like I said,
my kids might be too young. I don't know.
I'm biased because again, I mean, what I did with 5th edition when I combined it with PBTA 3 or 4 years ago when we played DTX, using a D20 is almost exactly the same thing they did with the D12 for the dice roll mechanic. And I think that's awesome. So I think that's a really cool way to combine, kind of the linear single die system with a PBTA process. In other words, one of the things I've actually thought about doing a video about is like how to PBTAify your 5e players to get them ready to play Daggerheart. It's kind of like, like how do you kind of get them used to it? And a system like this, I think is really neat. All right, here's that treasure hunting, Bob.
Yeah,
well, these are mechanics.
Before you get to this, I want to quickly. We've gotten what? It's 96 pages into this PDF.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I feel like once you get to the random tables, and this was my experience reading it. Once you get to the random tables, I was like, oh, this is what this game's about. Because for the first part of it, I was like, okay, even like the first page is like what this game's about. It just says, random encounters are important to Land of Eam. It's like, no. When you get to the random tables, you're like, oh, okay. No, this is what it's about. It's exploration, random tables, treasure hunting, and the obstacles are just in the things you find along the way. But it's really about just like, okay, that sense of discovery and growing your hoard of cool stuff. That's kind of like.
Well, I don't know how many other people are playing, but we're all sort of random gamblers here. Okay, when I used to play with Derek does this multiple games of mine, but I remember obviously we played on stream once with this, or not on stream, but we did this at Smith's house, and shop's open. What do they got? I don't know. And I was just, give me the belt of strength. Just give me the freaking belt of cloud giant strength. I just wanted that so bad. And I think it was like almost the end of the game when we finally got it. I wanted it so bad. I kept getting just around it. But
meanwhile, and Smith's campaign, he had this.
I love it though. I was gambling a bit.
Smith had this whole campaign where every time we went to town, you could like go randomly walk around town, and there'd be like a different chance. And Bob kept getting like accidentally impregnating women and like having to marry them, and then like he had to make a check to try to get out of it. And he would just do this every time he was in town. He would just be like, I'm wandering town, I'm gonna see what happens.
You got like a perk for it or something.
So I'm gonna say this, Vin. I think that there is a sort of a distinctive difference here. The mechanics lead to a bunch of random procedural outcomes. But the rewarding system is based around, exploration, pursuing your quests, playing up your bonds, your flaws, your ideals. And so what I think the game is really challenging you to do is, and what I call like real role playing. Hey, we're going to generate a bunch of randomness. Now, your job as a player and a GM is to take that randomness and filter it through the lens of your character, for which you are being mechanically incentivized and rewarded to do so, and to together transform what was a bunch of random nonsense off of a table into a cool, coherent story. And that magical transformative process is, for me, what makes RPGs magical. Not following someone else's pre-written adventure, nor is it, hey, everything is, anything I say goes, there's no randomness, whatever we want to have happen happens. So I think there's a magic that happens when you can basically take random table vomit and turn it into a cool outcome by passing it through the lens of your character and what they care about. And that is a mechanically incentivized thing in this system. So I do think that
some of those fun things where it's like, and it comes back to like, what does your table want, right? So like you guys say, you guys are a bunch of random gamblers, and random gambling. Everyone loves random gambling, but there is an element of some people. I really distinctly remember this one time after running we'd just run a couple of sandboxes in a row, and one of my friends just sat down and goes, "Dude, I like these sandboxes, man, but fuck, I just want to set a rails. I'm tired after work, and I just want to just give me a story, and we want to kill shit, and just go."
You are not wrong. Okay. Yeah. And I've definitely seen more. I have been that person sometimes. Okay. So I will have a couple of things that I want to say to that. Number one, first I want to if someone asked Land of Eam, so what's your take on the family friendly thing? He says, the official commentary, we definitely set out to be family friendly, but did not design the game for kids.
Yep.
So that kind of, I think, is kind of where we arrived at it. And that we said, like, yes, we could definitely see this game being like, like, hey, there's a like stuff for the adults. It's like when you watch like Toy Story and there's jokes in there that go way over the kids' heads. But anyways, so that's cool. Number two, what you just described is one of the reasons why I have always loved dungeons, because being in a hex crawl, it's very like, it could be very intimidating and feel overwhelming, and like you're like, I'm not even sure where we're supposed to go. Dungeons to me are just railroady enough that you're like, look, we're in the dungeon. It's not like I can go anywhere. It's like, nope, I can go to the left, I can go to the right. You know, oh, there's goblins in there, there's skeletons in there. Which one would I rather fight? I'm making a choice. We have a cleric. Let's go fight the skeletons. Cool. You know, like that's a cool decision, and it makes it very simple. But I've been there too. I've been burned out. And what I think the other problem is a lot of people who play sandbox style campaigns have all this tables, but none of the other stuff. There's no so there's no transformation. You're just encountering randomness. Right. And you're not actually trying as a group to turn that into anything. You know, you're just writing stuff down on your sheet and going into the next thing. That I think can get boring very quickly. Yep. And I think that's the downside of OSR play, when you don't add in those kind of humanizing elements.
Well, the main point I wanted to underscore is it takes energy.
Yes,
right?
Of course.
So
yes.
like, yeah, you need to be on board with that experience. What I like about either more direct experiences or even all the way down to railroads is that it just, different games are for different energy states of the table. And I like games that sit more in the middle of the energy state. I think you mentioned while I posted these like images in chat of different styles of campaign, and there was like the sandbox, the directed experience, the blah blah blah.
Right,
blah,
and you say that as someone who then drops a multi-phase Dark Souls inspired boss fight. Yeah, and you're like, this is low energy. Just kicking back.
No, that's high energy, but it's like once or twice a campaign, right? So it's like it's definitely like Sorry, on that point, I think the best campaigns ebb and flow. Like the best campaigns I've ever run and I've played in ebb and flow. Whereas, and to be fair, I'm not saying this can't do that. I'm just saying, but this definitely has its own energy state. And you have to be coming to it for this energy state. And then if you want as a GM, you can ebb and flow around that.
Yeah. I mean, I agreed. I think it is a mistake of the modern day aesthetic of everything turned to 11. Go, 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 go. Oh my fucking God, we're gonna die. Like sometimes it's cool to just like, kick ass and take names. Like Bob, you weren't there for the first session of Fabula Ultima, but in that final fight against the Imperial Executioner, against the boss monster, Tim went down and it was kind of touch and go, but then when you guys fought the Warden and her whole crew,
wrecked her.
you destroyed her, and that was cool. Like you guys, and she was technically the bigger boss, but you had your moment. You weren't like biting your nails. You were just like, and I didn't consider that a failure. I wasn't like, oh, I failed as a GM. The players had a good time,
I had a great time. Yeah.
Especially since you showed up and found out that you were apparently in a former BDSM relationship with her.
Yeah.
All right. So yes, I like the random tables. But I think that if you cool. but we have a term. Smith and I have a term, and it's a derogatory term. And we are aware that Smith and I are aware that we occasionally will go down this route because it calls to us, and we call it the white binder campaign. And that's because I had a campaign where it was in a white binder, and it basically ended up just being a bunch of random encounters and it was like procedurally generated everything, and like I don't even know what hex you're going to, and nothing felt connected, and it felt like complete gibberish, and none of the characters had any substantive connection to each other or the world, or they didn't have any goals. Their goal was just to exist and play D&D, and it was like it was cool for like 3 or 4 sessions, and then it was like, this is the worst thing ever, because it was just like it was this realization that you are just walking through a random encounter table. And it's like, there's nothing real here. And I think that's where people can get too far. And I've said this before, as much as I love random encounters, and this is like a controversy, I know Ben loves them. I do not like random tables being used essentially at the table. Like, I don't like random dungeons that are being randomly generated as you're playing through them. I don't like that. Right. I think dungeons
like the one exception, and it was a Ben game I played in, was the premise of the game was they discovered this ever-shifting labyrinth at the bottom of this library. Yeah. And you're trying to figure out
play
what's
with you in this game?
Right.
No, but he ran it for, I don't think you did, but he ran it a bunch
Was
of
it
times.
Stygian Library?
Yes, Stygian Library.
Because I played in Stygian Library. I died through 2 or 3 times in that dang campaign.
Yeah, exactly.
One shot.
Yeah. So when it's the premise of the game and people are in for it, that makes sense. But in any other case, yeah, it's disconnected nonsense.
I mean, I like lots of random tables. I like random encounter tables, especially in Dragonbane, where the encounter table is based on the place you're going to. Like it feels very connected to the place, very specific. It's not just like a random table, like an island table and stuff like that. It just feels really good. But I agree. I don't want the world randomly created. Like, you know, finding
in this case, it's
loot.
got that setting book when every hex has something in it.
I think that's
awesome.
I think that's
and
great.
I think that's awesome because and I've said this, like when you guys have seen me design dungeons, like for me, like it's cool to be able to go, look, in room 2, I am going to be putting a clue or a key or a hint or a puzzle or a linkage to room 10. But I can't do that if room 10 doesn't get generated until you open the door to room 10, right? So then what you end up happening with is a bunch of just disconnected encounters that don't really mean anything. They don't tie together to sort of teach a broader tapestry. I was looking for my Stygian library. It's back here somewhere. I just don't know where it is.
Put it in the trash.
I mean, some people love the ways, Bob. I mean, Smith.
I didn't like the ways. I didn't like Stygian library.
Right. Smith based the waves off of. They're called depth crawls, by the way.
Yep.
All right.
You scroll down a little more, you get your Lord of the Rings picture.
Except that's way cooler than Bilbo. Treasure hunting represents a PC's chance to find exceptional loot from treasure hoards. All PCs start with a bonus of 0, but which cannot be increased with XP. Certain classes can gain it through perks and abilities and certain magical items. Otherwise, you only get a bonus by finding higher leveled hoards. This is cool. Treasure hoards. Now, by the way, again, they're speaking my language. These are literally terms that we use. Smith and I have been using for 10 years, like where we talk about how, like, when we do treasure, you know, in our dungeon design streams, like people are like, what do you guys do? Do you guys like make a random treasure roll for every encounter? I go, no. I go, you take the treasure, you put it in like 3 or 4 hoards in the mega dungeon. Everyone's like, no, I just do magic. I do treasure after every encounter. I go, no, that's terrible. You can't do that. Every dungeon has at least one treasure hoard, which the GM deliberately places. When the PCs discover it, you make a check. So basically, it is a random check to see how much treasure you get. Choose a loot pile, an old hoard, an ancient hoard, or a mythic hoard. Assign a treasure value of 1 to 10 based on the danger. And when the PCs find the hoard, they make a number of treasure hunting checks according to type. PCs add a bonus based on the treasure's level. Lairs, dungeons, and adversaries with treasure hoards are assigned a treasure level. In the case of adversaries, that's easy. Use their level. For lairs and dungeons, base it based off the difficulty. So +0 to +2. Then you make your roll. There are 4 types of treasures: a loot pile, an old hoard, an ancient hoard, and a mythic hoard. Each type lists its guaranteed contents and the number of times that you can make treasure hunting checks to try to find additional treasure. So if you find an ancient hoard, you get to make 4 treasure hunting checks. Then you get 1 pouch of ancient coins, you get 3 components, and you get D12 materials. So you get those last 3 guaranteed. The treasure hunting checks depend on your roll. And then when you make the roll, you'll either get a pouch of copper coins, 2 mundane items, a magnificent item, a magic item, or a magic item plus a potion.
That's
now
crazy.
this is
4 of those, so you get a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but it's you're not doing it after this is a hoard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is like
no,
the
I think
culmination.
this is a good thing. It's really big.
Okay.
And another reason why this is awesome to me is I was shocked when we did this a couple weeks ago, where I said I was shocked at how many people didn't ever roll randomly for magic treasure. I was shocked. And Bob, who's been playing with me for years, knows that is such a huge component of our games. Like I in fact, I love this because I already
that gambling part.
I already make it player facing. Like I'll make the players roll the D100 roll to see what treasure table we look on from the D&D book. But this is even better because this is literally a player facing mechanic to the point where it's your bonus. Like your character can just be better at finding treasure. And Bob, you saw the design of that in my heroic in Dragontide. That's exactly
the treasure hunting ability.
With the treasure hunting ability. So I changed the merchant's ability in Dragontide.
100%.
So basically, when the player rolls on the treasure table, they roll with advantage, basically. And so that when you have a merchant with your party, you're more likely to find better treasure. You know, they just have they have a nose for it. I love this. I think this is a really cool treasure mechanic because I love that part of it's guaranteed. I love that the check could be good or okay. Like you never get nothing. You can't get nothing. And I love that there's 4 levels. That's pretty appropriate for a 10-level game. I love that you get a mix of both magic and mundane items, as well as these components and materials, which I'm assuming have to do with crafting and stuff. But I love it.
No, I co-sign. It's rare for me to just like unfiltered like a mechanic, but I like this mechanic.
I also say
for this kind of game.
Yeah, I also say that in an exploration-based game, this is how you make exploration fun. Combat has all these cool uncertainties and dice rolls and are we going to live or not? That's why combat's exciting. If your exploration game is just a bunch of, we go there. Okay, well, you walk 20 miles a day and, the ranger has this ability so nothing happens. And then you find this treasure, which I wrote down in advance. Like, you're like, I like rolling dice, where's the randomness? Where's the excitement? So like in a combat, you're like, oh, I'm nervous. Are we going to live? Are we going to die? Imagine coming into like you find an ancient hoard. And up until this point, the only way you've been able to get a magic item in the previous hordes was on a 12 plus.
Mm-hmm.
And now you find an ancient hoard and you can get a magic item on a 9, 10, 11, or 12 plus. And you're like, we got 4 rolls, boys. We got 4 rolls, boys. This could be huge. Yeah. And like, that the game doesn't guarantee, your, that you need a magic item in order to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
So. Hodop, who by the way hates dice.
He does hate dice so much.
Loves combat without dice rewarding your choices. He's all in on the diceless games now.
He does.
I think for me it's the main part that you mentioned it before, but I want to underscore is it's not after every combat. You place it in the world.
Yep.
Which gives reason people and the GM places the players don't know where it is.
Right.
It gives them a reason to actually explore. Like it's the reward loop.
Yes, well said. Yes, it gives you that direction. One of the things I always talk about people lack in hex crawls and in dungeons is, okay, give me something to be aiming at, because otherwise I'm just wandering the fuck around. I need something. I need something to try to get to.
Like with Abomination Vault, the target became kill everything on the floor for the most XP possible. That's what it was.
And that's not good. That's not a
It's not.
That's not a good incentive, Yeah.
Now, like it worked, but that's because we're a bunch of murder hobos, and it didn't make us care.
Right.
It was just the thing we did on Tuesdays,
Correct. Now contrast it with me when I played Abomination Vaults, right? I created a system where every level has a place where the gauntlet beam goes through. It's like a circular room. Every room has one of those. And I made it so that the PCs could tap into the power of the gauntlet and sort of steal some of the power of Nimbaloth for themselves and gain kind of a spooky dark power. And so my players, every time they'd get to a new level, they'd be like, okay, amongst all the other things that we have to do, we have to find that room so that we can get our cool new power. And
it's especially good when those rooms are like behind, like because often they're behind like secret doors,
or they're in a tough spot, or you have to fight some tough monsters to get there, so it feels like an unearned reward. So I think that's really cool. So I absolutely love this. I will be stealing so much of this for
that's well done
for future games. All right, crafting. I'd like to spend time on this, but we're getting a little long in the tooth here, but it looks like there's an entire crafting system here.
Yep.
Where
this is huge.
They have formulas, and depending on what the item costs, that's how many materials it takes and how much time it takes.
And time, nice.
Then there's a check.
They say we really got to look at this crafting.
It's pretty good here. And it obviously, if it's a copper, silver, or gold, it's probably just a normal item. You can note that a magnificent item is 5 materials per item slot. So to make magnificent heavy armor, which is 3 item slots, I think that's the bulk, would be 15 materials plus components. And again, it would take,
So are you picking the item you're crafting?
Oh yeah, I think so.
So you choose. Okay.
Well, so here, all craftable non-magic items have a material requirement that's based on the item's cost and its number of slots. For example, a kite shield is a 3-slot item and it costs silver coins. Thus, it is 3 per item slot. So it's going to take 9 materials and take 6 plus D6 hours to complete. When all the material and component costs are used and time spent, make a tinker check, which is one of the skills. I think it's tied to know-how, to determine the outcome. So here's your crafting mundane item. This is for a mundane item. Everyone in Dragon Tide wanted to just be able to make a long sword. So if you roll a 1 or 2, you fail. If you roll a 3 to 5, you fail, but you salvage a couple of the materials. If you get a 6 through 8, you craft the item. If you get a 9 through 11, you craft it, and it didn't even take as much as you thought it was. And if you roll the 12 plus, you didn't mean to, but you crafted it and got a magnificent upgrade.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I love that. Is great. That is a great
pretty
check.
Cool.
One, done, simple. It's exciting. There's a little bit of drama. Yeah. This is pretty cool.
The crafting is ×2 when using a forge. Is that right? So it's actually worse?
Well, we don't know what a forge does. So here we go, Bob. Besides sufficient materials, this is up a page. PCs need proper crafting material tools to make an item. Any metal item also requires a forge. The time takes to craft an item with a forge is multiplied by 2. So any metal item requires a forge, Bob.
Gotcha. Okay.
Forges are often too large to lug around while adventuring, so you have fewer options. Most settlements have a forge that you can rent for a small cost, and with enough money, you can eventually purchase your own forge. By the way, the loyal Chum has one called the Mobile Forge, which lets you craft on a forge while traveling.
Baller.
Large or expensive items might require a crafting crew if the project is large enough. So I think the idea is just that metal items take longer.
Yeah, it checks out.
So, So
Land of Eames says, don't use the crafting if you're playing with kids.
And again, this is one of those things that I think some players
my kids would think this is cool.
I think some players love crafting and some players hate crafting. I personally believe my zeitgeist is that this is the future of RPGs. We talked about, we didn't really get to it, Ben. We talked about it a little bit, but we talked about like the trends, of where RPGs were moving. And I definitely think it is moving more and more towards that sort of Stardew Valley, cottage core, code, why are you adventuring? To get cool stuff, to make cool items and to give people presents. And, I think that's just such a huge element of the game. And we saw
saw the hubbub about that D&D art, like the cutesy D&D art they did a couple months ago. Yeah. It's like there's a large portion of the audience that resists it. Sure. But they can play OSR. Like it's not like that type of game is dead. But the D&D core is moving cozy for whatever reason.
Because I think that's where people are. These are people who didn't grow up playing, Diablo. They grew up playing Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing and Harvest Moon.
I think that's a hypothesis, and it's going to have to bear out through time.
And Pokemon,
My suspicion is that the hypothesis is incorrect, but I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong.
The root generation of most people nowadays for fantasy is probably MMOs. It's probably World of Warcraft and the like.
Right.
And that crafting and gathering is a huge part of all those games. Yeah, Scotty P said the same thing.
Minecraft.
Bob.
Minecraft is so big.
I'm so dumb, Bob.
It's like the biggest game.
I'm too old. I'm too old. I'm over here talking about World of Warcraft like that didn't come out in 2004. Bob, you are 100% right. Minecraft is literally what all these people grew up with. Even like 30-year-olds are like, I grew up playing Minecraft. You're completely right.
Lava chicken.
But there's, like I said, it's a hypothesis, and I suspect it's not correct, but I'm happy to be wrong.
And by the way,
because I think there's just a different vibe. There's a different vibe for creation versus adventuring versus like that, and also there's a time at the table question, which is is open.
I also think this has to do with we're getting off topic here, but it has to do with the premise. We'll go to 11. We'll call that even. But
I ran out of alcohol already. Dang.
The part of the problem is. I think this is my take. I think there has been a transition. It's almost like a bell curve where when D&D first started, the stakes of the games were very non-existential, right? The dungeon is there. It's been there for millennia. Evil things live there. They occasionally crawl out from the depths and attack people, but that's just the cost of doing business in this, grim world. Why would we go there? Because there's treasure and magic items and we want that. What if we don't go to the dungeon? Again, I stress this, the dungeon has been there for 1,000 years. Whether we go or not, someone else will go. And PCs are a dime a dozen, right? That was where we started. Then in like the 90s and the 2000s, people got really obsessed with like, you are the chosen one. You are the only ones who can stop this horrible thing from happening. Existential threat dialed to 11, right? The end times are coming, very like over the top, video game coded, like if you don't stop this, no one will. And by the way, you got away with that in video games because of a little thing called the save feature, just for your thing. So it didn't really, I don't think it really worked that well in RPGs ever. But now I wonder if we're coming off of that and we're seeing people kind of going back to, I don't want epic, high stakes, the fate of the world is on. I just want to run my bar, man, and get into crazy adventures and, kind of be more chill.
Well, what they found in MMOs is that a lot of people liked crafting. And a lot of people liked just gathering materials, going around. And if you looked at like this kind of goes back to like, I feel like what you're actually talking about is just expanding the audience rather than changing anything. Okay. It's more because what you find is that in MMOs that the combat focused, quest focused, end game focused, raiding focused group of people, what they tend to do is go to an MMO, no life for 3 months, beat everything in it, and then move on to the next MMO. So what they found in MMOs is that a game would rise then fall, except for World of Warcraft, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall. But the people who stayed in each MMO were the people who were just like, oh, I just like the vibes. I'm going to go around crafting, gathering materials. I'm going to do the explore the world quest. We have to explore literally every part of every map on the entire continent. Yeah. And that's like your baseline of players.
Yeah. So let me give you.
Buddy Smith did this, Derek. Smith loves his stronghold.
I was literally about to bring this up.
He loves decking it out.
It was never a thing for me, but like, yeah, Smith will gather and craft for hours to like put in a new fireplace in his MMO character's guild hall.
Right.
In Final Fantasy 14. Yeah.
And it's like two different groups of players. So as the TTRPGs expand to greater audiences, I feel like what you're talking about is really just making more games to call to that new group of players, or that segment of the audience that is growing because the entire thing is growing. I agree with you.
Okay.
But the number one thing is just killing things. The number one thing is always going to be killing things. It's always going to be
number one
swords and fantasy.
I don't disagree. So getting back to crafting, we could see that alchemy is a little bit different because when you make alchemy, by the way, kind of there's an idea here, Bob. There's alchemy recipes. Many are common and you can craft them without the recipe. So if the recipe is common, everyone can make it. If it's a rare recipe, you have to acquire it. And witchcraft recipes are only acquired from witches.
Ooh.
And when you make the alchemy, you basically make a potion, which is cool. But if you roll 6 through 8, it's got one use. If you roll a 9 through 10, it's got a D6 usage die. And if you roll a D8, it's got a D8 usage die.
Kind of hot.
That's kind of cool.
Kind of
sweet. And cooking kind of does the same thing, except of how many people it can feed. Then
our friends love cooking. Most random, they love cooking.
In the core book, only gnomes that are level 10 can create magic.
Look at that artwork. Look at that bag.
A gnome is hefty. So they basically, magic items is basically off the table. It's either level 10 gnome or powerful NPCs.
I love how level 10 gnome is an exception. That's very fun.
Yes.
But it sounds like you said they're tweaking that.
Well, they're going to add a wizard and a witch.
Wizard.
Yeah.
Now,
by the way, Bob, you translated my Dragon Tide crafting rules. Look at this. And a 6 through 8, you craft the item, but it has a flaw.
I love it.
Just like our Dragon Tide system.
Yep.
Like for example, maybe it has fewer uses. It attracts into powerful NPCs attacked, and when you roll a 1, it afflicts some dread, or it has a curse.
Gosh, I love that.
I love it too.
I like that so much.
Bob, look at this.
What am I looking at?
Makeshift items. They are quick and shoddy, lasting only for one encounter or session.
Oh, we did this in the middle of the... we did this.
We did this in Dragon Tide. They're ideal if a PC needs to craft something in a pinch to solve a problem. They always require 2 materials per item slot and a crafting time of D6
That's great that they thought of that, because we came into that problem.
Right. Because people wanted to craft stuff during the game session outside of our downtime loop. And we're like, well, we want them to be able to do that, but then like that kind of breaks the game. And we're like, how about we make it so that it's just a temporary item and it only lasts for that session? And they were like, cool.
Edward wants to know, is this game mega gameable yet? we haven't got there, but I thought it was funny.
Well,
I think
I don't see any parts that impediment mega. I think this is the most mega gameable play.
No, it's not the most
maybe
mega gameable, but I don't see anything that makes it difficult.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean that you've covered recently, aside from maybe.
I will say this: the game is very flat math because it doesn't have like the scaling HP. You know, like you can buy 1 + 5 courage upgrade once.
Right.
And in fact, because of the way
flat.
that
XP leveling is very flat.
Yeah, XP is very low flat and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Another thing which I like maybe too is when you play a game like this, instead of like what you could do is each week you could just give everybody a stipend of XP. And if you play, you get more. But if you don't play, it's like you still get some XP, so you can still make some, you know, stuff if you come back later. Anyways, you can repair item, you can salvage an item by breaking it down at the forge, breaking it down into materials, which is sweet. There are over 200 components.
They went deep. Man, some of these are really good too. The beast components, elemental components, fish components, herb components. Oh my god.
By the way, so there's literally a gathering materials, fishing, picking herbs, and hunting. Bob, we had a whole gathering system for Dragontide. And
I know.
You
just did it better.
They just did it way better.
I mean, they put time into it, right? I feel like just this crafting.
Hey, Bob put time into it.
I did put time, but it wasn't this much time.
Yeah, this is like a full year of work.
Well, what we did is we limited it because people already complained about tracking, and we had 6 components per, you know, like we had 6 metals, we had 6 woods, we had 6 floral.
There's so many components, Derek.
Right.
I'm just looking through them.
Because these guys did it the opposite. They just have materials, but then you need a component that gives us unique.
No, we had a generic thing called supply.
Okay.
Which is just which is materials.
What were your components for?
Making magic items.
Yep.
Okay, so you need specific combinations for that? Was that the deal,
well, they figured that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was random, so they would combine 2 materials together and be like, what did I make? Oh, that's pretty cool. Like now we know that formula.
Yeah. So when we get to page 106, you'll see that this is a bit different. But
yeah. Well, no, it isn't. So like, for example, if we look at a bandy clam pearl, it is used in the garnish amulet recipe.
Yeah.
And it is used in
but
bandy
it makes
clam
these specific
chowder.
2 things, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it makes specifically bandy clam chowder.
Yeah, so instead of me telling them, this has already been figured out.
It's already been figured out. Yeah.
Right. Our problem is that we didn't want to write hundreds of recipes beforehand.
That's why I said this took like a year. Like if you look at it, it's like 100, so many pages of specific recipes.
I made them track everything.
Well, no, because you have
every material component they had. Right. People would lose their mind if I gave them
people would lose their mind completely. I mean, I guess what you would do, Bob. Well, the difference, Bob, is in a normal game, you would just write this down on your sheet.
Correct.
Your problem is you're obsessed with making people track everything on the Google sheet.
I just like Google Sheets.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the real problem is it's a pain in the ass to track everything anyways, but then it's worse because you put it on a completely relatively unformatted Google sheet. And it's just an Excel spreadsheet. It's the most soulless, soul-sucking thing of all time.
First of all, this table looks like an Excel sheet and I like it.
Yeah, it's really nice for like orderly but like that nobody wants to have to track. Like imagine if you had to like sit there and track each. Now, I mean, there's a logistical point to this. I mean, imagine somebody having a one pager where you have every component in the game, and next to it's a little box, and you just erase, and you're like 1, 2. You have all your components, so you can see all your components. But tracking it in Foundry is kind of tough. Edward, didn't we do that in season 2, Bob? Didn't we track it in Foundry? When we used to get those, remember Smith never ended up using them, but everybody had those resources that you got from the zones. Didn't they track them on their character sheets?
Foundry.
They tracked them on their character sheets.
Did they?
We
just added it on there?
Yeah, we just had items that you dragged and dropped from a compendium.
I mean, we had some of that stuff for Dragontide, like monster parts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We did stuff like that, but there was like very specific ones, but this is like 200 of them, and it is pages of them.
I know. Well, then that's before you get to the D100 alchemy recipes.
I'm looking at it.
Yep.
It keeps
So-
going. There's cooking after that and
So-
crafting.
So if you want to make an animal speech potion, you need to have the recipe. It's rare, so you don't have it by default. It gives you the ability to speak to critters for the session. And to make it, you need owl tongue and gnome cap, which are both herbs.
I love it.
Love it.
I love it.
I love this.
I love this so much. I can't even. It's gross.
This is the crafting porn.
I like this
is-
better.
Yeah.
I would rather do this than roleplay with Beowulf. I'm sorry. Like this is just. This is way better to me. Like if you're like, but I want to tell you how my character feels. I don't care how your character feels. I just want to get some owl tongue so that I can make this potion.
This definitely feels like Monster Hunter. I love
Yeah.
so much. I like the symbols they use. Like this table is so easy to read as well.
it
Like,
is very
everything
easy.
about this is really good.
Right. You got the cool little icon to tell you if it's from if it's a monster part or if it's an herb or if it's a fish.
Absolutely. Yeah, so good.
Right. By the way, Beowulf, I love you. I mean, I meant what I said, but I do love you. But again, this type of stuff is why role-playing games are so crazy. I get excited about being able to make a flight potion, right? And I also
so
get
cool.
like I made motions of flying before in 3rd edition. You know what I did? I subtracted gold and some experience from my character sheet, and then it was just made.
Right. And it's
that's
100%
so
like
soulless.
where is your table time / total game time going?
Right.
And I feel like this game, because it's light in other elements, it's so rich to do this crafting system.
Right. That's true.
Everything
That's true.
seems so very well done too. Like I'm just looking at the next page here with the gigantism potion. You use the Ettin's blood, and you got the ghost speech potion that's on this page. You use the gloom weave and the spirit bloom. It's like, oh, everything has so much flavor.
Yeah.
Like it feels like it really meant to be.
And honestly, most things are 2. A handful of things are 3.
Yeah, none of it seems broken.
And it doesn't seem over the top. And Pumpkin says this triggers something primal in my gamer self that just wants to hit that loop of euphoria from just gathering and crafting.
I think there's a lot of people like you.
I think I'm kind of one of them. I mean,
And
when
so
I played,
again, like this is why this game is so mega gameable. I feel like you can have a GM who just wants to run crafting.
well, no, but see, that's people don't. So, like, the problem was like we had a system like this in Dragontide, and then GMs complained because they're like, well, people are playing my game session and they don't want to go on my adventure. They just want to gather.
Yeah, they just want to craft.
They just want to gather resources.
Back in the day, you had
Scott's-
GMs that were happy to just run that and nothing else, right? For hours and hours.
And that's what Scott's saying. He's like, some of these components only exist in some zones. So that means you have to make a conscious decision in the sandbox. Like, we need to go to this place to get this thing.
So
The
Bob
quest becomes sort of there.
So like Bob talked about getting Ettin's blood, right?
Yeah.
For the gigantism
Because that
potions.
sounds sweet.
All right.
Yep.
So if we go back up to
Either that or
herb.
Derek, or you make an auction house
Right.
as part of your
Ettin's blood is only found in the Drippy Downs and the used to be forests.
right.
You can also make Ettin blood sausage with it.
Dungeon Meshy.
And I should also point out you can find these in treasures. And yes, Bob, and yes, Vin, we also I think the importance of an auction house, and people can find it and then sell it, and that's really cool in a mega game. You're like, I can't use this.
Yeah.
Actually, we did have people complaining about that because you could sell components, but the problem is nobody wanted to sell components because they all just wanted to keep they all just wanted to hoard them and keep them for themselves.
Of course they did. And then you have the problems like this is why MMOs have actually hire economists, because then they're like, okay, so we need to introduce this number of items into the system to keep the auction house running, and then players can add on top of that and a bunch.
Well,
of
if
stuff.
I can say something, Zipperfist, I understand the GMs. So if you remember my mega game conversation yesterday, I said one of my white whales is figuring out a way to meaningfully and in a way that I can build trust, and this is not crazy because these do exist in the real world, is to introduce ways to do co-op or solo gaming in my mega game. Because 99% of the time in an MMO, when you are gathering and when you are crafting, you are not part of a group who is waiting to go do a dungeon. It's your downtime. It's, you hop on and no one's playing, or, your group of friends aren't on, or you just want to waste some time. That is when you go and gather equipment and materials. Doing it during the session is, I think, a little problematic because other people, A, might not be there for that, and B, the GM is like, what am I here for? Like, you know, like
Right.
my
Yeah,
role, my role here is pretty auxiliary.
And that's
so-
NR season 1 where the GM literally goes, I'm going to be on for 8 hours. Anyone to craft, join me.
Yes.
That's like NR season 1. It's not going to, it's impossible. But I do remember that from NRC 1. And I find very fond memories of hearing those stories.
Right.
Like,
where so I think the goal then is to take this idea and this concept and somehow figure out a way to make it solo gameable or even co-op gameable, because then you're not wasting a GM's time. It's different when all the players opt in. But like, you know, if a player's like, hey guys, I'm thinking of heading up to used to be Forest. I'm gonna go do an Etton's route or whatever it was called, Etton's Blood Run. I'm gonna go do an Etton's Blood Run. Does anyone want to come with me? And a bunch of people go, you know, I'm in, you know, and we create some sort of fun co-op game. I mean, Bob and I, we played Starforged. It was a co-op RPG. There was no GM, you know, and it wasn't like, you know, a board game. It's still an RPG, but you don't have a GM. And so you have to trust players and you have to, you know, create cool, interesting moments for yourself. And again, yes, it's prone to abuse, I suppose, in a mega game, but yeah. Wes says, I love this, but my players would hate it. They couldn't even be bothered to keep track of their own bastions from 5th edition. So
it's so table dependent. So table dependent.
And I'm also totally fine with, like, while you're naturally playing the game and naturally hex crawling, that there's opportunities that just randomly come up for you to gain, you know, materials and components. That's totally cool.
Yeah,
but,
straight up. Yeah.
Anyways, massive system, fantastic stuff.
I mean, that was awesome to look at.
So let's cover the last bit here, and then we'll wrap it up. So this is the last area that I want to cover, is because then we get into adventuring, adversaries, GM advice, random tables, and stuff like that. Which is not to say that those aren't nothing, but the
I think
chapter
looking at 1 or 2 adversaries is good. But
we'll look at the skeleton.
We still have to look at the skeleton.
So we're going to take a look at adventuring. This covers travel, making camp, conflicts, combat, and downtime. So the meat of the game, one would imagine. All right. Land of Eam uses a hex map and procedural rules for travel known as hex crawling. Each hex is a 6-mile hex. Good choice. And there are 3 modes of travel: a stretch, a shift, and a
I was going to say, are you serious right now? I'm like trying to follow you. I was like, where is this at?
There are 3 modes of travel: a day's travel, exploration, and dungeon crawling.
Okay, that's fine.
When traveling across the map, each day is divided into 4 travel turns. Turns 1 and 2 are the day. Turns 3 and 4 are the night. Daytime hours are ideal for traveling, and a PC can move 2 hexes per turn. Thus, the party can typically cover 4 hexes per day. Traveling at night is not just more difficult and dangerous, but you can only move 1 hex per turn, and you suffer disadvantage to your travel checks if you choose to do so. Obviously, it isn't wise to march across the land both day and night, never stopping to rest. And so, if you travel a 3rd turn, everyone becomes tired and takes dread damage. All right? Pretty basic travel rules. Travel turn checks. For every travel turn spent moving across the map, a different PC must make a travel check.
Oh,
that's interesting.
That is
for the whole
I
group.
vastly prefer that. I like it moving between.
We've had
we are all on the same page here, because we've all played these games where one PC makes all of those checks.
All the checks.
That's bullshit.
It's bullshit. To make a travel check, roll 1d12 plus realms at the beginning of the turn to determine if there is an encounter, a setback, an uneventful journey, or a discovery. Travel checks. This is kind of like Fabula Ultima, where when you make a travel check, you can have bad things or good things. On a 1 or 2, perilous encounter. On a 3 through 5, dangerous encounter. A 6 through 8, bump in the road. A 9 through 11, uneventful journey. 12 plus, a discovery. By the way, there are modifiers. So if you're traveling at night, you get a disadvantage to that roll.
I sure hope this freaking GM screen is like 10 pages long. Like,
if you're traveling on the road, you get a +1 to your check. If everyone's mounted, you can travel an additional hex per day, etc., etc.
This artwork on the next page is so
awesome.
Fire.
That's awesome. It's kind of our party.
I love the
if I was
in the ooze.
Oh, the telescope's in the ooze.
Oh, good.
So
if the middle character was a frog, it would almost be the party that we were talking about.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah.
All right. If it's a perilous counter, this is a life-threatening situation or a hostile adversary. Roll on the perilous encounter. If it's dangerous, it is a clear danger or potentially hostile
Okay,
adversary.
that's not bad.
If it's a bump in the road, it's a minor setback. Lost supplies, bad weather, inter-party conflict. Again, some people are going to really hate this. The road is hard, putting people on edge. 2 random PCs start bickering about something important. A potential opportunity to build relationships and gain XP. Basically, Jim's like, you guys are fighting. Go.
I like
that. But
I like it.
I know some people do not. Don't tell me what my character could do.
Straight
Meanwhile,
up, yeah.
Meanwhile, I reduce your character to 0 hit points. You're dead. I accept that.
Yep.
Makes no sense. Like, what do you do in that situation where like an NPC intimidates your character or demoralizes your character? Do you say, no, I'm not frightened? I'm not frightened of them?
Well, I also don't say, I don't role play being sick when I get sickened.
Right.
And I don't role play bleeding when I get the bleeding condition. I don't go, I don't go as 30 feet because my leg hurts because I'm bleeding.
So
like,
let me ask you this.
Play the game.
This is actually, you know what? I'm going to put a poll up. I'm going to ask you this.
I actually might.
This is actually Bob's like, wow, I actually might do that. This is a great question. Okay. Is it a violation? I could spell that terribly. Is it a violation of role-playing / immersion of throwing yourself off a cliff you know you will survive?
Oh, that's a great one.
So like, you know, it depends on the game, obviously. You know, there's different, you know, there's different games for different different games for different situations. But let's say you're playing a game where it's like, oh, the damage you take is equal to half the distance you fell. So if you fall 100
and I
feet,
have 60 points, it's 30 feet, right?
Yeah,
it's
30
easy fall.
Right. It's a 100-foot fall, and
I have 110 hits.
And I have 110 hit points. I'm only gonna take 50 damage.
Exactly. Like whatever.
And you're like, I got to get down there, like right now. The village is under attack.
That's fine. I think it's 100% fine. Yeah, I think it's 1,000%.
That's how many climb checks I have to make in TF2.
Well, no, you could climb down. Well, you could climb down. It would just take you 750 checks and about 1,000.
I tell myself up
exactly. I'm just. Well, it's also like it's as if you're asking, like, okay, if I threw myself off a cliff, I would die.
Correct.
But I'm not someone with 50 hit points, because the 50 hit points is like 40. It's like 30 hits with a longsword. Like I'm not that person. Like,
right. I like how people are like, that's so unrealistic. But watch me get stabbed 18 times.
Exactly. If I'm the person who can live through 18 stabs with a longsword, I'm jumping off that cliff and I'll probably land.
Hold up. The tone of the game.
I think the tone of the game is
tone of the game is Lord of the Rings. The tone of the game is it's like super serious. You're playing a very serious, 5e game.
Did Gandalf know he was going to or think he was going to die when he went down with the Balrog? Or did he think he'd be able to tank it?
No, I think I think he understood that they were the same, choir of angel, if you will. They were both
yeah. So do you think he'd be fine?
Derek where it hurts now. He has to think Lord of the Rings philosophy now.
I think Gandalf well, to be clear, Gandalf didn't want to go fight the Balrog. But he got pulled into that fight.
Yeah.
So I think Gandalf realized that since that Balrog was there, he had to deal with it, because if he didn't, he could potentially become an ally of Sauron or something, and that would be bad.
Yeah. But he knew he'd. Do you think he? Sorry, did he think he'd live, or did he think he was going to die?
No, I think he thought his chances were, I mean, he ran for a reason,
right?
So, I mean, he clearly understood that they were evenly matched. And in terms of while they're both Einar, so in the realm of Valar, they're both these immortal spiritual angel beings. But then when they came to Middle Earth, they had to take a physical form. The Valar made him an old man. He's literally an old man. And they made the Balrog a flaming demon of the ancient world. So he's like, well, they kind of fucked me here.
But I don't know what happened in the book, but in the movie, it seems like the Balrog kills, or he and the Balrog died not from the fall, but from the battle.
Yes, correct.
Is that true?
No. In the movie, I mean, I think they say this in the book. They fight for 3 days. Yeah,
it's not the fall that kills them.
No, so not even close.
No. In Lord of the Rings, he jumps off the cliff.
Like that's 3 days.
Lord of the Rings answers that question.
No. They show this very clearly in the movie. Not even the extended edition. In the movie, they show them. They battle all the way to the top of the mountain, and then he says, "And I threw down my enemy, and I smote his ruin upon the mountain."
It was fucking amazing. So to answer your question, Gandalf would happily throw himself off the cliff because he knows he'd be. He was worried about fighting the Balrog.
Well, yeah, but my point is that like in these games, you're like, I know I'm going to survive this, you know?
Yeah, and Gandalf knew he'd survive. He wasn't worried about the fall. He was worried about fighting the Balrog.
No, what Gandalf knew is that if his character died, he was too important for the plot, and the GM, aka God, was going to bring him back to life, which is what happened.
Maybe.
He's like,
you know, you're in here every Friday to play this game.
Eru Iluvatar, who hasn't intervened in human affairs in 6,000 years, decides to bring you personally back to life. Also, I'm realizing that I may have undertuned this party, so I'm going to bring you back in a more powerful form. Or maybe Gandalf was an NPC the whole time. Pumpkin said the same thing. Yeah,
I see. Yeah.
All right. So
Pumpkin knew.
Well, this is really interesting. We have a fairly even split. We usually don't get even splits, but like about half of people think it is a violation of role-playing.
I respect both answers.
Yeah, I do too. I don't know that there is a right answer. I would feel weird about it either way, but I would also respect it in Pathfinder 2 if someone's like, I need to get down there. I know I can survive this.
PS2.
Exactly. I'm just
PS2 when I respect the most.
It's way faster.
Way faster.
It's way faster. Okay.
We should probably keep going because people want us to look at combat and they want us to look at bestiary. So we
oh my gosh, it's been half an hour since we said we were wrapping up. All right.
I know, but we got to get through combat because apparently it's different in this game.
Gotcha.
No, I'm here. I'm here for it.
I'm not going anywhere either.
Yes.
Let you know.
Great tech. One Ring does this, and it was one of my favorite rules in the One Ring, and they do it too. Perfect. So I love it. This is one of my new favorite rules. I loved it in Tor. I love it here. So in the One Ring, when you travel somewhere, there's this really cool, elaborate journey mechanic. But the game basically says, but when you go back, unless for some odd reason it's like really a big deal, just they get home. Because a lot of the consequences of getting home don't matter. If it takes extra time, it doesn't matter. If you get a little beat up, it doesn't matter.
100%.
You're going to your safe place. So here they have the journey home. Sometimes journeying back to a starting location after a quest is anticlimactic. The PCs accompany their goal, and now they have to go through another long track. To speed this thing up, the GM can allow a PC to make one travel check to represent the entire journey home.
Seems nice.
I love that rule.
Would you have them make any travel check at all? Because I'm tempted to just not have it.
No, I would say you're back if it didn't matter.
I think you're safe to say you're back. I mean, I think that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I only reason is I'll say this fucking mega games. I'll say that.
Yeah.
You know, when you can have like just one check to get back or just auto get back, which is fantastic.
100%.
So this is.
Are you seeing where I'm coming from? This game fucking mega games.
Yeah,
maybe not the most of any game, but it's the
now.
most
I should also note.
Remember you covered
that going into a 6 mile hex. Okay, and by the way, a 6 mile hex, okay, is 31 square miles. So that's a lot of square miles. That's a big area. In this, so when you go through a hex, I think it's kind of crazy that you're just like, oh, and you find everything. So in this game, when you instead of traveling to a new hex, you may spend your travel turn to explore the hex. They may either look for something specific or a random unknown destination or exploration. So you can literally just explore it, or if you know it's in here, you can go find it.
Yeah, that's nice.
I assume this
would be games like that.
This would be where you transition between this book and the setting book. Like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, because like the setting book is everything has a hex, but this doesn't really talk about that.
Yep.
So.
If a PC wants to comb a hex for resources such as food, materials, or components, they can spend one travel turn instead of traveling or exploring. Each attempt to hunt, gather, fish, or pick herbs requires a wilderness check, and each region has its own random tables, which we saw before. Dungeon crawling. In these cases, they are much less structured than a day's travel, as they move from moment to moment through the environment. The GM has planned encounters or curated random tables as the PCs move from room to room, problem solving and overcoming challenges. So a classic mix. I mean, Vin was saying he prepares. I think preparing a dungeon is smart, but I also think random encounters are cool because it lets you add this cool dynamicism to the encounter. Yeah. So we got information about darkness and
Vin, is
tracking time.
In the box set, does you said it was per hex. They have all this information. They have the actual dungeons and everything laid out too.
Well,
I haven't seen
I don't know.
Sorry, I haven't seen a full flip through, but my understanding is yes, because they compared it to Neverland, and Neverland does.
Wow.
As a general rule of thumb, so you keep loose track of time. But as a general rule of thumb, if the PCs linger in an area too long or make a lot of noise, roll a random encounter or a random wandering intruder.
Yep, 100%.
Then we have making camp. So after making camp, Each PC has 2 turns for night, which is the time you're sleeping, right? You travel for two turns during the day, and then you have 2 turns at night. 1 turn, story time. 1 turn, find food. 1 turn, sleep. 2 turns, long sleep. 1 turn, keep watch. During story time, this is a good opportunity for PCs to build their relationships, discuss personal quests, and gain XP. So basically, it's like an opportunity to, do a little FBT, but not really FBT because you're trying to hit your XP triggers, and it might not have been appropriate to do that during the day. So that's pretty cool. By the way, do you need inspiration? Here's a list of D100 campfire questions.
I tell you a story about my past so I can gain 1 XP. Fuck my life. Yeah. But to be fair, this
have you ever gone camping, Vin? That's what you do in a camp.
There ain't nothing else to do. You don't got internet reception.
You don't have internet reception. What are you going to do? Like, my frog goes over
You know what I do during camping sessions? Play RPGs. And I don't do that to fucking camp in the RPG as well.
If you don't eat, you start suffering dread.
You don't have to worry about it because there's questions on the next page. There's a D100 chart you can just talk about.
Ooh, I love this. You get you make a roll and you get a bonus for each of the following. The PCs get +1 bonus to their healing roll. Okay. If you eat a cooked meal, not rations, you get a +1 bonus. It's much nicer to eat a proper cooked meal.
That makes sense.
If you sleep on a bedroll or a bed or a tent, you get a +1. And if you spend 2 turns for a long sleep, you get a +1.
Yep.
When camping, there's a chance of a wandering intruder stumbling upon the PCs. This is called the wandering intruder chance. It's normally a 1 on a D6. Okay. Conflicts. This is when tension escalates to threat. This is not to say every conflict turns into combat. In fact, you have multiple opportunities to avoid combat. NPCs, creatures, critters, and creepers are called adversaries. This happens in rounds, with each round consisting of 4 phases. Players state
this is a very cool, just before we get there, this is a very cool phase system. I don't know if I like it, but I think it creates a very interesting gameplay dynamic because it's not like any of the ones I've seen before.
Okay.
This is probably why they wanted us to look at it.
Conflict happens in rounds, with each round consisting of 4 phases. At the start of the round, players state their intended actions for the turn: to either parlay, to improvise, to run, or to fight. So that's all you're driving.
The fighting is the 4th phase.
Yes, I see this. PCs have 1 action and 1 move. Adversaries only take actions and moves in combat. Once every round, both PCs and adversaries can sacrifice 1 action to make another move. So move in a standard, you can use your standard move. But it goes in order. So first, parlay. At the beginning of a conflict, a PC who wishes to talk first may do so. Charm, inspire, intimidate, trickery are the skills most often used, along with any other useful abilities. If this goes well, the PCs could potentially avoid combat altogether. NPCs and creatures have a parlay score of 0 to 2. This is like a patience score from MCDM negotiation.
Yeah.
Determining how many times the PCs can attempt to negotiate with them during the conflict. Once all attempts have been used, parlay is no longer available as an action.
Nice.
Critters can only be wrangled using the wilderness skill. So you don't parlay with critters, you just wrangle them. The more fearsome and hostile the adversary, the harder they are to parlay or wrangle. And especially tough enemies might even give you a penalty. During parlay, a failure with a plus is up to some interpretation, just like any other check. But some useful ideas are they fail to sway the adversary, but they become distracted, or they no longer want to kill you, they want something else from you, or they spill some information. Rolling a complete failure should generally mean that things have gone awry and the adversary is now angered with you. Improvise is the next phase, when one may use your action to do something other than fight. This is a time to use your non-social skills and abilities to help overcome or defuse the situation. For example, you might try to cave in the entrance, cut the rope bridge, or dive for the precious item. Or you could give aid to an ally, hide behind a table, or swing down on a chandelier. Phase 3 is running. If a PC wishes to flee, they can use their actions to run, but they are only as fast as the slowest fleeing member, which is based on your nimbleness. The person with the slowest nimbleness rolls for the entire check, for the entire party. Failure means that fleeing PCs can't disengage and leave the conflict just yet. But they can try again next round. Success means the PCs escape the area or a chase scene ensues, which is up to the GM. And I'm going to skip the chase scenes. This is so brilliant.
Yeah. See? It's wild, right? I was like, oh, this is fascinating. Yeah.
It reminds me of like some of the stuff we even did in DTX, but there's phased combat, but this
Yeah,
is
but
phased
the
before
reason-
the
okay.
combat.
No, but the reason why
yeah.
this is so smart is because you
They're
guys might
using
want
actions here. Yeah.
well, you guys might want to run away,
Mhm.
but you only need one PC to run away, which
Mhm.
means the rest of the PCs can keep fighting.
yeah.
Part of the problem with
I-
running
I-
away is when you try to run away and fail, and the whole group spent their turn trying to run away, you're now in a worse position because you tried to run away. If we had stayed and fought, maybe we could have won it, but now we're definitely fucked. By
I
saying,
find it very
That's a good
funny
point.
that you picked up that. I didn't pick up that because that's roughly how a lot of JRPGs work.
correct,
nowadays.
you put one person to run, and everybody else can fight, and then if that one person runs, they can run away. And what's great about that is you can take your character, you go like, look, we need to get out of here, but we'll keep fighting in case, but we're going to
Yeah.
send our lowest or our highest nimbleness character to try to run. Now, if you really need to run, right? There's no advantage that you would send everybody because the person with the lowest check runs. So that's really interesting. And then what's really cool about it is all the stuff that is cool to do, but you don't want to do because you're going to get fucked because you're going to get attacked, happens before combat.
Correct.
So
Correct, yeah.
doing the cool improvisation action. And before even that is talking.
Mhm.
So this is definitely very family-friendly coded.
Oh,
so I
for
will
sure.
agree with that. For
For
sure.
sure.
Definitely,
This,
yeah.
this is one of the most family-friendly coded mechanics.
Correct,
I've
because
seen.
a lot of times my kids and family don't want to fight,
Right.
but they will. They don't mind a good combat, but most of the time they're like, "Can we just figure our way out of this? Just escape, go do something else?"
Yeah. But the way that they put combat at the final phase,
Mm-hmm.
and if I'm reading this right, you do this every round.
That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
So combat is
phase combat.
always last. And so this is a
The
great
only thing
simple way
that expires is parlay. That's the only thing that expires.
yeah, if you run out of the power
Correct.
score, patience or whatever, and again, you might have a monster, like in my mind, I might have an undead, and the undead's going to have a parlay score of 0, because you can't negotiate with the undead. But like, what's cool about this is every other alternative, talking, doing some improvisation, running away, all of that stuff happens every round before combat, which is really cool. Huh. Okay. Combat uses initiative. Each PC acting in combat makes a perception check. Bleh. Okay, well, I don't like that, but oh, never mind. It's fast, slow. Everyone who gets a 6 or higher goes before the adversaries. Anyone who doesn't get 6 or
Oh,
higher
so
goes
it's quicker.
after. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's
That's nice.
the
It's
enemies
still
are
not
always
great, but it's
it's an enemy sandwich,
Yeah.
an initiative sandwich. Okay, never mind. I actually like this. I agree, Edward. It's so hard to parlay in most games once the fighting starts. And I agree. What I like about this is you're not going to literally be parlaying every single round of the combat, right? Like maybe you're still making a parlay check in round 2 of the combat because they still have some patience, and they might be like, because sometimes you have that fight, and then it's like, whoa, wait a sec.
Casey
I
Roberts.
I like Casey
Um,
Roberts. Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I read your comment, Casey, which is including a parlay phase guarantees your BBG gets a chance to explain their intentions or brilliant manifestations on his attack until dead immediately. Then I was like, in PF2, there's a 2-page backstory all the time that he wants to talk about anyways. It's like, this is the perfect opportunity for me to use this.
So yeah, combat. Big Bird. Combat. Okay, it's meant to be quick.
Dr. Stevie says only the fleeing characters escapes. I'm not sure which way it goes.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Dr. Stevel is saying that only the fleeing characters escape. Interesting.
I
mean, because
Talking
I,
about
I,
means-
I
I'd
see
make
it as
everybody escape, yeah.
success means the PCs escape the area. But yeah,
Failure
I guess-
means the fleeing PC can't disengage and leave the combat.
We
yeah,
should read the
it
chase
says the
scene. We skipped it. We
PCs.
should just read chase.
Well,
Just
no,
read
because
chase.
you either escape or a chase scene ensues. It's up to the GM.
Oh.
It says use a chase scene if adversaries aggressively pursue fleeing PCs. During a chase scene, each player alternates describing how their PC aids escape. It'd be really weird if like some of the PCs were in a chase scene, but the other players weren't.
But
I don't know.
it says if the PCs wish to flee, they can use their actions to run.
Right.
So
Sure.
it seems like
I
they
rule
would
this as
all
only one
choose
person
to
needs
do
run,
it.
but-
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I like the way you were
I
describing.
like my way better.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I'd roll it that way. There's no way I'd roll
But
it.
now that I'm reading that, you
what's
might
the
be
point in
right.
having everyone run? Yeah.
Yeah, I like that way. Okay, combat. Combat is a largely theater of the mind game. We have close, nearby, far away, distance. Okay? Oh, and extreme. All that matters is the distance between two things. Everything has a default speed of 1, which means when they move one band. So, again, I'm imagining playing this on like a UDT type scenario, even if it is theater of the mind. Close, right next door, you can use melee attacks. Ranged, nearby, other side of the room, it's 1 move away. Ranged targets. Far away, 2 moves. Distant, 3 moves. Extreme, 4 more. Melee combat. To attack a target, roll attack, modified by the defender's defense. A negative defense is harder to hit. So you don't have an armor class. You subtract their defense.
Yeah.
Right? Or I should say you add their defense because defense is negative. So it's a little fiddly.
Yes.
A little fiddly.
In fact, it has an example, I think, soon somewhere. Maybe it doesn't.
You attack.
Yeah, you're adding your bonus, then subtracting their penalty before every attack.
Right. Which is, it's a way of modifying a PBTA roll, which normally you can't do.
Yeah.
You know what it's like? It's just like Perry from The One Ring, which I hate, which is like all self-referencing. And then Perry comes in and says, oh, by the way, this modifies your TN. And I hate that.
Yeah.
So, but if you roll a 1 to 2, you get a critical miss. If you get a 3 through 5, you get a miss with a plus. And everything else is a hit. But it's a hit with a counterattack, a hit, or a critical hit. I mean, it's not the end of the world because, again, we're kind of used to the idea that there's some sort of opposing, like you said, it's like it's like AD&D AC. It's like where the negative value goes added to it.
But this is one of those things that definitely made me go, I wouldn't run this. Well, sorry, I would run this for kids, but I'd probably simplify it for kids.
Yeah, but like,
I don't want to sit there.
But how else do you?
Well, if you're running for kids, do you super care about your combat balance?
No, I don't care. No, yeah, right. But again, they said that it's not for kids, so
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Critical miss. You miss, and something bad happens. The attacker drops their weapon. You damage pressure. Right? This is just like me playing DTX, right, Bob? Right? You'd roll low, and I'd be like, "Oh, the orc blocks your attack and then kicks you in the chest, right in the solar plexus." You start gasping for breath, and you drop your weapon, and it clatters to the ground. And you're like, "But I was attacking." It's like, nope, get fucked. If the GM can't come up with anything in the moment, collaborate with the PCs or just roll on this table. All right, that's a critical miss. The normal miss is still miss with a plus. You miss, but maybe you set up your you set up your ally. Like again, like a lot of times, if someone rolled low but they missed, I'd be like, you strike them square. They bring up their weapon, they parry your blow, but they're pushed back into the range of your other ally or something like that. You might push them closer to a cliff's edge or setting up a flank, grant an advantage, etc., etc. Hit with a counterattack. The attacker hits and inflicts dread, but their target can make an immediate attack against them. If the target then rolls a hit with a counterattack, the attacker can counterattack as well. In this way, a chain of lucky counterattacks can simulate a duel. I don't know about that.
Probably another thing.
Yeah, I don't like this combat engine, but yeah, you can keep going.
Grazing shot. You miss. Oh, this is for range attacks. A hit, you just hit, and critical hit, you inflict double your dread. So it's a double hit.
Double damage, yeah.
I don't like the hit with a counterattack. I like the hit with a counterattack. Like if the enemy
if it's only
roll.
Once. Yeah, but if it's just automatically resolved, yeah, I agree.
Right. Like
I don't think they should be rolling again.
I don't want them to make an attack against me. They should just roll their dread. They should just roll their
dread.
dread.
You need multiple chains of attack rolls.
Yeah, I don't want the enemy making like if I attack an enemy and I hit them with a counterattack, I want it to be like, cool, they hit me, they roll their dread, they hit me, and that's it. We move on to the next thing. So
it makes it faster.
I would change that. I mean, without knowing anything about it, but I would just naturally change that. But yeah, I mean, if I was playing like 1 or 2 people in a boss, I would be okay with that. But if I was playing like 4 or 5 people, I'd want this to be quick, fast.
And the game says it runs up to 7, right? Could you imagine 7 people? And
did you all discuss the announcement for Dungeon World 2 Alpha Purple? No, because we never even got a chance to talk about Alpha Green, Yellow, Derive, whatever.
DEC Wiz says raw. You select one action per conflict.
We never even talked about this.
You would choose. We are gonna parlay. We are gonna improvise. We are gonna run. We are gonna combat. So we.
Yeah. Oh, it's a we.
Well, that's what he made it seem like. Raw is select one action per conflict. So it's like per round, you would choose. We are going to parlay, improvise, run, or combat. That's what it seems like.
Oh, interesting.
Does PCs have one action, one move? Does that mean the
Wait, so does that mean we all have to hide behind a table?
That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you would all do something improvising, I'm guessing. because in combat, it's the only time you ever roll initiative. So you guys are
So you mean like if my character wants to swing on a chandelier, the other players can't attack?
It's what it seems like, because you wouldn't get initiative, right? You chose the other one.
Well, Scotty P is saying each PC chooses one action.
It feels like each PC.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's even okay. I'm misreading.
Okay.
Because DEC Wiz is saying the same thing.
Oh,
so A can parlay, B can improvise.
Yeah,
C
okay, that we knew.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
Right.
So then if someone runs, then they run, but the whole party gets to escape then?
Well, that's the way I
would run it.
But
I'm just wondering, because if that's the case, like, was one person run away? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
anyway, your defy deaths in here too, I can see.
Yeah. Bob's like, let's finish it up. And he's like,
well, I just know we want to get to stuff. And
well, no, you're going backwards.
Oh, I thought you didn't even go to defy death yet.
No, but you're focusing on running away and getting actions and stuff like that.
I get, you know how I like to chat. I like to talk.
Yes, I'm aware, Bob.
I talk to the peeps.
Dread. So this is damage. Armor can block dread from physical damage. It's determined by your class. At 0 courage, you are defeated. You fall unconscious for 1d4 rounds. There is no negative courage. Upon defeat, the PC must make a vitality check to resist wounds. On a 5 or less, they suffer the wounded condition, which gives you a -1 penalty to all of your rolls. So it's kind of a death spiral. An ally can use an action to wake a defeated PCs. When they awaken, they heal courage equal to D6 plus their level. If all of the PCs are defeated, the GM describes what happens based on the adversary. Some adversaries might take prisoners, while others, like a dragon, might just gobble you up. Defeated adversaries either flee, surrender, fall unconscious until woken up, or killed outright, or otherwise removed from the combat, depending on the text. If you are reduced to 0 courage twice or more in a session, instead you must make a check to defy death. You are allowed to spend multiple quest points on this check. On a 1 through 5, see, I like this rule. This is a better version of the Daggerheart rule. PCs perform one final act before dying.
Right, because they're not choosing. They're
not choosing it. PCs live like. Yeah, I'm not gonna. PCs live, but they suffer a wound and a lasting injury. And on a 9 or higher, you live, but you suffer a wound. A PC failing their defy death check cannot be healed, but can perform one final heroic act to save the party. They can go out in a blaze of glory.
If this was, if PC is reduced to 0 courage while wounded instead of twice a session.
But wouldn't you always be wounded? Oh, I see what you're saying. A PC must make a vitality. So my thought process here is maybe like, I mean, you only suffer the wounded check on a 5 or less. And if your vitality check is kind of okay, you're probably never going to suffer the wounded condition. And then your character would, like, I guess, be literally immune.
Yeah, but now you have to track whether 4 PCs have gone down twice a session. It's like, it's a bit.
Oh, but you know what, though? No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway. Oh,
yeah,
maybe
I
just even have another currency. Like, just you mark it while you have a death
like this, but lasting injuries can be like a phobia, a weak lungs, a facial scar, a bum leg. Yeah, it's like just like the Muppets. I remember when Kermit was horribly disfigured. Oh,
missing fingers.
Yeah. I used to be
and Lord of the Rings.
I used to be an adventurer until I took an arrow to the knee. It's not easy.
Severed hand.
It's not easy having a severed hand. Sometimes you want to. Yeah. Okay. So we get conditions because, of course, we get conditions.
I like conditions.
We got entangled, poison, prone, ensorcelled. There's a new one. Ensorcelled. It's just dominated.
I like that name. I like that word.
I do like the name, actually. I do actually like the name. Slow,
if
tired.
you asked me what that meant before.
Oh, there we go.
I have no idea.
Ongoing dread. We got some persistent damage.
Nice.
So,
I like that they summarized them all here.
Yeah,
That's
it's
good.
neat. This is good. And you know what? And it's not in the character creation chapter, so props to them.
Yes, agree. The new bar has been.
Yeah. All right. So.
And that's legit. That's conflict.
That's the conflict. I think if we tweaked a couple of those rules, I liked your rule for counterattack, Vin, where you just go straight to the damage roll, you skip the attack roll. It only happens once. I think that's great. You know, because then that's quick and it's feral and it's like, you know, it's punchy, and I think that's totally great.
To be fair, I got that from Beowulf's. What's that system he keeps talking about? Pendragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Downtime, lastly, but not
complex
downtime
example.
has gambling, crafting, gathering information, merrymaking, infiltration.
The
performing.
complex example above
Look
there
at-
talks about everyone's with turns remaining decides they won't run, they'll stand and fight.
Yeah.
So
that doesn't answer anything.
Oh, that doesn't mean like that one person runs?
Yeah. Well, no, because no one decided to run. So how would anybody run?
It says everyone with turns remaining. So if one person decided to run and everyone else had a turn remaining, they decided to stand and fight.
Yeah.
Well, that's also weird because it says everyone with turns remaining decides they won't run, they'll stand and fight. But wouldn't they have had to make that decision at the beginning of the round before we started going through?
Yeah, don't you have to do
Correct.
anything?
I thought you
make
have to
every
declare
decision before you start.
Yeah, I thought you have to make your decision before you go through that.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to read.
They made it very. They just in neither round did they choose to run, so it's unclear.
Yeah, and the other one says again, no one opts to run, choosing to remain in the conflict. Okay, yeah. Dang it.
But we've got basically all the actions that you could take in Dragon Tide are in here. We've got crafting, gambling, information gathering, merrymaking, performance. Nothing destroyed more PCs in Dragon Tide than people trying to perform. Infiltration, recuperation, research, and good old go to
work.
People getting fucked
Everyone
up.
always wants to just be like, can I just do a job for a little
People
bit?
can just go a job. A lot of people worked at the sawmill.
Yeah,
Bob, training. The PC trains and spends studies to reduce the XP cost of improving a skill.
That's cool.
Spending
not
silver
bad.
coins to reduce the XP cost by 1 for their next skill improvement. I love that. That's very
actually not
slick.
bad.
That's very good.
I don't know if that's enough of a juice for the squeeze, like one
maybe not.
for 1 silver. But I think the idea
But
is
something to do when you're
Well,
downtime?
no, remember though, you
Yeah.
don't spend a silver. Spending silver means you roll the die in, and it can potentially wipe out your money.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Right. That's what I mean. So like, I don't think that squeeze is worth.
Well, no, but if at the same time though, if I have a pouch of ancient coins, I might be able to get like 5 training out of that. And thus I could reduce it by 5.
But to increase the stats like 20 at the high end.
Well, yeah, I mean at the high end, that takes a lot of fucking time and work. All right, and then we got adversaries.
Barely making a dent on the fucking.
Is there
stat
fishing,
before.
Edward? There's a D100 fishing system that with hundreds of fish going down to the depths of fishdom.
This game's got you. It's got you.
Here's all the fish. We've got the black shrieker, the bog squid, the flying death ray, nice. The emerald sharp fin, the juvenile crawdad, the magma belly starfish, nice. You can use that in a magma belly pie. Sounds delicious. Ooh, what about a nakadiki jambalaya? Sounds pretty good. All right. Anyways, let's take a look at a couple adversaries. All right, we'll look at the skeleton.
Yeah.
All right, number 1, love the art. Very cool.
What page is it on?
Oh, you just jump right to the skeleton. You need to read about what adversaries are because they have goons, bruisers, champions.
I don't care.
I mean, that's right up your alley. You love that
Fine.
stuff.
Let me guess. They stole it from 4th edition. All right, here we go.
Sure, but you love that stuff.
All right, we've got creatures which can speak. They can be parlayed with.
I have to go with the skeletons. Hold on.
Critters are beasts, and you have to wrangle them. Creepers are bugs, and you can't do anything with them because they're just, horrible little creatures. Goons are minions and mooks. They only have 1 courage per level. Bruisers are your more typical foes. They get 1d6 courage per level. And champions are your bosses, fiends, and villains. They get d12 courage per level. The parlay is how many times they can be parlayed. They got a little example of the upgrade of the goblin from a goon to a bruiser to a champion. And each monster has their attack, their defense, their block, their dread, their actions, their abilities, their vulnerabilities, social guidelines, combat guidelines, defeat guidelines, victory guidelines, and crafting guidelines, apparently. And then we also have number appearing. Solo is 1. Group is a 1d8 plus 1 appearing. And horde is choose or roll 1d20 with results of 1 to 10 being a 10. So no, it's not the same thing.
Okay, minimum. It's 1d20, minimum 10.
1d10, minimum 10. by the way, undead can never be intimidated and never need to make metal checks. Awesome.
Nice.
All right, cool. All right, and then we have
metals
then there's an adversaries on the fly table. If you just want to quickly put together a monster with defense, attack, dread, and courage, and the like. All right,
Nice.
so let's go look at our 168. We're gonna go look at scalies. Then we'll look at orcs. All right, they can be level 1 to 10. They can be goons, bruisers, or champions. They have no parlay rating. All right, that's correct.
That just gets modified by depending on their.
Well, no, it just means that you can't negotiate with undead.
Oh, but is that base? Because then doesn't like the goon, brawler, or champion modify some of this?
Well, not parlay.
Oh no, it modifies the other stuff.
Yeah. Because
attack +0, defense -1, block 0, dread D8, actions 1. Skeletons get a +1 block against bladed weapons, and undead rattle. When defeated, they may make a final attack against the close target. They're mindless.
Only
they're
if
not
they're
intelligent.
champion?
They swarm and like. What are you going on about here, Bob?
That C next to undeath rattle. That's a champion only ability.
That must mean what that means. Yeah.
That's what I'm
champion
guessing.
only. Yeah, champion.
Yep, that's exactly what that must mean. By the way,
And
their
so their
folk.
damage is actually so it increases per level. So it's 1d8 plus x minus 1 times their tier. So the goons, bruisers, or champion.
Okay.
And that's just up here in the thing, right?
Yeah, so 1 courage per level of the goons. So it could be 1 if they're level 10, that'd be 1d8 plus 9. Or maybe it's 1d8 plus 10. Maybe it's 1d8 plus 10. And
Where do
then
you see
for
that?
bruises, it's on page 144. And
Oh,
the adversary classes you talked about. So goons have 1. Oh, that's it's courage. No, it's courage per level. It's not damage per level.
Yeah.
I got those two mixed up.
Yeah, so I was gonna say their damage
Red.
shouldn't scale.
Okay, so it's just always d8.
So just based on their. Oh, it's not even. It doesn't scale even per level.
No.
Oh.
I read that as dread. Yeah, my brain.
Yeah, I would assume that they could do something else, but
Yeah,
No, because
but
you
I
don't really gain hit points, right?
I get that. But
I mean, because your vitality goes up when you invest it anyway. Your
I mean,
your
yeah,
vitality
but I
goes
mean,
up.
what are you going to make it go up? Maybe to like 2 or 3 points, And then
Plus
you take
5
then
once.
you take the plus
I
5
think so. Not
once.
that much. Yeah, not that much.
So
Yeah,
it's not that much.
yeah. Very flat curve.
that's pretty nice though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay,
only
what do
thing
you
that's-
reckon about this skeleton?
The only thing that scales is courage and
Yeah.
metal. Well, no, metal doesn't scale. It just changes whether it's a goon,
Yeah.
bruiser. And by the way, it's -2.
Oh yeah, it's not scaling on level.
It's -2, +0, or +2.
Mm-hmm.
So if this was level 10, it would have a boatload of courage, but only do 1d8.
Metal, by the way, is morale. So at some point during the conflict, if things are looking dire for the adversaries, or if a group loses its leader, the GM can make a metal check to determine if the adversaries flee or surrender. Roll once for each adversary class, i.e. 1 roll for all the goons, 1 roll for all the bruisers, and all champions make their own metal checks. That's awesome.
Okay.
Roll for
Yeah.
all the minions, roll for all the standards. Each champion gets their own roll with their relevant modifier. On a 5 or less, they flee the conflict. And again, goons are -2, bruisers are +0, champions are +2 compared to what they have. Now remember, a skeleton, undead, never makes a metal check, so they don't flee.
Yeah.
Which again, that means you can't negotiate with the undead because they have a 0 parlay, perfect, and they don't flee, which is also very appropriate. And they're doing it mechanically through this perspective, which I think is really cool.
Yep.
Anyways, so I like all of that. I mean, it's a skeleton that you want to not use a bladed weapon against.
I think this is the level of detail you need for us. I think that I think the damage should grow up to some degree, but not linearly, obviously, but should
Yeah.
go up.
I would
but
think
if you're
it would.
because
Actually,
I'm
the
just
thing is-
imagining something with like so much courage and only deal 1d8. Like, what does that fight look like? And
Right. Well, maybe you guys end up doing more courage damage over time. I don't know.
yeah, maybe.
I guess
Maybe
you just
I
increase the
hope
number
so.
of adversaries at that point.
Well, here let's go look at an orc, which is on page 164. So they have 1 parlay, +1 to attack, -1 to defense, a D6 dread, and they're rhyme with torches, so it's orches, so they're orch. They set nets and snares twice every combat.
Your
A
favorite's a pig-faced orc.
Yeah.
That's the
No,
move.
I don't like pig-faced orcs. Orch phalanx. 3 or more orches may combine their actions to make a single attack, and they also get 2 block for the round. And if you have a champion, they are the big orch, and they are large and deal D12 dread instead of D6.
Ah, there we go. There's a little modifier.
But they suffer double dread from magic damage.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
All right.
I have no problems with this.
I like vulnerabilities and stuff like that. It's all nice.
I mean, it's one of the things I really like about.
I like this social combat defeat victory thing too.
Yeah,
which is nice.
It's all 1 pager, you know.
The dragon's 2 pages.
Well, that's all right. Dragons can get 2 pages.
Yeah, I think for me, my main feedback, aside from because I think even with my problems with the math, I think it's fine for the type of game this is because you just like
because the defense
doesn't matter what
like,
level your fucking enemies are.
Yeah.
Like who cares? Like if you're playing this with a bunch of friends and you're just exploring stuff, like why wouldn't all my enemies be level 1? Like what? There's no reason to have higher level enemies unless you really want to create that kind of moment or your random table says so. In which case, it's probably scale for the area because you're running off the book anyway. I think my only real feedback for this is that I wish there was more keywords in the combat, defeat, victory, social before the block of text because my eyes start glazing over when I'm just reading a whole paragraph. Even if the paragraph is
I can see that.
I'd still want.
Well, also, I was just looking at skeletons and orcs. Obviously, they're the most common. They only have like 1 action, but some of these things have like 3 actions. So even though they're doing like 1d10, they have 3 actions to do. So that can start to really add up quick.
Yeah.
Like a manticore has 3 actions, dragon has 4 actions. So you're like, okay, that's a lot.
As D12, go dragons.
Yeah, I mean the dragon is the big boy. But I was looking at the manticore or even some of these like the Felmog Knight. You know, he's a D10, but he's got 2 actions. So yeah, he doesn't do a ton of damage.
So here's what it says in the GM guide. It says combat is fun, however, and in the interest of combat balance, one of the most important things to consider is action economy. Each PC will have 1 action. Meanwhile, 4 Sarpathy Reaver Bruisers, each with 2 actions, have 8 actions. PCs will gain more abilities and acquire magical items that will certainly offset the skewed action economy. But a group of level 1 PCs would have a very tough time against 4 Sarpathy Reaver Bruisers. Instead of equalizing actions, use more goons that can be defeated in 1 or 2 hits. Squishy enemies that pack a punch like glass cannons are a great way to challenge the PCs but not get them mired in a slugfest. Yeah, they don't really talk about like using level.
Yeah.
No, it seems to be more of, I mean, the level almost seems irrelevant.
Yeah, which is weird because like in math wise, the level's the main determinant of the amount of health.
Right, but also remember too, it doesn't really matter so much because it's not like you get more XP or less XP or something like that.
No. That's what I said. Like I just have all my enemies, or most of them at level 1. Like why would I care? Just there for vibes.
I mean, I guess the difference being that like a level 1 enemy you might roll D12 for its courage and you roll a 2, and so it's got 2 courage.
Yeah.
So you're like, it's basically a minion. So I mean, like if you're like, yeah, well, I want this thing to take a couple hits, so I'm gonna make it level 5.
Or 5, yeah, exactly.
Something like that. Yeah.
Easy.
The game does have a random dungeon generator, which is kind of interesting, but it's actually kind of a cool random dungeon generator. It kind of employs some of the stuff from Source of Victory's cyclical dungeon model, which I'm seeing here, which we've covered on this channel before. And then you've got a bunch of random tables, including reaction table. Nice.
Yep.
I love that it's a D20, but you only roll a D10 if you want it to be more dangerous because the lower numbers are more dangerous. We got a big list of D100 random NPCs, including a name, a detail, and a motivation. Perfect. This is everything that you need. It's got first, last name, what their ancestry is, what their job is, a detail about them, and a motivation. Great.
Level affects loot.
I've been GMing for 30. I've been GMing for over 30 years, and even I can't come up with names on the fly. We've got different random location aspects, different dungeon aspects, perilous environments inside of all of the different areas. Some of the dangerous encounters that you might encounter, from things like a sewer overflowing with slime to a bandit attacking you. Cool discoveries.
Perilous encounters are not what I expected. That's pretty interesting. I did find them.
The perilous
when I read them on the when I read them on the table, I assumed they'd just be combat, but these are actually they're interesting.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's more combat here than anything. I mean, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, like half of them are combat. So
Yeah.
or potentially combat, I should say.
Yeah.
Random dungeon adversaries. You can be flipping through a lot of books in this stuff here.
Yeah, this spine of this book is not going to last. And I feel like.
Then there's a big random magical item table as well at the end.
And then the puzzle and riddles table.
And then the really good stuff. You go to page 225, you get to the relics. Ooh, that's cool. That's neat. They let you spend XP. Like, so Abner's Spectacles is a relic. It grants you +1 search checks and immunity to illusions. You can spend 5 XP, and you can use that once per session to detect all close and nearby traps or see in a straight line up to 6 miles away into another hex.
That's fun.
But you have to spend XP to do it.
Is it per set? It's a 1 XP spend to upgrade the item, or is it XP per use per special use?
I was reading it as maybe it is spend the XP once.
Earlier,
Yeah,
you could upgrade
the
items. The relics, it said you could upgrade them with XP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay.
It was.
Well, that's still cool. Like, I think that's awesome.
No, it's really
Well,
good.
it's full of its cost.
Like,
Again,
especially because it's like Souls, where everything uses XP. This is a cool sync for XP.
Yeah, it's a cool sync for
you're
XP.
choosing between.
Yeah. Very cool. And I mean, obviously, the book has a ton of tables, and I actually feel like you'd get pretty good use out of a lot of these.
The book has a table for books.
The book has a table for books.
It does have
yes.
a table for books.
By the way, if you study this book during the downtime, it grants you proficiency in the subject matter, and you get to write on your sheet, because the proficiency is just like a big block of text on your character sheet.
Yeah.
So if you read Pickpocketing in the City by Orland Schmerlich, you can write down proficiencies pickpocketing, and now you get advantage whenever you pickpocket. That's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Here's a list of boons, one-time magical effects that can be triggered instantly as a reaction. I love consumables. I love handing these things out because they'll never break your game. Like if you get a dragon scales, you can become immune to fire for 10 minutes. You can have a lot of fun with that in a combat as war type scenario as well, which is really
love
sweet.
consumables. It was awesome.
Curses, spells, and then a starting adventure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
That was awesome.
It's a lot of stuff in this book.
it is a lot of stuff. And,
Now, Derek, can you double
and it's a
check, like-
$15 PDF.
Can you double check
Bro.
Pumpkin was saying that he thought something with the level was tied to the loot.
I closed it.
Okay.
Yeah. We're done.
Okay. I'll
Okay. Thoughts?
Well, it was not what I expected.
Okay.
It was
In a good way or a bad way?
In a good way. I thought it was going to be, 5e derivative and hacky. I was not expecting to see, number one, I was not expecting to see DTX's secretly getting people to play PBTA. Obviously, it's a D12, so people already be more suspicious. But I loved that breakdown of that. So that is a great way to I think slowly introduce people, because it's basically hit or miss. But the only thing is with the miss, it's just sometimes it's like it's a miss but it's a miss and then with the hit, it's like a hit but. And you kind of coax people into that, and I think it just makes for just more interesting and dynamic events. It is very whimsical. It's very kind of tongue in cheek. The game's weird because there's some parts of it where you're like, because like, to be clear, I don't think like a super hardcore crafting system is very serious. Like I don't think I don't think having like going fishing is not like for fish components is not something you do in Lord of the Rings. Aragorn isn't like the one ring can wait. Like it's just, hold on a sec. I got to go get these mushrooms.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't survival mechanics, right? There's no like hunger. There's no sanity. It's very much. There is very much have fun.
But
I mean, if you don't eat,
right,
there was something about you got to get a good meal, or you start to like suffer some dread.
I mean, there is a lot of crunch.
That's like as part of resting. Like even in D&D has rations and food. Like it's not complex.
But to me, this is PBTA OSR, but I see the element of the kind of whimsical, kind of cozy cottagecore element added into it, right? Where, yeah, we're not fighting orcs, we're fighting orches. You know, my gelatinous slime guy is going to go fishing, you know, and it's like, you know, like, you know, he just throws himself into the water and the fish just swim into him, and then he walks out of the, you know, the pond or whatever, with them stuck in him, you know. So it's weird. It's a weird space. I don't necessarily know that of what exactly I would compare it to.
Well, I think my main question mark in my head is I feel like I wouldn't, if you're running this for a one shot, you're not running most of it.
Well, I say that about almost every game.
I
say that about every game except for Lasers and Feelings and Honey Heist.
True, but like I feel like you get a vibe for a game. I feel like Dungeon World, I got a vibe for one fucking shot.
One shots are terrible.
I love one shots. One shots are so important.
I think one shots.
Most games do communicate most of what they do in a one shot.
That's right there.
In this case, though, because it's about exploration and hex exploration, you kind of need it, and especially with crafting stuff, you kind of need to run this for a good 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions before you even get a real vibe for where most of the mechanics live.
I will also say that in terms of family friendly, you know, a lot of it, like hundreds of components for crafting recipes, is the type of stuff that appeals to like that very gamey, you know, that MMO gamist, you know, like Pumpkin was saying, this stirs something inside of me. I don't think most casual players are not going to care a crap about that. But I don't feel like it's forced. Like you don't have to do that. You know, there's no part of the game that requires you to do that. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so
I mean, okay, so
I don't know who this is for. I don't know who this is for. I think the people who want this, I'm happy it's there for them, and they will hopefully find it. Like, I'm happy this will be during the stream, for example, so people can find this game.
So here's what I'll say. I think the game is chock full of awesomeness, and I can't wait to take a look at Mucklands when we get the physical copy. And it sounds like the creators are really active on their Patreon, which is great. You know, obviously there's this cutesy aesthetic, you know, or whatever you want to call it. And that's fine. You know, it's the Drippy Downs. But the mechanics of the game, I think, it's a very cool variant of sort of PBTA OSR. The hex rules seem to be pretty well developed, and it's got a ton of stuff for crafting and components and all this other really nitty-gritty stuff. So there's a lot of stuff here to steal, and at $15, I think you should buy it. Yeah. In terms of answering the big four, number one, what is this game about? I think it struggles with that a little bit, because the game says it's a game of fantasy adventure, and that's usually not as clear of a thing. You know, that's a lot different than a game that's like, you know, we are really trying to deliver this one exact experience, and we're trying to do this one thing. You know, you're here to portray colorful, whimsical characters against a backdrop of perilous fantasy. What does that really mean? I don't know. Now, as you said, Vin, when you look at the tables and when you look at the other stuff, you start to see it's like, okay, so this is a hex crawling game. Now, to be clear, they do really lean into this, and you know, they kind of get a little bit more into it. This is a game where you earn XP by exploring and role playing. They weren't kidding when they said, well, getting into fights is part of the game. Players have an opportunity to talk their way out of the conflict. I thought they were just kind of bullshitting there. You know, that generic, like, oh, of course you could talk to monsters. But they really doubled down on that. Yes, and that actually think
first step of the combat engine.
I do think that makes the game a lot less combative. Yes. You know, I don't know if I would call it explorative, but it's not just fighting. And then it says it's all about player-driven exploration. Random encounters are a core part of the game, as well as traveling across huge hex maps. 100%. So, what is this game about? I think it's a hex crawler.
I think 100%. It's an exploration type game.
It's a hex. It's a true hexploration game where the focus is on exploration. And yes, you're going to get into conflicts. Yes, you're going to get in combats. But even when you do get into a conflict, you might talk your way out of it. You might do some sort of cool, clever parkour move and cut the rope on the bridge before the monsters can cross, and that way you can get away. So I do think that there's a strong hexploration element to it in the truest sense, with mechanics that are really hexploration focused. And layered on top of that is all of the Minecraft cozy, witch recipes and alchemy recipes and cooking.
I mean, it gives
and all
you a
that
reason
stuff.
to explore the hexes.
And it's a good reason to explore the hexes, including the focus on things like treasure hoards, and you can only get these materials in certain hexes. And I know that a lot of people don't like that because, again, most people are driven by the existential crisis. Well, why are we going to this location? Well, because that's where the next villain is, and they're going to destroy the world. We have to get there. And this journal I just read is telling me I got to get there quick, but but in an indeterminate amount of time. In this game, the players might, be talking offline and go, hey guys, we need to go across the map. We really need to get over to that other zone. There's a bunch of cool stuff over there that we want to harvest and fish and get. And it's going to be a cool journey. We don't know what's going to happen along the way. There's going to be maybe a lot of opportunities for cool discoveries and random encounters. We have no idea what kind of shenanigans we're going to get into. Oh, and while we're doing that, the bylines that are really driving us are our individual personal quests. Because that is one way for us to get experience points, but also in theory, it's sort of the main thing that's driving us. That's really cool. So I like that. Yeah. In terms of mechanics that support that, chock full. I mean, this game I think has more components and recipes than almost any game I've ever seen. How does it reward you? Perfectly. Those XP question lists seem to hit right exactly what you want / are supposed to be doing.
I don't know if it gives enough XP, but it has a slower XP variant in this. So maybe there's something in the math I'm missing. But
yeah, I was like, why do they have the slower one if I already feel like it's slow?
Exactly. I feel like there's nowhere near enough XP.
Well, maybe they want it to be slow because it's a big campaign. Maybe they don't want you to be level 10 in 10 sessions.
That's true.
So it goes back to who's this for? Like, this is for people who want this as a campaign for maybe a year or two.
Yeah,
I was thinking
it's a big investment.
I think it's like a year-long exploration game.
Yeah,
it's wild.
And then does it mega game? I'm gonna have to say absolutely. I think this mega
game
is pretty hardcore. I think there's a lot of stuff in here we might be stealing. We might be stealing for future mega games.
Absolutely.
I mean,
I think this game seems like a lot of fun.
Pumpkin says, honestly, this game seems sweet, but I feel like I'd have trouble finding players for it. Pumpkin, please. Okay. just anything we cover on this channel that could be applied to. That doesn't stop.
You know why it's best family game? Because your family can't escape.
Right. They have no choice but to play with you.
We're all gonna sit down tonight after dinner.
I don't want to.
I'm just trying to think. Like it's almost too. There's like too many mechanics. Or certain things, like especially in not in combat, but like there's a lot of stuff.
Because that's the cool thing. Is like the core of the game is just roll a d12, add a bonus, and you're always rolling against that same. There's no DCs. You're always rolling against that same chart. So once you're
but it might be plus minus.
That's true in any
game.
I
find
you're thinking of Dragonbane.
I'm just talking about a game that you want to sit down and play with your family. Like I would think ease and whimsical and fun. I mean, I don't mind a crunchy.
To be clear, I don't think adding two. I don't think adding 2 to a D12 is like some like I don't even know what are my kids? What are my kids fucking with grad school? What are PhDs and
I have to add
PhDs in mathematics? I got to add 2.
I like to drink a little bit while I'm GMing, and if I can't do all the math on the fly, then we're having an issue.
If you can't add 2 to a D12, you've got bigger problems than drinking.
+2, -1, plus another 3. And then I'll you'll bonus at the end.
I can quickly see I do this for adults. I can quickly see myself telling people their bonus rather than waiting for them to fucking do the math.
I think that's where I'd be as well.
Exactly.
But I mean, again, I think overall, exploration is one of my favorite things to do. I think that would be so cool, discovering new things and all sorts of. I think the combat part might be the most complicated part that my family, again being younger,
I think. The important point is, I think you only need like 2 or 3 house rules to make all that go away. Like you can quickly just fuck enemy AC. Who cares? Maybe just give them 2 extra
It's
HP,
like
whatever.
-1 or
exactly.
+1. Who cares? Just ignore it.
Delete that entire part of the rules, and suddenly it becomes way easier to play. And I could see that being pretty easy.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with that.
That's actually really, it's pretty nice actually.
And same with the runaway rules. They just make it runaway as one person can run away, and then
and if for whatever reason you have a monster and you really want to highlight that they're really tough or whatever like that, be like, oh, you attack them with disadvantage.
Well, and that goes back to Derek or Vince's point where like you do ebb and flow of the campaign. Like Yeah, most of the game it's easy, and we're just sailing through, and we're fighting the monsters, and you don't have to worry. But there's gonna be a boss, and that's when we're gonna dial it in, and we're gonna really say this is the challenge. So let's build everything we've been building for the last 3 sessions, and we're really gonna dial it in here. And can you guys conquer this, quest?
Again, Pumpkin, I'm going to have to just agree to disagree here. I mean, he says yes, but I feel like this game is even more niche than we usually look at.
I don't think so.
Ryutama. Okay, yeah. Chubos.
Wander Home. Chubo's Marvelous
Risk
Grenades.
It's not like it's.
I mean,
nothing.
it won multiple awards. We didn't, by the way. I'll sec here.
If anything, this channel slept on this
pretty
game
large Kickstarter. Yeah, I said we're slow on this.
Yeah, this game came out last year. This is the Mucklands, by the way. This is the campaign setting. Another gorgeous cover, by the way. But there is a full bestiary, Volume 1, that is 206 pages.
And that cover art's super nice.
This one a silver any, I think.
No, silver was for game layout.
Oh, okay. So this one a gold as well then.
Yeah, that one a gold.
So
great art. Goes a long way.
Art is just really driving.
So you have 188 pages of new monsters, and then there's a bunch of random tables at the back too to like put them in there. So yeah, pretty cool.
Yes, Steven, they did have a Kickstarter recently towards kids, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Is this kids or is it family? And they said it's family, but not for kids. And obviously that newer edition is going to be towards kids. It's going to be a Dungeoneer Academy sort of leaning.
That could be so cool.
Yeah, I like the mechanics in this. I mean, without looking at all the different classes, I mean, they're apparently making up new classes and stuff like that. Because I do feel like 6 classes is a little low. I do like to see it like 10, 12 classes.
Yeah. And with the 2 extra, that's 8. That's a good number. And then, yeah.
Apparently, there's 2 more in the Patreon, though. There's like a unicorn and something else or something. I don't know.
Ooh, my daughter would love to be a unicorn.
Somebody in chat, tell me. I'm sure people here are on the Patreon, but
if that's true, I might need to get that for her.
I thought I saw that in the chat earlier that there's some available on the Patreon right now or something. But, I mean, yeah, it's like I would probably be more tempted to run something like this than I would unicorn, tycoon, wizard, and witch. There you go. So there's a unicorn.
Tycoon.
Wait, so the unicorn is a race?
It's probably like the gnome, where it might be a folk. It's
awesome.
Like a tycoon, like a corporate dude.
I don't know. The Dungeoneer is like a foreman.
I mean, it's the person. Exactly, it's the person who employs Dungeoneers
here.
Yeah.
Seldon says, I suspect the classes are part of the game that the designers cared about the least. Maybe. Yeah, it's a folk class combo. There you go.
Okay.
I can definitely say they cared about the setting and the hex and the crafting and stuff the most.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that, I usually have a problem with old school games. That I find them to be there's just not
Unicorn's the Barbarian. That's pretty fun.
Sign me up.
I find them to be. Fun. I get bored very quickly. There's not enough stuff there. It sounds stupid, but like, I'm like, I want to. One of the reasons Smith likes being a wizard, and the reason Smith liked being a wizard back in the day, is Smith liked the process of finding scrolls and adding them to his spellbook. That progression, that diegetic, that growth. And so, if I'm playing this game, it's like, I want to find rare recipes and I want to find cool components and, I want to find that stuff. And I like that process of sort of developing and growing my character that I think sometimes OSR games could be very, minimal on. And while this feels very OSR-y, the PBTA element of it means that I don't have to worry about, well, you missed. Oh, also, you missed, but you also died. So there's that. And then, but there's also a lot more to it. Like, again, I like Shadow Dark. I think it's a really cool game. And it's a lot of fun and it's a lot of free rolling and fast flowing. However, in Shadow Dark, if let's say you're a fighter, when you level up, you roll on this 2d6 table and you see what you get randomly. And 4 of them are just a bonus to attacks. Basically, You get either a bonus to strength, which is a bonus to attack. You get a bonus to melee or range attacks, bonus to attack. You get a +1 to armor, which is not a bonus to attack, but it's basically a bonus to your attack roll, your AC. You choose +2 points to distribute to stats. So the only time that you actually get a quote unquote talent is when you roll 12. So like most of the time, your character is pretty basic. There's not a whole lot going on, and you don't really have a whole lot of mechanical buttons to push. Now I know
I get bored of that. That's a one-shotable game.
Perilous Void, or whatever they call it.
Fruitful Void.
Fruitful Void, right?
Well, again, in this one, you might get your character might get a tad boring, but the world is what you're doing. Because the game.
That's what Derek's saying. That's what Derek's saying. Yeah. So in other games, the Fruitful Void is the game they're not selling you, which is yeah.
By giving your fighter no mechanics, we've given your fighter every mechanic.
Right. Fucking. And I see what they're saying.
No, I totally see what they're saying, because we always talk about feats are just a list of things that your character can't do.
Right. Because it's exclusive. If you don't have the feat, that means you can't do it.
You can't do it. What if if the game didn't have any feats, then I could do whatever the fuck I want.
But it's always just rolling your damage roll. Let's be clear. Like it's all just you can say however way you do it. I bust down the door and flip off the roof, but you just roll it. Like, what are we doing here?
Seldon, no. What are you talking about? This game has a ton of mechanical character building. I disagree with you entirely. By exploring, you get all that XP. You spend that XP to increase your character's skills, to increase your character's stats, to upgrade your character's level and choose new abilities. The whole game is about progression, which I think is great.
It's not just that. Like, if I was to look at this game and see how I progress it, my main thing I'd point to is magic items, upgrading magic items and relics.
Yeah.
And crafting. Like it would be the Christmas tree element that's really,
all right,
being doubled down.
We're 3rd edition coded, right? I miss my character magical item sheet. You know what I mean? Here's what I'm talking about. What's in my head slot? What's in my neck slot? What's in my glasses slot? That's right.
Yeah.
I've got my I've got my Cyclops vision visor. Bob's wearing his +5 sunglasses of the future. They give him a +5 insight. They give you a +5 insight bonus to armor class. Anyways, I'm really impressed by the game. It's affordable. It looks gorgeous. This collector's edition seems super stoked. I mean, again, not for nothing, not knocking it. It's the same price as this.
Wait, the collector's edition? Yeah.
The Land of Eam collector's box with the board game and the full Mucklands and the GM screen and the book,
dice tray, a bunch of stuff.
It's $150. This box set from Nimble is $150. Now, I think this is a great value. So what does that say?
And I think it's on sale right now, even on their website. It's actually less than 150. So it's even on
there you go.
sale.
Oh, you mean Land of Eambo? Or
someone was saying that in the chat that it's actually on sale.
Oh, it's on sale.
Someone was saying that. I can't back it up. It was on sale on Amazon like a week ago, but I don't know if it's on sale on their website.
The PDF set, like to be fair, like one thing I think
core rulebook is solid these days.
Yeah,
well, the set's only like 42. I think it's like 3 books.
Yeah, it looks like even on Exalted Funeral, if you go, there's a discount code. It's for $127.50, and the shipping is free.
Boom!
Wow. Well, something that heavy, that's actually a big deal.
Well, exactly. Yeah. You're shipping a crate.
Yeah. So,
you're gonna make Pumpkin buy it real fast.
Yeah. And if you just want the hardcover, you can get it on Amazon for $31.
Yeah.
All right. Great. That's solid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all your tables right there. Most of them, anyway.
So that's crazy. That's like lost leader levels. But obviously they have probably a ton of experience with printing. They've been doing it for a long time. That probably gives them an advantage and all this other stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I love it. I love exploration. I love hexploration, but I do appreciate that the game is more than that, because if you just go like, here's a hex crawl, there's a bunch of empty blank hexes. You have no idea what's in any of them. You have no reason for visiting any of them. It's just a bunch of random encounters until you die. Go! And that's how a lot of people run hex crawls, and they're boring and they're terrible. The moment you play a hex crawl and somebody goes, we need to go to the Swamp of Sadness so I can get some emo root, your game is already doing better because the players are driving it, and that's what's really important. So Scott also notes if you do buy it from Exalted Funeral, which by the way does have a discount code, you also get the PDFs for free.
Wow.
So it's a win-win-win-win Win. So,
Yeah.
So, I probably couldn't have bought it either, Pumpkin, because
Pumpkin,
Fabulous
next year, are you saying in 2 days? Like, what are you saying?
Fabulous Ultimate tapped me out. However, again, I want to stress that Exalted Funeral was fantastic and awesome, and they sent us these PDFs for free, and they are also sending me, in theory, the hardcovers for free. At least I saw an invoice. I don't know if it's been shipped yet, but I'm excited for that. So when we get the physical copy, I want to do the Mucklands with Bob. We'll do it in the studio. I'll be there. It'll be rather cool. So that is
the number one question in my head for this game is, does it have a Discord so you can actually find people to play with?
If it has that, they're running stuff on their Discord.
Fucking go. That's the place to be for if you're.
Well, they at least have a Patreon, so there's that.
Someone in the chat said that there's a Discord where people are running games, but I don't know how. What does that mean? Like once a month?
Running mega games.
Yeah,
because like it's great to love games with exploration, but you need people to play with. But apparently, a lot of people in the chat during the stream have said.
So
really
Steven says active Discord with the creators.
Yep.
Deck Wheezy says a very active Discord.
Awesome.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then yeah, if you're just looking to even try it out, I don't know if you have to be a Patreon member to get on the Discord, but you could.
I will say,
for $15 if you buy
I will say, as someone who ran, no, Pumpkin is saying he's going to get it in a week. I will say, as someone who kind of ran a hex crawl sort of online, because our buddy Kaz was remote when we were running Forbidden Lands, there is an element of running hex crawls online that I actually prefer.
Do they have a VTT for this?
No clue.
Does anybody know if they have a VTT in Foundry or Alchemist or Roll20? Because that's another cool thing, like you just said. Running a remote with the hex viewer where it pop and like become colorful.
Yeah, there's a Foundry module.
I mean, we had a lot of fun with the Forbidden Lands Foundry, and that was a lot of blank spaces. This would be a lot more fun where the spaces are a little better to see. I mean, we run Foundry, but I'm sure Roll20, Alchemist, one of those has to be. Someone says Roll20, but you said you saw Foundry.
I mean, I'm looking at it in Foundry. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're going to be covering this game again, so maybe you can look into it between streams.
Oh, and Owlbear Rodeo. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the character sheet looks pretty good.
I mean, we also are very spoiled because Free League is like top tier, and we play their stuff, and I'm like, oh, this stuff's so good.
Yeah, it's wild. I love playing Free League games.
Free League just does
that's the funny thing. Like, I don't even like their systems that much, but the experience is
how dare you?
So
how
good.
dare you talk about Free League like that in my presence? Can Free League even do wrong to me? I don't know.
No, I mean, you buy games without any clue about they're even about.
And you sit next to the Coriolis box set.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if I had to choose between a hex crawl right now, it would probably be Land of Eam or Mythic Bastion Land. I think those are really cool. So I think those are really, really neat. So that being said, if I had the actual board game with the meeple pieces, yeah, I'd probably want to play in person, because that'd be cool. That'd be fun. So
it would be sweet.
I really enjoy that. But that is going to do it for us, I think, for until the new year. Although I will apparently be on Roll for Combat tomorrow. But we'll have a couple more streams coming in the next week or so. As we kind of get back into our normal things. I know I've been streaming a lot, so I just want to say I really, really appreciate everybody who's been supporting me, especially this stream where we started off with just a fucking crushing flurry of activity.
Great people.
Yeah, so us. super chats and tips out the wazoo from our boys, the Scots, Scotty F and Scotty P, who both dropped massive super chats, and Scotty F dropped a massive tip goal to close out our thank you for a wonderful 2026 goal. But shout out to Meba Man, Klopster Roll, Damian Williams, Cal Dariak, Ragnar the Blade with 3 tier 1 subs. And Tasty Trekkie, all who came in tonight and super chat and support as well. It all adds up, folks. And I've talked about before about, again, a single $5 chat is worth almost 2,000 views. I usually don't even get 5,000 views. So, when you think about the fact that, a 10 or 20 or $30 chat, now you're talking about, for me, it's like a month's worth of views. I would make literally no money if it wasn't for you folks. I don't expect you will stream on New Year's Day. You say that, Thaddeus. But we are supposed to. We are supposed to stream on New Year's Day. Bob, Tim, and I and Danny are supposed to do part 2 of our One Ring stream from the studio. So now I was telling Bob before the stream, I was like, I'm feeling a little burnt out. I've been going a little hard in the paint, and I'm starting to feel a little.
Literally, no one expects you to stream on New Year's Day. Like...
I know. Well, we did. Because you know why we scheduled? Because everybody had off, and trying to get
yeah,
these guys.
yeah.
It's like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
But if Danny and Bob are drinking, I'm sure they wouldn't mind if we pushed it back. We'll see.
Roland, they're still drinking.
Hair of the dog. It's like, fucking son of a took.
I'm gonna start throwing out Land of E mechanics at you. You'd be like, no, we're playing.
Yeah, you'll be like, I'm rolling a D12. I got a 6. It's a counterattack. Yeah, we have had a lot of content lately, Casey. So I appreciate look, something for everybody. Take some Zipperfist. The thing is, money streaming brings in income, and income is nice, especially this time of year. And I'm sort of setting myself up for a position, and it's just nice to end on a strong note. So I'll say that. And holidays,
people help himself. Like he streamed just because he got a new Wacom or whatever.
Why?
The fuck it
Well,
was.
I wouldn't do this if I didn't like it. I like talking about role playing games, obviously, but I knew that. Well, number one, I was sick. I was in Vegas. Whatever. I was at PAX. So there was a bunch of, I was not streaming, but I knew that this time of year, people are home, people are off. Vin, I wanted to get you onto the channel as many times as I could. So, I've kind of been going hard in the paint, but here we are. And I want to say thank you to everybody. I'll be on Roll for Combat. Probably tomorrow, but if I do not see you tomorrow, I hope you all have a safe and happy New Year's Eve. Stay safe out there. Vin, that's for you. And what, it's 5 o'clock over there or something?
It's 3:30, and I can't believe it's New Year's Eve.
There you go.
But whatever, who cares?
Hanging out, getting crazy Australia style. But again, I will definitely be at home doing nothing. So, but I will keep myself from streaming. I say that, but we'll see. In any case, I want to say thank you so much to Bob and Vin for joining me today. Thank you for being on here, gentlemen. And thank you all of you for joining us. And again, shout out to our incredible support from our Patreons, our people who support us on Twitch and on YouTube, and anybody who tipped and super chatted today, yesterday, every day. It seems like we've got some folks who are just amazing, incredible human beings. And I really appreciate that you appreciate this channel. We'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.